Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, ejemo, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga bu.
And there it is, right there. And there it is, right? You know, I say it every day, but as soon as the music stops and my face suddenly appears, I startle so somewhat. I don't know why, but I don't know. It's nerves. It's always nerves. I suppose it's good to have a bit of nerves. A good day, by the way. Good day. Good to see you again. Always a delight. Pardon me. Good day, good to see you. Always a delight. So, always a delight to be in your company, never taken for granted. So, anytime you do turn up, it is with gratitude that you receive. So, I receive you with and in gratitude. So, thank you for turning up. Thank you. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on the subscribe button if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come join us on the screen, let me repost the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So it's immediately to hand. If you want to come join us on the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. And as soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, then I'll let you onto the screen and a conversation ensues. Nothing more complex than that. Fairly straightforward and no beating around the bush. The only thing you have to bring is your A game. Bring your A game because it's rapier wit, R-A-P-I-E-R, rapier wit. You have to be quick off the mark because the people that congregate here, they're very knowledgeable and they take no prisoners. So, but come with your A game and come to the warm embrace of the platform. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the screen. And then, of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that is always ever present. And there it is right there again. So only one person ever avails of that space, by the way. He has always kept that praise 100%. But the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee is not exclusive to one single person. Everybody is invited to do so. Just be as liberal with your wallet as you can be. That's the only thing well, it's not even a condition. Or just go there if you feel you would like to. So go there if you feel you would like to. Let's do it that way. So let's go now to the talking points. PDP refers Otom to let's do that again. PDP refers Otom to disciplinary committee, suspends Fayose, Shema, Eyim, others. So there it is right there. I don't think this quite comes as a surprise to anybody at all. Anybody watching the political landscape, the template of anti-party conduct is how Fayose has behaved. As endorsing Sanwo-Olu in Lagos State when they had their own candidate in what's it called, Jandor, endorsing Tinubu when they had their own presidential candidate, and endorsing and canvassing for any and everybody outside of his own party. And then, of course, the criticism of the echelons of the party. That's landed us here. PDP refers Otom to disciplinary committee, suspends Fayose, Shema, Eyim, others. So there it is. That comes as no surprise to one single person. But then, of course, you know, Fayose, he's never one to be held down. My suspension is Ayo's last kick of a dead horse. So this is Fayose now, very quick to respond to that space. My suspension is Ayo's last kick of a dead horse. Fayose very swiftly responding to his suspension by the PDP. So his suspension by the PDP, still staying with all matters politics, tribunal give INEC Tinubu 21-day ultimatum to respond to Atiku Obi's petitions challenging presidential poll results. So I never knew it was that short a window for that response to, because of course they've presented 100-volume document challenging the electoral victory of the APC, but then APC and by extension Tinubu only has a 21-day window to respond to that. Is that short notice? I don't know. Tribunal gives INEC Tinubu 21 days ultimatum to respond to Atiku Obi's petition, Atiku and Obi's petition challenging presidential poll results. So So we'll explore that, and then we'll make a pit stop here. This is a space we visited months ago, but it looks as though it has resurfaced now, and this is something that needs to happen fairly quickly. By the way, Nigerian lawmakers clash over fresh bill to legalize marijuana. So marijuana or marijuana or however you pronounce it, it must be legalized because, of course, there are countless, right from hair gel to arthritis, cure, and all manner of things embedded in that particular weed. You know, so marijuana is beyond Igbo smoking. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that. And certainly, I'm hopeful that you don't need anyone to tell the lawmakers that. But they seem to recoil of it. They just seem to recoil off the back of it being a narcotic. But marijuana is any and everything more than a narcotic. And I hope this bill passes as quickly as possible, because that is an economy there that Nigeria can do. It's a low-hanging fruit. That's an economy that Nigeria can quickly move into and reap the rewards of. Nigerian lawmakers clash over fresh bill to legalize marijuana. So we explore that. APC presidential campaign petition DSS to arrest Peter Obi Datti over insightful comments against Nigerian government and Tinubu. So yes, there is no greater proponent of free speech than myself. But even I recall somewhat from some of the languages you're hearing from that space, they are essentially holding the country to threat because the legal option is availed to them and they've taken that chance. So they've taken that opportunity. So now that they have lodged their complaints with the courts, there is no need to be traversing studio spaces after the other, inciting and exciting people to weigh against the government. Let the court do their job and let the law take its course. Because some of the languages now coming out of that Obi camp is nothing short of incitement. APC presidential campaign petitions DSS to arrest Peter Obi Datti over insightful comments against Nigerian government and Tinubu. So I wonder if arrest, though, will be a bit of an extreme. So we find out Nigeria's president-elect Tinubu, I'm not quite sure why they are putting the president-elect in quotation marks, is actually in actual fact the president-elect. That is what has happened, though, whether you are in denial or not. But they're putting it in quotation marks as though it's not something that has really happened. Nigeria's president-elect, Tinubu, still undergoing medical treatment in French hospital. So it looks as though now it's a deja vu. It's like Groundhog Day. We've been here before, of course, with Malam Buhari, who spent almost the entirety of his tenure on a hospital bed. It looks as though we're back there again. Nigeria's president-elect Tinubu still undergoing medical treatment in French hospital. So, but that runs contrary, of course, to the narrative coming out of the APC, which tells us that the guy is on vacation to go on from vacation to lesser Hajj, but you never really know. But this one now has reached its conclusion. And sadly, bad news. UK court convicts Ekweremadu wife for organ trafficking. So this is a story that we've been tracking on this platform, and it has reached its natural conclusion, concluded against Ekweremadu. So it looks as though now he'll be spending time in the United Kingdom, not at his will, but at Her Majesty's pleasure. So not at his will, or his majesty now. We have to adapt now. We have a king now, not a queen. A UK court convicts Ekweremadu wife for organ trafficking. So there it is right there. So that one reaches its natural conclusion, but not in favor of Ekweremadu. So there it is, a rich and diverse menu. Let's say Tinubu. All right, there's also one story making the rounds that I wasn't really going to bring because it seems so ludicrous. But let me bring it to you anyway, maybe just for the comedy factor. Chief Justice of Nigeria, Ariwola, disguises on wheelchair in London hotel for secret meeting with Bola Tinubu. So we have to make our decision as to exactly what is going on. Is Tinubu in a French hospital undergoing treatment, or is he in a London hotel having meetings with Ariola, who comes to these guys in a wheelchair? So silly season continues. Silly season continues. So there it is. A rich and diverse menu, of course, always is the case. It's always a rich and diverse menu. So there it is. So there it is. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on the like button as you're coming in, please. The like button, if you look at your screen, look at the amount of people viewing and look at the subscribe and look at the like button and then tell me if that makes sense. So that's what rankles people. You look at the amount, however little or however many, you want it to be at least somewhat in a comfortable space. But just look at your screen, look at the people viewing, and look at the people keep clicking on like. So there it is. That's where the frustration is. But never mind with soldier on. But the main thing we're going to be discussing is going to be wrapped around now this back and forth, this set two that went on between Fayose and Rufai Oseni, who a lot of people are fed up of now as a journalist. So we'll watch that video together and react somewhat to it. So a lot to digest. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to join in the studio. And if you want to buy your host cups of coffee, you're welcome to do that via the buy the coffee link. So all of that, let me take a micro break before we get into the throes of it. The Kegites, the Kegites.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Adura Nla, powerful prayer. Iku Koniru Agbeshe. So I'm going to be doing the readouts, but I'm not going to be reading it fully anymore. As soon as we've landed the body of the piece, sufficient enough for us to have an understanding, I'll just abandon it there, because sometimes I feel that some of the readouts are just long and winding. But let's long and wind through these. PDP refers Otom to disciplinary committee, suspends Fayose, Shema, Ayim, others. So the headline already tells you the body of what's to come. The National Working Committee, NWC, of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has referred the governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom, to the National Disciplinary Committee over his reported involvement in anti-party activities. This was made known in a statement on Thursday by the National Publicity Secretary, PDP, Debo Ologunagba. Ologunagba disclosed that the committee also approved the suspension of Ayodele Fayose, Ekiti State, Ibrahim Shema, Katsina, Senator Pius Ayim, Ebonyi State, Professor Dennis Atyaya Benue, and Dr. Aslam Aliyu Zamfara. He said, the National Working Committee NWC of the People's Democratic Party PDP has, after very extensive review of the affairs of our party in the country and pursuant to the provisions of the PDP constitution as amended in 2017, referred the governor of Benue State, Dr. Samuel Otom, to the National Disciplinary Committee over his reported involvement in anti-party activities. The NWC also approved the suspension of the following from the party with effect from today, Thursday, March the 23rd, 2023. Number 1, Ayodele Fayose, Ekiti State, Ibrahim Shema, Katsina, Senator Pius Ayim Ebonyi, Professor Dennis Yav or something or the other, Benue, and Dr. Aslam Aliyu Zamfara State. The PDP urges all leaders, critical stakeholders, and teaming members of our party across the country to remain united and focused at this critical time. So there it is right there. No surprises at all. That the only surprise is that Otom was not suspended outright. But suspension is not expulsion, but of course, so that's the opening salvo. But very quickly, the right to reply. My suspension is Ayu's last kick of a dead horse. This is Ayo Fayose now. Our former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose, has described his suspension from the People's Democratic Party PDP by Iyochia Ayu-led National Working Committee of the party as the last kick of a dead horse. Fayose, who reacted to the suspension through his spokesman, Lere Olayinka, said, Ayu and his cohorts are only entertaining themselves with the purported suspension as their latest comedy skit. He said in a matter of days, the inglorious tenure of Mr. Ayu as national chairman of PDP will become history and the party will enjoy a new lease of life. The former governor said that himself and others who stood by the party when Mr. Ayu and his cohort left it to die will rescue it and give life back in due course. The purported suspension will have no leg to stand on, he said. So that's Fayose, of course, predictably. But then, of course, we'll see how that space plays out. Let me go on to this quickly because I want to speed through the readouts. Tribunal give INEC Tinubu 21 days ultimatum to respond to Atiku Obi petition challenging presidential poll results. The Presidential Election Petition Tribunal has given the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC and President-elect Bola Tinubu a 21-day ultimatum to respond to different petitions filed against the outcome of the February 25th presidential election. Tinubu's running mate Kashim Shettima and the ruling party All Progressive Congress APC are also required to respond to the petitions. Based on provision of Electoral Act 2022, they are either to admit or deny all the issues raised in the petition filed by the presidential candidate of the Labour Party Peter Obi and the People's Democratic Party PDP Atiku Abubakar, amongst others. Obi on March the 20th filed his petition against the outcome of the 2023 presidential election at the Presidential Election Petition Registry Office, while Atiku, a former vice president, filed his petition on Tuesday, the 21st of March. Amongst others, Obi claims that his cause in the election was supposed to Obi claims that his cause in the election was suppressed in 18,088 polling units and that this was allegedly aided by INEC when it deliberately uploaded unreadable and blurred forms EC8A in the INEC viewing portal. So, if those votes were suppressed, how are they able to establish that those votes were suppressed if the information uploaded on INEC is illegible? But I don't know. Maybe we'll find out in the course of the adjudication. So we leave that there. Nigerian lawmakers clash over fresh bill to legalize marijuana. Nigerian lawmakers in the House of Representatives on Wednesday clashed over a fresh bill seeking to legalize the cultivation, sale, and use of cannabis sativa, popularly known as marijuana, in the country. It was reported that two members of the House, including the spokesperson of the House, Benjamin Kalu, and Olumide Oshoba, had sponsored a fresh bill seeking to amend the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency NDLEA Act to allow the Anti-Narcotic Agency to issue licenses to Nigerians for cultivation, sale, and use of marijuana. The lawmakers titled the bill "A Bill for an Act to Amend the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency Act," blah, 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 blah. Responsibility of the power to grant and revoke licenses for the cultivation of cannabis plants for medicinal purposes and for related matters. Correspondents report that the bill is a consolidated version of Kalu and Oshoba's separate bill, XYZ. The clash ensued on Wednesday when the bill was brought for second reading at plenary, and another member of the House, Mariam Onaha, protested that the content of the bill was the same as hers, which she sponsored long ago. But the Speaker of the House, Gbadabia Mela, asked Onaha, Kalu, and Oshoba to liaise with the chairman of the House Committee on Rules and Business, Abubakar Fulata, to identify the differences and similarities between the bill ahead of the sitting. Recall that cultivation, sale, and use of marijuana are currently outlawed in the country. However, the House in 2020 proposed the legalization of the cultivation and trading in cannabis for medicinal and cosmetic use, research purposes, as well as revenue generation for Nigeria. The Cannabis Control Bill 2020, titled "A Bill for an Act to Regulate the Cultivation, Possession, Availability, and Trade of Cannabis for Medicinal and Research Use and Related Purposes," was sponsored by Onoaha. Onoaha in the bill said, relevant agencies will be empowered to regulate the growth and use of cannabis, register cannabis growers and users, issue licenses to cannabis growers, processors, producers, manufacturers, etc. So that's an economic space that I, for one, would like to see opened up. So we keep a watching brief on that. APC presidential campaign petition, APC presidential campaign petitions DSS to arrest Peter Obi Dati over insightful comments against Nigerian government and Tinubu. The All Progressive Congress presidential campaign has written a petition to the Director General, Department of State Services, DSS, to arrest the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and his running mate, Dati Baba Ahmed, for allegedly making insightful and rebellious statements against the Nigerian government and the president-elect Tinubu. Festus, and by the way, we can go on Twitter to have a look, but Festus Keyamo actually wrote this petition, which he published on Twitter, as well as presented to the DSS. Festus Keyamo, spokesperson for the Tinubu-Shettima campaign, filed the petition to the DSS, a copy of which was seen by correspondents on Thursday. Keyamo also alleged that the Labour Party flag bearer had camped a group of youth somewhere in Abuja to propagate false claims and cause unrest in the country. So that group that is alleging that, So that group that is alleging that Peter Obi has planted, those are the demonstrators that we're seeing in Abuja. So that's where that is referencing to. Keyamo also alleged that the Labour Party flag bearer had camped a group of youth somewhere in Abuja to propagate false claims and cause unrest in the country. The statement reads, "I write this petition with the full realization that In a post-election period such as this, there is a need to soothe frayed nerves, lower the temperature, and begin the healing process. The president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has issued a statement to this effect a few days ago. However, it appears the presidential and vice presidential candidates of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi and Dati Baba Ahmed, are not prepared to toe this conciliatory path for the sake of peace and national cohesion, whilst exercising their right to pursue duly laid down constitutional means of addressing their grievances. In this regard, since the declaration of the presidential election results, they have been hopping from one media house to the other, making incendiary comments and claims about the declaration of president-elect by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. These comments and claims are made are not just within the boundaries of exercising their rights to freedom of speech and the freedom to air their grievances publicly, but they have since crossed the line to call for the outright truncation of democracy by insisting on the adaptation of other processes outside the contemplation of our constitution. In some cases, their previes have even called for the establishment of an interim government. The latest of such is the comment made by Dati Ahmed on behalf of himself and Mr. Obi on Channels Television. And we have a clip of that. We've had it for days, actually. So this presents an opportunity to play it. The latest of such are the comments made by Dati Baba Ahmed on behalf of himself and Mr. Obi on Channels Television on Wednesday, wherein he threatened that if the president-elect is sworn in on the 29th of May 2023, it will signal the end of democracy, posing as an accuser, a judge, and a jury by himself. He unilaterally declared the duly elected president-elect as unconstitutional and in a subliminal manner threatened mayhem if the president-elect is sworn in on the 29th of May. I also have it on good authority that Mr. Obi and Dati Baba Ahmed have camped some youths in a popular hotel in Abuja with the sole aim of instructing them to push out inciting messages every day on social media in order to cause panic and fear within the federation and to incite people to riot and social unrest. It is noteworthy that Peter Obi and Dati Baba Ahmed have submitted election petitions to the courts for adjudication, but their conduct and utterances amount to subversion of the processes they have instituted in court and a subversion of our constitution and the laid down processes for addressing disputes and grievances. These conducts and utterances are a build-up to something more sinister, and it is important that you rein them in now. So that now in capital letters. In these circumstances, I submit this petition in my personal capacity as a patriotic Nigerian to invite arrest, interrogate, and after investigation, if necessary, charge both individuals to court for their conduct, which amounts to incitement and treasonable felony. So, of course, it will land on treasonable felony. Treasonable felony seems to be the preferred go-to of the Nigerian space. So everything lands on treasonable felony, and treasonable felony it lands on again. So treasonable felony, but the language of the Obi space, though, especially Peter Obi, it is insightful. But I wonder if this petition will caution him and rein him in, especially the media houses that facilitate him. So we see how that space plays out. On to this exclusive. Nigerian President-elect Tinubu still undergoing medical treatment in France. So this is the opening salvo of the comedy silly season. So this is the silly spaces now. Nigeria's President-elect Bola Tinubu is still being attended to by medical doctors at the facility he went to in Paris, France, a top source told correspondents. Correspondents had exclusively reported on Wednesday that Tinubu traveled to Europe to seek medical care after falling ill following the March 18 elections. it had been gathered that Tinubu fell ill after the hectic electioneering that led to his emergence as the president-elect and the tension that built up ahead of the March 18 Lagos State governorship and House of Assembly elections, where he also voted. Tinubu had confirmed correspondent story, saying he traveled to Paris, France, and the United Kingdom to rest and plan the transition program, according to a statement by his spokesperson Tunde Rahman. Speaking with correspondents on Thursday to provide an update, a top source said Tinubu is still in France hospital. Meanwhile, according to the statement by Rahman, his spokesperson, Tinubu will also observe the Lesser Hajj in Saudi Arabia. He departed Lagos on Tuesday night for Paris, as reported by correspondents and confirmed by his spokesperson. So there it is. So there it is. All right. Where is that other headline that counterbalances this? Yes. So he's in France undergoing treatment, as we just heard from one outlet, but from another outlet. So Tinubu is a double ganger. He has supernatural powers to be in two places at once. So as we were just being told, he's in. So, as we have just been told, is in London, in a London hospital. So that's what we were told. But now they tell us differently. Chief Justice of Nigeria, Ariwola, disguises on wheelchair in London hotel for secret meeting with Bola Tinubu. I thought we'd escape these spaces, but alas, we will never escape them. Chief Justice Olukayode Ariwola has been cited in London pretending to be a physically challenged old man, correspondents learned today, in what Supreme Court sources said was a clandestine, in what Supreme Court said was a clandestine preparation for a meeting with President-elect Bola Tinubu. Mr. Adiwola's movement was exposed to correspondents as Tinubu was arriving in London for what his team claimed was a relaxation trip after a hectic campaign that preceded his declaration as Nigeria's president-elect last month. But Mr. Tinubu kept his trip to London secret until it was exposed on Wednesday by a different platform, which said the trip was a medical emergency. So it's in a London hospital, a French hospital, an English hotel, meeting with the Chief Justice, who appears in a wheelchair. So there it is, right there. Make sense of that, and then come explain the sense of it to me. Make sense of that, and come explain the sense of it to me. So I'll read you only a couple of paragraphs from this one now. UK convicts Ekweremadu wife for organ trafficking. A former deputy president of the Nigerian Senate, Ike Ekweremadu, his wife, and a doctor have been convicted of organ trafficking by a United Kingdom court, a UK Guardian reports, in what it described as the first verdict of its kind under the Modern Slavery Act. The newspaper said the accused were found guilty of facilitating the travel of a young man to Britain with a view to his exploitation after a 6-week trial at the Old Bailey. The jury found that they criminally conspired to bring the 21-year-old Lagos street trader to London to exploit him for his kidney. Correspondents reported how the former deputy Senate president was arrested and charged by the Metropolitan Police last June. So there it is, a conviction for Ekweremadu. So a conviction for Ekweremadu. Let me bring the panelist up, and then I'll play you the Fayose clip, and then we take the conversation from there. So the progressives will see you, Igilo will see you, Darati joins us, the majestic Ajande Koko, of course, beware of spinners, otherwise known as rational mind, war peace in the house, and Fash makes up the list. Good to have you, gentlemen. Gentlemen, let's watch a bit of this together because we've discussed Rufai Oseni on this platform before. So let me actually go to I think they said it started from roundabout minute. Let me just check the minute that this thing actually started, because we have discussed Rufai Oseni on this platform before, and it looks as though now I'm just talking really so I can establish exactly where to start this clip from. Yeah, minute 13. So let me go to minute 13 then, and we pick it up from there. So where is minute 13? Actually, let's take it from here. Let's take it from here. Let's take it from here. Watch this. Oh, sorry.
In the East, or APC who ran away, who said the Labour Party overwhelmed them. I have candidates, I have people in the Southwest with similar complaints. That was why I blamed majority of these problems on stakeholders, particularly politicians. If it's a system, let me quickly draw your attention to this. President Buhari, each time they asked him in 2019, if you lose this election, would you concede? Rather than say yes, he said, I am going to win. I am going to win. I'm the person that will come back. Even on election day, when they asked him in Daura, the pressman were saying, if you lose this election, he never admitted that he will lose the election. So nothing has changed. Let me tell you very clearly, except our attitude, we sit back as a nation and come back to the table and begin to take responsibilities for our action and attitude, and everybody gets patriotic. It's too late in the day. And let me tell you, I just told you, the governors, the House of Rep members, the senators, majority of them are returnees. What I mean, incumbents. They were all desperate to win at all costs. So blaming INEC, it's a waste of time. And when you talk about INEC admittance, I admitted too that the system is sick. The institutions are not there. Nobody protects them. Let me equally tell you very clearly, it is a time, rather than to blame anyone, it's a time for us to sit back in national dialogue and draw a line, like a military officer drawing a line in red.
Okay.
Let me start afresh.
Okay.
The situation here within the settings,
Okay.
let me tell you that election, going by what everybody stands as stakeholders, the election was not too bad.
Okay. Two things. Good to see you again, Mr. Peter Fayose, Oshokomola himself, Peter the Rock. All you have said.
Thank you very much.
All you have said is a justification of continued illegality in our country. And a lot of people are taken aback because also you yourself have been secretly recorded by an army captain when you were hatching out election fraud plans yourself in 2014. And we all remember that experience. So is it that we should continue in that now? And I also like to ask you this honestly. If another person apart from Bola Ahmed Tinubu you supported won this election, would you come on air and say all of these things that you're saying, that people should move on without justice? You try to just rationalize what happened in Lagos. Yes, it happened in other parts of the country, but the killings, the hurts, the laceration of people's body and the likes, that happened in parts of the country, but most importantly, what happened in Lagos. So should we justify this now because it favors people that you were in support of?
Can I just correct you there? I take exception to your claim that I was secretly recorded, and I take exception that nobody has proven that. Yes, I can be recorded, but nobody will ever say to you that I said they should go and rig an election. And I want to say to you, I've avoided touching on this area. When you are talking about Nigeria, let us start with the press. And let us start with your person. You recall the incident on the bus lane and your attack on the police. That shows that you, as a journalist, a public analyst, somebody who is supposed to live or living above, And he that must come to equity must have clean hands. I read a lot and I listen to your comments. I feel, like I said, we need to sit back and correct a lot of things.
But you give me a right
Let
of
me go to your
rebuttal.
question again.
You give me a right of rebuttal on the bus lane incident because I put it to you, sir. You don't know the full story of what
Excuse
happened.
me. If
You give me a right of rebuttal.
if
And
you
go ahead.
if you go that lane, we will not make a sense of this program. I was invited by your station. If you didn't touch something that impugns on my personality, I will not give you an answer to that. So if you're asking a question, I told Ruben about it yesterday, and I specifically complained about you and your attack on the people you don't believe in as a politician.
No, I have a right to do my job. You
I
can't
can tell you
compare. You can't
authoritatively
complain about
which
me
side-
to my colleague.
Excuse
No,
me.
that's not
I am
right.
equally telling you.
That's
I know
not right.
where you are. That's not right of you as well. That is technically not right of you as well. And if you want to make a sense out of this program, let us leave personal attacks because you are good at that, and I'm equally good. If you want it, I'll serve it as well as that. So this program is meant to talk about issues of Nigeria and not issues of a person. We know where you are, we know where you belong, we know the parties you are supporting, but let's leave that out of the issue. So going by what you asked, Nigeria needs a total overhauling of leadership and followership. I have said it earlier that it is important to know since 1979, nothing has changed. People rushing to court now. Atiku has always gone to court since I knew Atiku as a politician and a contestant. Atiku went to court in 2019. The same judiciary said to the whole world that President Buhari won that election. Listen to you again, and listen to me. If we are not careful, as a commentator, we will remain on the television molding the opinion of Nigerians negatively, because that is what we want them to hear. For me, the election that brought Ahmed Bola Tinubu within the context of our conduct in this country is credible. It may not be the best, because you can't tell me it's Bola Ahmed Tinubu that killed the people you are mentioning. You can't tell me it was Sanwo-Olu that killed the people in Lagos. When there was an election in Ekiti, they hit me here on my back. A policeman hit me with the butt of the gun. Most of the journalists were saying Fayose has come with his drama again. I had 3 surgeries last year. I could barely walk again. But when it is good, and when it goes against people we don't want, it's the best of things that could happen. You are alive when the G5 left the PDP. You are alive when Obi left the PDP. You are alive when Kwankwaso left the PDP, and so on and so forth. You want manna to come from where? So people going to court automatically means when I go to court, the judiciary must give to you because you are complaining or because you are a complainant? Obi himself will certainly, I want to say to him, in G5 we concluded that we must support a southern presidency. That is the truth, depending on their peculiarity. And if you go to Benue, that was why Otom supported Obi in Benue. We supported Asiwaju in Ekiti. When they were talking about how did the numbers came up in Ekiti, it was us that gave it to them. Me, Fayose, was the leader of the people that supported Asiwaju and gave our own votes to him. Let me tell you why. I make it very express to you. If you tell people they don't matter, they will tell you they matter. When somebody came out, how you came out and said Tambuwa was the hero of the convention, they are now heroes of the losses. When you tell Wike, because on this television, they criticize Wike as if he's the enemy of Arise Television. I am a Wike's friend, though. I stand by him. All the propaganda does not stand the test of time. If you kick my leg, I tell you don't kick it again. If you kick it again, I will do everything to stop it. So let's leave it like that.
Okay, so Mr. Fayose, I'm going to give you a quick rebuttal. Number one, I do my job here objectively as I can.
If you give me one,
no, let me finish.
I will
please.
give you. I will give it back to you,
Mr. Fayose. Let me finish.
If you give it to
I have
me,
a right to respond.
I only responded.
I have a right to respond. Let me
it's
finish.
not personal between the two of us.
You made it personal,
this
so I have the right to respond.
It's not personal.
Okay, so
between the two of us, you
Mr.
can
Fayose,
take me out of this.
Mr. Fayose, I have a right to respond. I
You
do
can
my
take me
job
out of this interview
objectively,
so that
and I
you
don't
can have a
support
free day.
any
Congratulations,
political party. It's as
congratulations
simple as
for
that.
doing your job.
Yeah, please.
Congratulations for doing your job.
Fayose,
I am not one of those boys, one of those politicians who brought to public domain to talk to anyhow. It is
Mr. Fayose.
It is important to note that.
Mr. Fayose, can we make progress?
Thank you.
This is not a dialogue. This is a conversation.
I'm with you.
Yes, this is a program.
It's a conversation. And let him not get personal.
Yes,
let
Mr.
him not
Fayose.
get personal on this program.
It's
his way.
okay. It's okay. Our job is to ask you questions. You respond. It's not a personal thing.
I told you yesterday, and I mentioned Oseni's name particularly why I avoid Arise Television. And you assured me that you're going to moderate it in a way. Oseni cannot, if it's his job, go for my personality or my person on the live television. I'll give it back to him.
It's okay, Mr. Fayose. Can we return to the issues? Now, I was going to ask.
Thank you.
You refer to the G5, right?
So there it was. A lot of people will say it's been a long time coming. It's almost inevitable that matters will land there because this guy, Rufai, he has been on this journey for a long time. But before I come to the panel, let me sorry, whoever that is, please mute yourself. Before I come to the panel, let me play this clip, which is what Fayose was referencing in his back and forth with Rufai Oseni. Let me share this. Watch this.
I will call the government. I will call the government. Nonsense. I will call the government. I will call the government. Nonsense.
So there it is. He will call the governor. He will call the governor nonsense. I wonder if it's the killer governor Sanwo-Olu that he will be calling. So, gentlemen, to it. Let's kick it off with Joel of Nashville, who has been away from us for quite a minute. Joel, are you there?
Well, man, I'm driving and I want to really say something today. So go on to the next person and I'll join the show.
Oh, all right. Indicate in the private chat when you're ready to go. So let's because I don't want to go to the obvious places. So let me kick it off then with Rational Mind, who I'm sure has a unique and peculiar understanding of what just transpired. So Rational Mind, Rufai Oseni is any and many things. A journalist, not one of them. His partisanship and his bias, it just oozes in every interview. And look at the personal assault that he launched at Fayose. Fayose had no other option but to go back. But has Rufai met his match now? And is it time to step this guy down? I know he draws a crowd for Arise TV, but he does nothing for journalism. Good to see you, Rational Mind.
Thank you, one man.
Oh, no, you're back to kerosene again.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm about to shoot. Yeah, was somebody speaking there?
I don't know who that was, but carry on.
Yeah, I'm nobody here. I'm just by myself here. Anyways, sorry. I don't know if that sound is Yeah.
All right, give us a brief commentary, and then I'll be quiet, see if that helps. But carry on. Give us a brief commentary on the Fayose space.
Yeah, for me, I don't see anything about this Rufai thing that we are hyping the way we're hyping it. I listened to it this morning when it was being heard, I think live. And I come to realize that the issue is not with Rufai. The issue is with the politicians, the people that is being interviewed. That's what my conclusion. The guy is doing his job. You see, it's just unfortunate that we have a crop of politicians who are not clean, who are morally bankrupt, who who, uh, who can defend themselves, even though they might have justification of whatever sort to justify their actions. I mean, there's a way he could have, approached that question that was thrown to him. In fact, I don't even know why they're even, interviewing Fayose. Fayose for me is nobody this time at this point in Nigerian political history. I don't think that guy. I don't know why, but I know they brought him in just to ask him questions based on his newfound love with.
Do you think Rufai triggered him when he was saying that he was secretly recorded plotting to rig elections, etc.? He could not have said that and not expect a response from Fayose.
Yeah, but then,
did he deliberately prod at him, looking for a reaction?
Yeah, you see, the only thing I have about Rufai is that sometimes, let me not say that here right now. Maybe later I will say that. You see, with Rufai, that question he asked, in the context of what he was being said, because the question that was asked by Ruben Abati and the other lady, and look at how he was just rolling around the question and trying to justify. I mean, look at it. Trivialize the gravity of the situation at hand. Let's just move on, like Bola said, and let's just accept the whole thing and just move on. Where's the justice? That's what we're expecting a former governor, a chief executive of a state, the law enforcer of Ekiti State to have said justice has to be meted out. But he said, let's move on. So what happened to those people that were affected, that lost people, that were injured? He didn't even address that situation. That was why he had to comment.
What did you understand by let's move on? What did you think he meant by that?
Shut up, move on. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
Right.
Let's not sue anybody to court. Accept Ashwaju as your leader. Like I said, most people will say, and let's just move on. Take the case out of court. The election is never just. I mean, it's never a perfect election. The election is not the best, like he said in his word. But then it has happened. It's the best. I mean, it's at least for now in the context of where Nigeria is right now. Is what we can. That's the most we can get. So let's just move on. Let Ashwaju just rule, and everybody shut up. That's what he's saying.
Could a different understanding not be an invitation to douse the tension in the country, which is to say, bring it off the headlines? Is a matter for the police, not a matter for politics. Whatever happened in terms of infractions of the law.
But you've heard the police when they were asked the question. The CP in Lagos, when he was asked a question about MC Oluomo, but did you hear what he said?
What did he say?
He was only joking. That he was just only joking. More goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, number one, for the police, number one, a law enforcer in Lagos State for the police is saying that kind of a thing. Somebody is using a racial slur, ethnic and tribal bigotry on TV, on the live, however it was played on the internet, and then you are
tribal bigotry.
Yeah. He said Mama Chukudi or whatever it says. Do not come and woman. Don't make me go into all those topics right now.
Yeah, because it's not tribal bigotry; it's just a thing. Yeah.
This is what we're saying. However, we want to justify it, we can spin it, and however I want to spin it, make it look as trivial.
It's political brinksmanship. It's political brinksmanship.
One man. I wish Yorubas are the ones getting this treatment. I know what Yorubas would have done. If they let us reverse roles, the Igbos are the one doing this to the Yorubas. I know the Yorubas, they would have said the same thing that the Igbos
doing what to the Yorubas?
Tell them to
are we opening up that space already? Are the Yorubas making incursions in the southeast?
That's what I'm saying.
Insisting that they want to dominate them in their own land?
That's what I'm saying. That if we're to reverse role, let's switch role in this matter, and then we are the one getting this treatment. We're the same like Igbos moving out to other places, trying to spread across, and people are doing us this way. Would we not have reacted this way as well? Obviously, we would have. But then that's just hypothetical situation. But let's just go back to the question you asked me about Fayose. For me,
and more to it, Rufai. Yes.
Yeah, for me, what in the context of what he asking, you are saying we should just trivialize this thing. This is the same you when you were a governor. You did this, and you make it look as if it's of nothing, and then to this very day, you're not even saying anything about it. So what do you have to say about it? Because you're making it look as because you leaders, you are the leaders, you are the one-time governor, and then the way you people rule this country, you make it look like things that can just go like that without people being punished for what they do. So what do you have to say? I mean, as a governor, if somebody put me to be like that, I mean, I would defend myself. I would say, look, well, let them prove it in court. I think the case has been taken to court. Was I ever, was I ever punished for that? Was I ever sent to jail for that? Well, the record shows it. Rather than just, I know Rufai, it gets into the skin of those people. Maybe in a way they don't like it.
Do you think it's rude, Rufai is saying it?
It comes across rude sometimes. That's why I said that was one area I was trying to go to. You see, he should tone down this. If you want to just be direct, like he was saying.
Do you think it's combative? Do you think it's combative, Rufai is saying
like
it?
myself, right? I'm combative, right? Like myself.
No, not like you, but about specifically him. Do you think it's a combative sort of a?
Well, you see, sometimes you overdo certain things. I know Rufai does overdo certain things. For me, I would advise and I would suggest to him that he can ask the question, but he should tone down the way, because the way he come across sometimes, it's like he come across as being comfortable.
Do you think he's always inviting because this is not the first time. He had the same thing with Festus Keyamo. He had the same thing with that guy from the Middle Belt that wears the hat. He has the same thing. Do you think he invites them to a personal joust, to like a confrontation? Do you think that's his style?
Same with Omokri.
He did that with Omokri as well.
You see, the thing is this: it's just the way you come across to people. You know, sometimes your person. I mean, the way people see you. Sometimes it makes them to form an opinion before you, even before they even hear words from your mouth, or maybe they've seen your interaction with other people. They've already formed that opinion about you that this guy. I mean, if I also have this kind of interaction with this husband, so already look at what he said. Fayose said already. I've told Ube about him the day before that. I've spoken about you, meaning he has a preconceived idea of who this guy is.
So preconceived, he has antecedents now. We've just cited a few.
Yeah,
he has antecedents.
He has antecedents.
Why is it that it's only the APC that get so angry? What about
no? Settle down, Igelo. So sorry about that. Carry on. Yeah.
So you see,
it's Omokri APC.
No, rational mind. Carry on. Yeah.
Not just the APC. Our politicians. That was why when I started, I didn't say APC. I didn't say PDP. Our politicians, their maturity in politics is only just to mature to all this kind of dirty politics and nasty politics they play. But when it comes to public speaking and how to handle antagonists in public, they do not know how to do this because they've been so. Do
you think it is Rufai Oseni's job to rile up the politicians, to wind them up? Is that his job?
One man. You and I will live in foreign country. I don't know maybe where you live in. Maybe you people do your gentleman kind of politics. I've seen it here in America here, how politicians are being challenged to their very face. They ask them some silly, stupid questions. I mean, the host or whoever asks them questions, and somebody just laugh about it and they just make a joke of it. But our politicians, they do not have the stomach to stomach this kind of. That's why I said Rufai needs to tone down. That's my advice to him.
Did you see anything? Did you see anything wrong in the way he handled Fayose? Rufai Oseni.
One man. Sincerely speaking, I see nothing wrong with it. Because he's doing his job. He's asking him. But the only thing I can say is that sometimes the way he come across that has made people to form an opinion of him. That this guy is so, is this kind of people that's so confrontational. This kind of person that's confrontational. He wants to get in between your skin. He just want to. Make you look bad on national TV, as some people think. Just needs to tone it down. And there's this kind of thing he does sometimes, which I don't really like about him. He will praise you before he brings. I mean,
yes, he was trying to do
walk,
Peter the Rock, like as
like
though.
I said, no, it's not right. It's not right necessary. Just be real. Be real. Ask your question. Just put the question to them in a more friendly way. Make them understand that, look, I have nothing against you. It's just I'm doing my job. But then, the way this whole thing is going with him, I just see that they might end up firing him. Or letting him
but they should have a long time ago. A lot of people say that. Yeah,
no, I don't believe that. I don't believe.
You don't believe that?
Our politics, our journalism in Nigeria has not matured to that level. Journalism in Nigeria is still practicing like, oh, look, let's not offend them, and because we know how they also benefit from these politicians. Some of them, they don't want to lose the audience. They don't want to lose because if they are aligned to one political party, it boosts their viewership and all of that. But then, hey, politics. I mean, journalism will be journalism. Like we see these days, journalism is not like the journalism we see back then. Journalism now is that a lot of them are a lot of the media houses, they are inclined. Okay, you are talking about this. How about TVC? TVC it is glaring that they are for Tinubu. You never see them air anything against Tinubu on TVC. Take it from me. Go on TVC, you will never hear them speak against Ashwaju or anything or whatever policy. They will not even anything about APC. So what are we talking about? So I don't mind, because I know here in America too, we have left-leaning media, we have right-leaning media like Fox. They will tell you outrightly that this is what they do here. So the point is, Nigerian journalism, our journalism in Nigeria has not. Some people are trying. People like this guy, what's his name? This guy was talking about Oseni, but it's getting the pushback because the Nigerian space, the kind of journalism is being corrupted. It's very corrupt. And some people like him will not last there. So that's why, for me, I just want him to remain there because I think one of the reasons why Arise is getting that viewership, beside that thing, is because of Rufai Oseni. He's one of those people that is really pushing.
Do you think that's why he has not been fired yet? Because he's popular with the NSAS generation, sort of.
It could be because I wonder why this guy Unduka or Baigbena is still keeping him. But I think it's because they knew that if this guy is let go, it might affect their viewership. Because I must tell you, a lot of people, they just like me, maybe they're obedient, and some other people who are obedient leaning, they like Rufai Oseni, the way he gets into the skin of those, he gets between the skin of those politicians. But the point is,
do you think it's partisan? Do you think Rufai Oseni is? Do you think it's partisan?
That's what people like Fayose.
No, I'm asking what you think. Do you think it's partisan?
You mean on Arise?
No, in general, on Arise, but then in general, then manifesting it on Arise.
Well, on Arise, I think he doesn't do much of the partisanship on there. He tries not to do it. But even
you don't think it's partisan on Arise?
But if you talk about other places where he features, where he does his own podcast, whatever, you kind of see that is where people are kind of like forming that opinion that we know where you belong. You are this. You are more.
What do you think his politics is? What do you think his politics is?
Its politics is this kind of politics that I'll say the truth to you. I will tell it to you however you want.
No, that's his journalism. It's politics. What do you think his politics is? In terms of the leanings in Nigeria, why do you think he leans?
I don't know him personally. I will go.
No, you know him publicly now. So from your observation,
I want to go by his public appearance and his utterances in public, which is more of his journalistic whatever he says during his editorial or his podcast. That's what I would judge him by that. I think he's more of this progressive kind of person. He's a progressive, but the progressive that he wants to see is the kind of whereby people are held accountable. That's kind of politics he wants to play.
If you were to put a political party to that ideology, which political party would it be?
Well, I think it will be Labour. Yeah. I mean, he has not hidden.
So it's an obedient.
I know you're trying to lead me somewhere.
Yeah, well, we all know it's an obedient now. So why didn't you just say it?
Like me now, you call me obedient, right? Even though I'm not obedient.
No, you are a self-confessed. Yeah.
No, I've told you. I mean, I think I've heard him say too that he's not obedient, but he's obe-leaning because he sees him as a way, like I've said it on this platform, that a way by which you can move away from these old oligarchs and move into a new crops of politicians that might possibly come forward with him. Like we're seeing in Abia State. I'm not saying the guy is not an APC guy formally, I know, but we see these kind of people that are not really entrenched in the system, possibly. And maybe gradually, we'll phase all of them out. We'll bring in new people. We shall see how that plays out. But my point is that, yeah, he should tone down this thing, but I just hope he survives this one that just happened recently. Yes, a few hours ago. If Induka or Biden does not fire him, because I think too much of complaint about him is just getting too much. And I know these politicians are deliberately doing this.
You know they find you know they have fined that organization off the back of his behavior. The Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, they've had reasons off the back of Rufai Oseni's antics to fine Arise TV.
I don't know. Can you tell me which of them? Which one specifically?
I can't recall the specific occasion, but I can recall then when they fined him. I think it was some maybe some interview. No. They fined a raft of them then, and he was they fined Arise TV, but the reasons were linked to. I'll dig it up if you like, but I think they have it.
I can't remember any of that, because the only thing I know is that channels, the like of channels, Arise and AIT, they were airing some program, maybe anti-government or whatever.
No, there was a time they interviewed Imam Powerful. But it's a different yeah.
Arise was fined for on a Tinubu drug-related allegation thing.
Okay.
They made some affirmative allegations there, which was basically unsupported by any evidence, and NBC fined them. That was less than a year ago now.
So, but who was the one who you remember? Who was that person?
The same three guys.
The same three guys. Wow, that's it.
They interview Udehin, or what do you call that? That's Pratt, that's in US. Yes.
Yeah, I remember they interviewed that guy. So I don't know. Maybe that's why they fired him. But the point is, I know we can always single out this guy as being maybe the ringleader of those people. I know Ruben Abati there is their lead there. He's the lead anchor there. So, but I don't know. But then the thing is that sometimes we just have to allow people to speak their mind, do their job. It's up to you who is being interviewed. That was why Ruben was saying that. It's up to you to either answer the question. We ask you the question, you answer. You can ask me a question, and I say, I'm not answering. You won't force me. So, yeah, it's our politician needs to be mature. You need to understand that politics is not about just, it's not like Baba Yabo once said, it's a do or die affair. Well, that's what they say, but it's not a do or die affair. It's just do your thing and go, and that's it. If people don't, it's up to the public to form whatever opinion. But you see, I see Fayose's interview today as, even from his temperament and the way it speaks, I see desperation in him. It's desperate for recognition, for some kind of public. I might be wrong, but that's how I read it. It's so desperate. Even this temperament and the tempo by which he spoke today. It's not the Fayose that I used to know. Maybe I don't know whatever is going on with him. But the thing is, for me, is that our politicians just need to learn, need to be mature in public speaking, in handling these journalists when they ask them some questions that can be very personal. That's how I just ended at that.
Are you looking to see some sort of? Do you expect that there'll be some noticeable changes in how Rufai interacts with guests off the back of this public lashing by Fayose?
Say that, please. Repeat that. Okay, we didn't go on.
No, I'm saying, do you expect to see a noticeable change in how Rufai interacts with guests off the back of this public lashing by Fayose?
Well, if he gets a query from his news outlet, and look, this whole thing is becoming too much. You need to tone it down. I think maybe if you listen to people like us and other people who must have advised him, maybe he needs to just tone it down. So I should expect to see, but I think ever since we've seen so many people that have had issues, like the issue of Reno, where somebody was saying that was it Reno's cousin or one of his cousin or nephew was saying that, he texted me, he said I would make sure I would deal with him, something like that. That alone in itself, if those texts were to be true, like they said it was, that's enough to fire him, to get rid of him from the organization. So who knows what Arise must have told him in private that, look, they queried him, he responded and said, look, I'm doing my job or whatever. I don't know whatever he said, or he was able to prove himself. But then the thing is, at some point I saw him after some of this incident, I saw him a little bit, he toned down a little bit. You see, one man, the thing is this, I don't see why we should make a molehill out of, a mountain out of a molehill in this matter. You see, these are some of the things that some trivial thing that
It's a recurring decimal though. Daniel Boala, Reno Mokri, what's his name? All of them, Festus Kiyamo. This guy always combative, very, very, very. As soon as he says hello, he invites them immediately to a personal joust.
All right. You see, I won't dispute that with you. The way he talks about, the way he confronts people with questions, and his demeanor sometimes it appears like, oh, it's about to. When they start praising you first, and you start knowing that there's something coming out from this guy, just be ready for him, But then it just for me, like you said, the question you're asking, do I expect this? I expect him to really work on some things within himself, the way he presents himself before those people he interviews. Let him tone down. Let him tone it down. If he survives this, well, maybe he's going to change. And if he doesn't change, well, maybe some Nigeria kind of news platforms, it's not ready. It's not the kind of place he wants to. Journalism. Maybe he should just go and create his own, maybe build his own podcast or build his own radio station where he can continue that. If they were alive, NBC would grant him. Yeah, go on, please.
All right. I'll take only two brief interjections. I want to manage that interjection. It's getting a bit too lengthy. So two very brief interjections, and then I'll go on then to Ogbeni.
Yeah, you said we need to allow people to express themselves. If you want people to express themselves, is it in that manner which Rufai express himself while he attacked just a certain set of people and dance and laugh and smile with the others? And I don't understand the story you've been saying all the while, to be honest. Just talk straight. We all know Oseni is supporting, is an obedient. All this, you are trying to package him, you are trying to still nail him as well. The guy need to adjust. There is no two way to it. It's too much. I don't know what you mean by we need to allow people to express themselves. I don't get it.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. And the second person wanted to interject as well.
Hi, Joseph.
Go on, Joseph.
My brother, while he was speaking, he also make us to understand that he believed that Oseni is doing his job. The work of journalism, whatever you cannot substantiate, you cannot prove. When you want to say it, you say an allege. Oseni never said it was alleged. He said, can you remember on you, somebody recorded you? That thing Oseni said, he cannot prove it. Even the person who he claimed he record Fayose couldn't prove it. In journalism, what you cannot prove, you said is alleged. But for him to direct it to Fayose is a war. It looked like personal insult to him. That is it. So we should look at issue from the angle it is, not bend it to one side because we want it to suit on that side. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's take the conversation on and move it on in the direction of Ogbeni. Ogbeni, are you ready?
Can I have the right of a rebuttal?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Right to reply. Yeah, go on. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Montreal that is streamline because sometimes it gets go on.
You see, DOG and the other person who spoke, I can't see your name from here. I think the screen will allow me to see. Anyway, so you see, you guys.
That was Joseph. Yeah,
Joseph, okay. Yeah. You have a point. You both have a point. When I mean you have a point with DOG, your point is that he needs to change. He needs to work on himself. But then that I spin things. Well, it's up to you to judge that and the audience to judge that for himself. I won't go into any debate with you on that. But I'm saying it the way I see it, that you don't need to stifle, especially when people are doing a noble job as journalism. We don't do a curative kind of journalism whereby people have to be. We're not living in North Korea. No, we are living in a democratic society. Our leaders, those politicians, need to understand that. And I think, maybe it's too early for me to go into that phase right now. To go into that point right now. And we're gradually going to that phase with this new person that's going to take over the helms of our affair very soon, whereby journalism will be stifled. Everything will be.
Does it have a history of that, Tinubu?
What? Woman. woman.
Is there any antecedent?
Don't get me started on that for now. Maybe
No. Just give us a flavor because that's a big thing to say.
woman. If I say it just in just a few sentences, I'll be able to make sense with it. Because I know people will also like they will spin my word after that and say, "Oh, this is what you said." You see, the point I'm trying to make is that when somebody have a pattern, well, did I think he has this pattern from the beginning? Well, maybe not maybe not when he was a governor, but after he left, we started seeing a pattern of propaganda with him and whatever he has established in Lagos. Well, let's just leave that. That's not my point. My point is this: that we're gradually getting to that phase whereby media in Nigeria will be like we're living in a North Korea kind of system whereby.
What are the indicators? What are the indicators for you to say that?
Just few weeks ago, we heard Bola saying that the media should stop granting audience to this guy,
Peter Obi.
Peter Obi, and himself during the presidential election. During the election campaign, he never one time gave. To opposing media house to even question him. Okay, fine. You don't want to even allow. Okay, why don't you even allow your own TVC or whatever other people to also let's see one man. If I start with that now, I know a lot of you will bring people you rebut it with so many things.
No, that is not true. Tinubu was interviewed.
Yeah, we go again. Yeah, I'm already.
Yeah, but he allowed BBC now.
He allowed BBC, right? And BBC is Nigeria, right?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Journalists matter. Thank you very much. Just the same way, it doesn't matter.
Journalists anywhere.
He has to go. You will justify it now. Just the way he has to go to, to the UK or France. Go and constitute his government there, right?
The spinner. You know you won't agree. The spinner. I know you.
All right. All right. Your reputation precedes you.
Yeah. So DOG,
real spinner.
He needs to work on himself. He needs to work on himself. Yeah. So that's just what I have to play. Let me
all right, brilliant. Let me take the conversation on and move it in the direction of Ogbeni. So Ogbeni, so now it's Rufai Oseni, who is openly partisan. Should he be a frontline politician to the level of being in one of the premier platforms and one of their marquee programs? Is it too partisan to be sort of a public figure? And the tongue lashing from Fayose, was it long overdue? Ogbeni, good to see you.
Good. I think it's morning in Scotland. Okay. Good evening. I think it's still evening. Good evening, everybody. Woma, you see, in a country like Nigeria, where we don't take serious the importance of protecting people's character and name, where people build name, and we have this culture of, if you like, pull the person down, as long as some people who may be the minority in the society, but the most noise makers in the society believe the man should be pulled down. We don't protect our character, we don't protect our names and reputation. In such a country, people don't place emphasis on what they call libel case and defamation. If we live in a society, Rational Man is trying to use example of US, UK, Western world. I'll go to US, UK, Western world with him and I'll school him on why what Rufai is doing is not professionalism.
There's some rustling noise where you are.
Oh, sorry, my son sleeping.
Oh, okay. No, it's fine. Carry on. Yeah.
So you see, what he's just doing is what I call courageous ignorance. He's just being courageous in his ignorance and lack of proper training. Okay, that's what he's doing. If he's doing this kind of thing in a country where libel and defamation, people place emphasis on it, by now, the whole station called Arise will not even be existing. And by the way, I don't know why you call Arise, is it premium or what do you just...
Yeah, it's one of the premier... It is, isn't it? It's one of the... He has one of the widest reach, is one of the most followed,
Maybe we have different meanings for that. Maybe my own meaning is different from yours anyway. I don't see it so. Arise is just less than 10 years ago, and go and look at how many people is even listening to Arise. So, but that is by the way. Even NTA still have more followers than Arise, but that is by the way. But where I'm going is this. I'll just give you one case. You remember this case of this woman, Catherine Belton, in the UK? That woman was sued by Abraham, what do you call this Russian guy that they've collected some of his things now? This sport guy. Is it Abramovich?
Abramovich.
Yes, I would employ or enjoy rational mind to go and read that story. You will understand why training is very important for any journalist. But for me, I've looked at Rufai Oseni over time. First, when I check his profile, sometimes I discover he's not a professional journalist. He's an agriculturalist. I think he studied agriculture from school. And I've not seen National University of Union of NUJ and all this training. I've not seen it in his profile. I've tried to check his LinkedIn, and I'm not sure he has gone for some professional courses. You know, it's easy for somebody who is not professionally trained to come out and, you know, practice. It's just like teaching profession. Teaching profession, for instance, you could see people who are not well trained as an educationist. Okay, when you see them coming to class to teach, the way they teach is different from when you see somebody who studied education, right, as a course will teach. Because somebody who studied education, for instance, must have gone through process of this is how to teach, this is how to handle crowd control, crowd management, child psychology, child development, and all that. So the way that person will teach as a professional will be different from somebody who just study physics and you can't find job and you find yourself in a classroom. That's the way I see Rufai Oseni. Rufai Oseni is not a professional journalist as far as I'm concerned, except he prove otherwise, but his profile doesn't show so. So because of that, once in a while, I tend to just overlook some of his exuberances. Rufai Oseni is arrogant, he's rude, he's confrontational, he's too personal in his questions, and he's combative. These are bad qualities.
Is there a distinction between being combative and being probing? Because I think the Nigerian space, they conflate being combative with being probing. They said,
No.
yes, it's going after them. It can go after them without being combative.
I will give one
But
instance.
it's more like a personal attack with Rufai. Yeah.
One man will give you an instance. You see, it's easy for people to just miss all these things up. If you meet a true journalist, I'll give you an instance. I'm a bit close to Series Toba. That man is a veteran journalist. And but not a confrontational person. But I will tell you somebody who is not personal, but is being combative, okay, and is not confrontational. And it's even people that are even more professional than Rufai. Rufai is not the first person. You remember Kadira. Kadira is more even hard on people. But the way Kadira will present it, you will know that this is a professional talking. Go and watch some of Kadira's interview with Babangida. Kadira put it directly to Babangida that you handed over practically for Abacha. Babangida was speechless. He put it, I watched another of her interview where she put it to Babangida that you killed your friend, Mama Fasta, for nothing. Babangida couldn't really defend it. And so many other people that woman has interviewed, better than Rufai, better professionalism, but always firm and hard on anybody who's coming to interview. I watched, was he one of these guys? Either go one of these guys or Baba Shonekon before he died or something like that. And they asked, who among the journalists do you think, if you are going for the interview, you have to prepare so well for and you have to be very calm? And he said, Kadira. That is hallmark of journalism. Not for you to be going personal. Let's beat it down a bit. And before I even leave that space, one thing about Kadira is you won't even connect Kadira to any partisan boss. Rufai, you can easily connect Rufai. If you want to test this, just go to Rufai's Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. You will simply know the party Rufai stands for. So where's his journalism? When it is clear on your Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn and Facebook that you are standing for Peter Obi, every day you see him in Instagram, you are celebrating this man, you are standing for him, you are talking against other parties. By the time you now bring other parties to the station, you'll be laughing and smiling when you have interviewed Labour Party people, but when there's a good news from the other side, you all come to your station to be vilified, denigrate it, talk down on it. You don't even appreciate the little good things coming from the other camp. That's not journalism. Journalists expect you to be objective. If there's a good thing coming from the government, then you try to analyze it in a very neutral and objective way.
You see, what particularly got to me was that there was a phase he wanted to land on the violence in Lagos, but he glossed over all of the. I've seen clips of INEC offices being burnt in Katsina, vehicles savaged and ravaged, people brutalized, River State everywhere. We saw images in, was it in Imo State that some guy was beaten to a pulp just for all over the country, but he glosses over that to then highlight Lagos and then point to Tinubu. I mean, it's just that guy is not a journalist. He is not.
If you read a book, I've told you he's an agriculturalist, so that is settled.
Yeah, even either by training or by instinct, he's not a journalist. He's too partisan.
One man. Can I say something?
You see,
can I say something?
Yeah, come in.
I think we're being selective in what we say. It's easy for us to say, well, he talks about Lagos a lot. But did you hear when, what's his name? Fayose said something about, why is it that my friend, I mean, he singled out Arise, that Arise is an enemy of Wike. Is it not because they also talk about Wike and River State? Sometimes you see, let's not.
No. But they are critical of Wike, and which they should be. But what he was just saying is just a balanced. They are never critical of spaces that they have political affiliations with, either as a platform or individual journalist. I think that
one man. You see, sometimes, like Farotimi said, don't die in their war. Don't die in their war. And I think that, that advice is actually first for Rufai Oseni. We all know who his boss is. He's just a pawn in their hand. Your ball is into the guy that involved in a 2.5 billion scandal. Just yesterday, how can we forget 2015? He returned some money back to the federal government of Nigeria. And they said, okay, go in peace. So we know where he stands. And you know his issue with Wike. So they have personal issues, even with Tinubu, and that's why Tinubu said, I won't go to you, it's a camp of enemy. Why do I have to go to your boys? So when you come and start blaming Tinubu here, you don't really know them. You don't know what they have together. This day, since when? You don't know what they have together, and that's why I tell people, I say, you don't know them. You think you know them. So, you see, the way I describe Rufai, if you read this book, Hayiko Hama's book of Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born, Hayiko Hama mentioned a bird there. That bird is called Shishi Dodo. He said that Shishi Dodo loves maggot a lot, but at the same time, the Shishi Dodo hates human beings' feces. That's defecation. But he loves maggot. And where do you get maggots most? You get maggot from that. That's exactly the way I see this guy. Okay, this guy is talking about Sanwo-Olu and the Lagos APC guys. They are accommodating people, killing people, beating, lacerating, and others. Was this not the same Sanwo-Olu you were bragging about, that you have his number and you will call? So all of a sudden, that Sanwo-Olu has now become a killer? Can you see how people could be so hypocritical? And that is why I find it so funny. Okay, look at the way he most time, like somebody said, which I agree with the person, he doesn't come out to say the alleged. Most times, and that's why I say libel is not really in vogue in our country, and that is why you see they say all this and get away with it. What was the problem he had with Keyamo? The major problem he had with Keyamo was to say that Bola Tinubu was actually convicted in the US. And he was, Keyamo was trying to let him understand that, no, you are not a lawyer, I'm a lawyer. There is civil forfeiture, which is different from criminal forfeiture. What Tinubu had in US was civil forfeiture. They went after his property and not himself. But he didn't even take that. He was just making such allegations so positively that whoever wants to pick that up, is just a simple case in court. Just one paper is enough for you. Come and establish what you said. And if the court resolves that it's a civil forfeiture, you are gone. as a professional. Your license is gone in a developed country. Okay, what was the issue he had with Omokri? He was emphasizing that Tinubu did not go to University of Chicago. Omokri said, I went there. I went to the chief registrar. They show me his name. He went there. This guy kept saying no. And they were almost exchanging, having altercation on the TV. How can your word, you sit down in maybe Lagos or Abuja, which studio? You didn't go to US to go and verify. And you're arguing against somebody who went. Is that journalism? Where is his professionalism? You're arguing against somebody who went to the US. Omokri was even showing his video. He was standing before. Yes, please.
Sorry. Funny enough, there was even a video Omoke recorded to prove that. See, I'm here.
Yes.
So I'm in
Yes.
this university. That everybody even
What's happening to
support that.
everybody's audio today? It's not coming through.
Including mine.
Yeah, no, that's better now. Carry on.
Oh, okay. So, and they were arguing. How can you be arguing? How can it be your own evidence or your own testimony is essay at best? What you gather from Udain and all those your boys, that all those their data boys outside there. But Omokri was telling you that see me before the university. Omokri was also telling that see, if there's anybody that hates Tinubu, I'm number one. I don't like the guy. But let me tell you, leave this Chicago University thing. The man went to the University of Chicago. He kept arguing. Then where's journalism there? Then it means that you are just there on a persecution venture. You are not there to be objective and educate. The first duty of press is you educate and you inform people. So you are not there. You are there to confuse people. You are there to just force through your own truth through these people's throats. Then what was the issue he had now with Fayose? On Fayose issue, he didn't even say an allegation. He was just saying, oh, you remember you were secretly recorded, and so is that what you want us to be happening in Nigeria? What another you can see when you go to the US space and you say, oh, you have seen people, rational mindset, you have seen journalists that ask more hard question and and all those things. You have seen journalists. See, no journalist in the US will ask you libelous question. No journalist in the US will tell you categorically that this happened to you that has not been proven. They will tell you it's an allegation.
No, don't come here.
Give me an instance.
Hold on.
Give me an
Don't come here
instance.
and be talking like as if.
Give me an instance now.
I understand you're a lawyer.
If you want to interject, wait.
If
you want to interject, tell me you want to interject.
Can I interject you? I'm
Please
saying
be
that now.
brief about it so that I don't lose my plot.
Okay, can I interject you now?
Yeah, you can.
You want to continue? All right, thank you. Now you said you want to school me. Well, I'm not a lawyer. For so that you know that. But I know you said you're a lawyer. I know you speak like one. That you're going to school me on libel here. I don't know what you're talking about. If you know how the media here operates, recently we had. Let me go with Trump. I don't like using this, but I want to use this. If you know what so many what's it called? So many media houses here they were saying, especially the left-wing media houses, saying categorically, even before the grand jury and the case was brought before the New York case, they been saying here that he had an affair. He had something with this lady, Stormy Daniels. They were saying it categorically. So, and if he wanted to sue them, why didn't he sue them? That is libelous, isn't it? So you're making it sound like this libel, whatever you call it, it's something that could really be defined. If you feel somebody has maligned you, say something that is libelous, take him to court. The court will decide it. I'm not saying whatever he said is libelous. It is left for, but you can spin it whatever. You can say it's libelous. You can brand it a name. It's up to you. But the point is, and you can say maybe because he studied agriculture, he's not a professional. Well, I can agree to that. Maybe he's not a professional. But then you see, sometimes the same thing you are accusing him of doing. That's what we're doing here too now, trying to attack his personality. Yeah, he's not professional. He's doing this, is that. Well, but for me, what I just want to say to you is that there's something something I want to challenge you on this issue of the Tinubu you're talking about. But maybe that will be in a later session. Maybe
no, challenge him now. You can have a conversation so long as it's not rowdy. It's the rowdiness that we are moving away from here.
You can challenge me, but before you challenge him, let me address that issue.
Okay, go on.
You see, I also live in the Western world. Don't think I live in a village, right?
I didn't say that. I didn't say you live in a village. I know you live in Scotland. I know. But you
Is Oseni dipped out or what? Or is it my system?
No, I can hear you. We can hear you. I think his system dropped, or maybe it dropped.
Here you are. Oseni lives in Ekiti. He's not living in the Western world.
No, he lives in Scotland, he said. Are you still there, Obani? One man, are you there?
I'm hearing you, rational mind. Is it just two of us hearing ourselves, or the rest people are in different platforms?
I think so. They don't kick you.
I'm hearing you guys. I'm hearing you guys.
Oh,
Joseph,
I'm
hearing you.
okay.
Yeah,
So what's going on?
I think Benny went. I don't know. Something happened to his system.
No, can you hear me? Amir, can you
We can
hear
hear
me?
you now, Benny.
We can hear you now.
Okay. No. I was just joking so that you don't think I'm still in my village. I've come back from my village. But no, by and large, this is what I'm telling you. Politicians do soup journalists a lot in the US, and I'll give you an instance. Trump has a lot of cases in court against journalists. If you are not aware, a lot of libel case. There's an instance I know very well because I use it in one of my researches. Trump sued this guy they call Paul Wadman, right? Paul Wadman, yeah, that's the name, on a New York Post, right? Was it New York Post? Yeah, New York Times. Sorry, he sued Paul Wadman on New York Times, sometimes around June or July 2019, and ever since then they have still been suing to date, right? And Trump has been winning some, he has been losing some. Okay, the more they sue you, the more you get careful. You won't see them, okay, I'm not a journalist, but I like to be very careful because by my training, I know of law of libel very well. So I try to be very careful. For instance, I tell you, I believe Oseni is not that professional because I've gone to check his LinkedIn, which is a professional where I should be able to get his qualification and others. And I realized that he's not a journalist by training, he's an agriculturalist, right? And I will stop there. And I say, okay, I check his LinkedIn, I can't find anything on National Union of Journalism, all those school of journalism and others. And I think he should be very proud of publishing it on LinkedIn if he's done. And I also went further to say, okay, I assume he can rebut that. That is the way you present things and you don't go libelous. But when you now try saying, oh, it's a drug bearer, he's convicted, and somebody is telling you that this guy was not convicted, that's libel. You are already drilling towards libel and you are putting your organization in trouble. You are saying somebody did not go to University of Chicago. And the person who went there said, no, he went there, I've seen it. You are putting yourself on that wrong path. Okay, this one you are saying, okay, they recorded you secretly. Is that what you are putting that's all what I'm just saying. I love Rufai if he could add a taste of professionalism. I just mentioned Kadira. Kadira, go and watch Kadira very well. Kadira always add on her host or on whoever she's interviewing, even harder than Rufai. But he won't present it in that categorical way that they can easily link you. And you won't go to Kadira's LinkedIn, Facebook, and others, and you will see her celebrating one party where you are bringing that person's enemy on TV the next day, and you want to be objective. So when you now say, oh yes, maybe the way Rufai come through to people and others, no, it is because they always connect Rufai's life outside that TV station with what he does in the TV station, and they always align. So if you're outside, you are saying, oh, this drug pusher should not be allowed to do this, you are putting it on your Instagram, and you are coming the next day to do journalism and ask people whether it is true that this man is a drug pusher. You've already taken a position on your platform. So you are no longer objective. That's my point. It's just like Abati. Abati is a politician. Abati is a card-carrying member of PDP.
I think sorry, Obeni, I think that was one of the pushbacks that he got from Festus Giamo, that is either a debater or a journalist. You can't be a journalist asking questions and then be a co-panelist arguing from a political standpoint. That guy, I'll be surprised if it's not gone by the end of the month.
I'm not sure it will go. Do you know why? They make money. They're making money through that guy. They'll be having more viewers through that guy. And then they have a political party to themselves. And do you know why I say this? Enough of them. First and foremost, they know that APC will not bring his money to come and advertise or settle them for any information or any news. So APC area is gone.
Advertise there. They advertise ABC. Advertise on the rise. Yeah.
And yes, but not as much as they advertise on TVC, right? And not as much as they advertise on channels. They will still want to balance it, right? But they know that APC will not bankroll TVC Arise. Because if APC bankroll Arise, then you are just strengthening your enemy. Because the way Arise has positioned itself is the personal issue of their boss with Tinubu and Wike and Tinubu side and other. Secondly, they know that the G5, you need to see the way this guy denigrate and vilify G5. I've watched Rufai one day calling G5 what? They say it's integrity group, and it was just, and it will be that's the kind of thing I detest. If they said they are G5 and
did you see how he was laughing when Fayose was that professional? The way he was smirking and chuckling, is that behavior? You know they switched the screen and then just made it double screen. Abati and Fayose. It was because that guy, and you say it will last the end of the month. I suspect not.
One man. You remember one man that was sacked on? Is it Good Morning Britain? Is it Good Morning Britain? One of these British very popular show. They sacked that guy because you have a question and he started laughing or something like that, something very ridiculous. Sometimes they said they're not professional enough. They sacked him. So when we start comparing developed countries with our own country and we could be truthful about it, but when we don't, when we use a comparator that we don't really balance our views well and compare this thing well, it gets me. I don't know the way because we brought all this standard and everything from here, right, from the Western world. So if you are bringing it in, then we should be able to bring it well and synchronize with our system. Not that in one way you become a lamb when you are questioning some set of guys. And when you are now questioning some set of guys that seems like enemy, then Piers Morgan, yeah. When you are questioning another people that seem like enemy, you become a tiger. It shouldn't be like that. And let me tell you,
Ogbeni,
yes.
Ogbeni, sorry, can I interject you again?
Yes, rational.
You see, you need to understand there's a difference between when you read the news out there and then when you have opinion people on the news media dishing out their opinions. Ruben Abati, the other girl, let's say, what's her name? And this guy we're talking about, they're both opinion molders on Arise. They're not reading news as out there. They get news, however it's gotten out there, and they sit on set. It's done here in America.
Okay.
Like we have like of Tucker Carlson, we have on CNN, what's his name? A lot of them on CNN. They don't read news. They just opinion. They talk about news, that's whatever news, and they make their own opinion. They have their own leaning. So you won't find fault with them if they have their own leaning towards anything. It's now left for the individual. I mean, you see, that's what I'm saying to you. If you are here, you understand it better.
But Tucker Carlson is a declared Republican.
Yeah, of course. But he works with
can I interject?
Yeah, but is Rufai a declared obedient?
Can I interject, please?
I don't know. But I know from his politics that it's labor leaning or obedient leaning. That's what I would say.
Can I interject?
Yeah. So my point is this. Yeah, you interject, my friend, please. So my point is this: that these guys are not reading news to us. They are opinion molders based on their news outlet, wherever they belong, whatever their news outlet, whatever they link to, either PDP or Labour. So we should not criticize these guys if it's left for it's left for the people they're interviewing to either answer the question or say no. We've seen that here on many times where people, you ask them a question, they say, well, I'm not answering your question. Or they just dance around it, or they just get mad at it. They walk out of the set, off camera. They just walk out. So the point is, you see, like I said, we have not, don't get me wrong, I agree with this guy, what's his name? I agree with you in what you said. He needs to work on some things. I agree he needs to work on so many things. But that we should continue finding fault. Our politicians are not, well, let me just let you continue let me not take it off so that you continue.
I want to interject before you continue, my brother.
All right, interject and then back to Ogbeni. And then Ogbeni, after that interjection, to the question, is Rufai a frontline journalist? But let's hear from you, Joseph.
Rufai, Ruben Abati, and that lady, they are not interpreting or giving their opinion. If you want to give example of person that give his opinion, go to TVC, BKO. This man gave his opinion, he analyzed, he will say, this is my opinion. I can remember vividly when Ruben Abati and Wiki, when they get it hot with each other, Ruben Abati also make a statement that when he started journalism, he don't know where Wiki was by then. That to tell you, they are not there to analyze, they are there on journalism. He has stated it clear before. So they know what they are doing. I've given you example, BKO in Arise, in TVC. Those are the people who analyze on opinion. And when he finish it, he will say, this is my opinion. Thank you very much. I just want to correct that point.
No, you are right in what you said, actually, and that's the distinction right there, because it's not an opinion show; it's a newscast show, or not
It's not a newscast.
not news reading, but politics led. It's not a bank of journalists gathered to discuss political affairs. It's a frontline politician being presented to interact with their audience on matters political. But the way Rufai handles it is just a gotcha. It's just looking for gotcha all the time.
Yes, and I agree with what that speaker just
Joseph,
talked about.
yeah.
I think it's Patoski. Okay, it's Joseph. Just said. For me, they are not there. Yeah, they are there to express opinion, right? But it is to analyze that issue, whatever issue they are discussing. It is to analyze. Let me tell you. You see, people keep wondering where is that MKO daughter. You can't find that lady there.
You know, I'm going to do a journalistic search for that woman. I want the story behind her expulsion.
And some people
from that
have
space.
alleged that her last appearance on that their platform was when they started putting at that issue, at that history in issue, when they brought O'Dane and all those their data guys in US, and they started connecting MKO Abiola with a drug pushing thing, all to just ensure that they find a bad name for Tinubu by all means. And somebody alleged that was the last program that lady had with them. So is that journalism? So I don't understand. That's why I said, for me, even if you have to analyze, be constructive with it. There are good things that have happened under this government, but when you see them, go back and see the way they analyze it. Some they won't even talk about it. It's not an issue for them. Good things that happen in the government that you should commend and move on that for. Some they don't even bother to analyze it. Some they will analyze it, and the only thing they will just do is just denigrate it and just talk less on it as they like. That's for me. And lastly, you see, when people come and say they refuse to talk to Arise TV, so they refuse to talk to Nigeria, I tell people that's fallacious. Arise TV is not Nigeria. How many people watches or listen to Arise TV? And people start saying Arise TV, oh, so they refuse to talk to Nigeria because they refuse to talk to Arise TV. That's not logical. That's fallacious. Arise TV is just a businessman enterprise. It's owned by Nduka Obiagba, and we know where he stands. And we know what he has done to our country before. We know his history. So why will you say Arise TV is Nigeria? Whichever of them they speak to, they are not speaking to Nigerians. Then some Nigerians can go and wash. But how many out of 200 million, how many is even washing them? So that narrative, I don't buy that narrative of, oh, they don't speak to Arise, so they don't speak to Nigeria. Arise is Arise sharing his profit with 200 million Nigerians? So why is Arise TV personifying Nigeria? They are just doing their own business.
So
All
that's
all
my
right.
main take on that.
All right, brilliant. And that, just your objection to that sweeping generalization of Nigeria or Nigerians. You hear it from political spaces that the Nigerians want. This is what Nigerians want. No, you hear it especially if I should narrow it down. You hear it from the obedience space a lot that they always say Nigerians, Nigeria. No, no, no. You're a political space within a wider space. So what you want politically is certainly obviously not the generality of what the whole population wants, because the politics tells us so. The politics elected somebody different from your political leaning. So you don't speak for Nigeria, you speak for a subset, which is a significant subset, but not the totality of everybody. So that loose term, the Nigerians, it rankles me as well. This is what Nigerians want, etc. But Obeni, let me insert the super chats that have been coming into the conversation where they are pointing it. Then I want to take the conversation next to Ajande Koko if it's ready and expand it to bring Fayose even further in. He has been suspended from APC, from PDP rather. So we explore that. But let me bring the super chats in, led in this instance by led in this instance by Hizon, who rescues his wallet from Fort Knox to super chat to say, please stop. Oseni is a national treasure and he asks the tough questions that needs to be put before these people. We accept oppression. Sad. Yes, that's the obvious pushback against anybody that weighs against Rufai Oseni. But as Ogweni just excellently just described just then, we have instances of people like Kadira Ahmed. You don't get more punching, and she punches with fact, but with elegant language. Of course, she's BBC trained, so you see that standard there. Of course, British trained, so you have that expectation. But you see that as the standard. You don't get more cutting than Kadira Ahmed, but she damns you with faint praise. She cuts through you with elegance and grace. So unlike that street, we saw him fighting the police on the street just now because they told him not to drive on a bus lane. So that's it, the tautization, if there's such a word, of journalism. Thank you, Ahizon. Hopefully your wallet doesn't go back into Fort Knox. But a man whose wallet never in Fort Knox, always by his side, Kulata, joins the super chat. Super chat into the conversation. Rufai is a dunderhead, animal husbandry qualified quack pontificating on TV. He needs to drop the pretense and run an opinion. Yes, that's the term I was looking for, an opinion show. So what they are doing, Rufai, Abati, and the co-travelers, that's not an opinion show. That's a news show. It's not a news broadcast, but a news show. So it's not an opinion show. So that Tucker Carlton that so I think Rational Mind cited, that's an opinion show, because we know what Tucker Carlson's politics is, and the guests, they also know what Tucker Carlson's politics is. But the Arise platform, they pretend that they are non-aligned politically, they are apolitical. But then, of course, when the guests, even the guests who feel that they are political, they establish ground rules before they came in. Fayose told us, but as soon as they come in, they corral around them and start to, open fire. So yes, an opinion show, a distinction from a news platform panel show. So that's what Akulata highlighted. Rufai is a dunderhead, animal husbandry qualified quack pontificating on TV. He needs to drop the pretense and run an opinion show. A national tragedy. So there it is, a national treasure to Ahizon, a national tragedy to Kulata. So there it is, the yin and yang of it all. So the yin and yang of it all, but let's yin it in the direction of Ajale Koko if it's ready to go. Ajale Koko, are you there? Oh, all right. I think, Ajale Koko joins us in between so many activities. So it just keeps the company, listens in the background, and as soon as he's ready, he will show face. But let's go on then from...
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. I did say that you are with activity. So we were talking about Rufai Oseni and asking if he was fit for purpose is exchanged with Ayo Fayose, which was just car crash. It was car crash journalism. Journalism as not to be practiced. So that's what was demonstrated there. But we're expanding the conversation. PDP refers Otom to disciplinary committee, suspends Fayose, Shima, Ayim. So the rogue 5 suspended by the PDP, Ayodele Fayose, Ibrahim Shema, Senator Pius Ayim, Professor Dennis Iyava, I hope I'm not mispronouncing that, and Dr. Aslam Aliyu. So now, you can comment on Rufai Oseni and Fayose, but expand it also into now the suspension of Fayose by the PDP, which could not have come to anybody, especially him, as a surprise, because the template for anti-party is how Fayose has been conducting himself. Going to Lagos to openly to endorse Sanwo-Olu, much to the chagrin of his own party candidate, going from TV studio to TV studio, weighing and raging against the hierarchy of the party. So the suspension does not come to him and should not come to him as a surprise. But he's telling us that the suspension is toothless. What's your take on that space, Adale Koko?
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. In the case of Rufai and Fayose, I think Rufai is doing his job. And he's doing the job at the best, if I have describe the way he's doing his job. He's doing it well, and Rufai should be commended for representing a lot of Nigerian well, unlike other journalists that cow themselves whenever they are with politicians. They don't live up to expectation. They don't ask hard questions, and they allow politicians to get away with their shenanigans. So, people in the field of journalists, as we know, are mouthpiece of the people. And at any time they are in the public space or in the studio, engaging in a public matter or issue with journalists should try as much as possible to use, sometimes journalists should use what they said in the past to ask questions from them. And that is what Rufai did. He used the audio clips of Fayose, the audio clips that we had some years back, when he was planning on how to rig the election with another person. We heard his voice very well then. And so, for Rufai bringing up this to ask questions from him, I don't think it's too much for Fayose to give clarification. It's not too much. It's not too much question to ask from him, and it shouldn't be too hard for him to answer. But you see, politicians, when you try to have...
Why did he not use the word alleged? Why did he not use the word alleged? Because he made the assertion as a categorical statement, and Fayose had a contrary narrative. So why did he not say, when it was alleged that you were recorded plotting to rig an election?
Fayose did not deny it.
It didn't deny it now. We heard him.
No, it didn't. It didn't outrightly deny it.
No, he denied it. He denied it. He said, does he have a proof on what he's saying? Even the person who claimed he recorded him, I'm coming, sir. I'm coming.
Okay.
Fayose responded that even the person who claimed he recorded him, has he been able to prove it up till now? He said he is not claiming that he can never be recorded. But this one you are talking about, has the person been able to prove it?
So
That was what Fayose said. He denied it.
What does it mean that he cannot be recorded? Why is it not specific? Why not deny it outright that is not my voice?
Sir, that is the right word to say. Anybody can be recorded.
Yeah,
it's not a spirit.
Look, let me tell you, when the politicians are playing their dirty game, we, the people, should not fall into their manipulation. We should be able to hold these people accountable for their wrongdoing all the time, particularly when we have time like this in studio of television stations. They should be able to hold them accountable for their shenanigans. That is
You are
what
you are saying the truth, sir. You are saying the truth.
So
Can I interject? Do
them
you know why people are angry with Rufai? Do you know why people are angry with him?
I don't
Now,
get
let me remind you of something. Let me remind you of something.
Okay.
You see, the VP of Obi have ring election before. The court proved it that a rig election, and he has come to Arise News. Arise News have never brought that up to question in one day. That's why people think he's being selective in putting his question to people.
Oh, yeah. And you see, so when these politicians come on the public media house or houses, and we cannot hold them accountable for their wrongdoing, then that means that we are just giving them pass mark to continue doing their nonsense that they are doing. You see him jubilating today, shouting Tinubu as one, every other person to just fall in line, because it's okay with the politics he's playing today. In 2019, when they used the power of incumbency against him, he was crying to the high heaven and crying that, oh, my fundamental human rights have been taken away from me. And he was crying, he was having bandage on his head and neck, and he was crying like a baby. So,
Okay, Jolly Coco, sorry, let me interject. As you just said just now, when Fayose was ringed out twice, twice they ringed him out. First time when he came first time, after first year, the opposition won, they ringed him out. He was crying, fighting Tinubu. 2019, when they rang him out, his candidate out, he was having issue with Tinubu. He was pointing fingers at Tinubu. Now, is it Fayose that we know that is not credible, that is having a serious fraud allegation case with EFCC, more than 6 point something billion naira? At the time, naira was about 140. Is it him now who start taking credible those beautiful nonsense he did in our rights? Two wrongs cannot make it right. You say Rufai was wrong, but what about Fayose that's a dead, well-known criminal? The money allocated to him when he was a governor, or the 3 times he had become a governor, is being
is that not what about? Fayose is a criminal, but does that negate that Rufai is a bad journalist? Does it negate it?
Hold on, Mama. The money allocated to Fayose as 3 times governor. Only him has been 3 times governor. Once 4 years, the other one 8 years. According to statistics, it would have turned Ekiti to a standard state, but nothing to write home about Ekiti. And you still have the moral right to tell us. who
Is
to
there
justify.
is there any governor in Nigeria that is not a
Hold
criminal?
on. I'm not going about every governor. I'm talking about him.
Let me correct
All
that,
the
please.
governors are criminals, so forget about that.
I know that.
Fayose,
Sorry, you
let
cannot
me
use that
quickly,
to derail my line
let
of
me
thought. I know what I'm
correct
talking
that.
about. I'm not talking about the rest of the governor. I'm
Fayose
supporting what
was the
Angelico
governor
just,
for
just
just
what
2
he's saying.
terms.
Sorry, Ogbeni.
Fayose
He is
was the governor
there's
for
these
just 2
politicians.
terms, not 3 times. 2
What?
terms. Fayose was the
He
governor
said
for 2 terms.
he did for first 4 years. He lost.
Yeah.
Then he
He
came
did
back.
no, he did the first year from 2003 to 2007, but they impeached him in 2006. He did 3 years.
Mhm.
Then the next time he came back for just 4 years.
Okay,
He
thank
did
you for
just 2
correcting me.
terms.
Okay, anyway, does not change what he did. The money he embezzled. Here we are calling Bode just a criminal that he has no moral justification to bring out Badebo. But I'm not saying any of them is right. What I'm saying, I'm just supporting what Ajako is saying. These politicians are criminals. Is it suddenly is not saying or supporting somebody we like is not a credible person? We should not
So,
fall for their games.
so my brother Fayose have not denied that he is not a criminal.
You should not have any
So,
moral right to come to our right to start talking to
so,
the world.
so is Rufai does not have any moral right to be accusing somebody because in himself he has proven in his character that he does not have that standard to question other people. Because if you were just a journalist and you are abusing police with uniform and you are telling the police you will call the governor for you, what about if you become a governor? That means nobody will talk.
I don't. Sorry, Abajako, I'm taking your time.
That's
I will use
Fayose's
the time.
point, though.
I will use the time. I will use the time for your Bakajako. This man that speak, I don't know, Mr. Panelist. Thank you. Let me quickly answer you. Now we are taking one single act that the guy drove on the wrong side of it and say going to call the governor to discredit whatever that guy has done on TV,
But
whatever
now
the
he's
kind
not a
of content.
governor. But what about
Oh,
if he become a governor?
my brother, now you just jump on my tongue. Let me land now. It's easy for us to call somebody aside with just a little thing. But those are these massive corruption. Is those
What
ones you say
peace?
we
You
can
call that one a
justify?
little thing?
Hold on, War Peace.
Is
It's
that
not
a
a little
little
thing.
thing
It
in
was
the
called
Western
for
world?
it. Yeah, that's not to say that's the first time he has done it. But War Peace, the question is the Rufai Oseni style of journalism attacking the guest. Is that a good form of journalism? So yes, of course, we know Fayose is a criminal. Who is not but that's where the conversation is. Rufai Oseni and his wayward
Okay,
ways.
one man, let me quickly say to that and let me leave this off at Jericho. One thing I would say, every journalist have their style of journalism, and every TV channel have their the way they present their case. If you know you don't like Rufai Oseni style of journalism, we know he attacks people, then don't go to his show. This guy just said something that really caught me off. He said, I was telling you about it. I don't want to come to your show because of Oseni, or you should put Oseni on, indirectly was saying to put Oseni on leash. How can you dictate how a question will be asked when you go to somebody else's platform? That you see the Nigerian ignorance, our politicians, the power drunkenness they have.
What
They feel they
peace?
are
You are
above the
changing
law.
what he said, though. That was one of what he said.
That is not true. Every
That
other
was what.
person
Okay,
asked
this is
Fayose
my,
question and
I
he
said my
answered.
word. I said on my words, you
Did he
understand me.
not answer every other person? Did he have
So why
problem
is
with
he
other
not
people?
complaining? Why is he not
That was
complaining
not
that
what he didn't complain. See what happened. Rufai Oseni went personal. They invited him on a particular topic. Rufai Oseni went personal to be saying you were recorded, which impugned his reputation. Then he tried to let Rufai Oseni also know that if you are going personal, I can also go personal against you. Professionalism for a journalist shows that you don't go personal. If you are going
yeah,
personal, then they start attacking you, and you shouldn't
Oga Agbeni,
complain.
Oga Agbeni,
So
you
it
know the
seems
problem we have. Oga Agbeni, the problem me I think we have in Nigeria is we Nigerians because we choose or try to pick and choose what is nice or what is not nice. Same here, we accuse Nigerian journalists are not doing enough. Then when we see the one that is trying to do something like that, we say no, you are going too hard.
no,
Oga Jalico, I use the floor for you,
because you are
Oga
going
Jalico.
after because you are going after politicians is not what makes you right. If you are going after them, go after them rightly. Because the moment you allow that floodgate to open, if you as a world peace become a victim tomorrow, who is there to protect you? So what we are saying is, yes, you can fight them, but fight them fairly. Don't fight them like unprofessionally. That's all we are saying. He can be there to ask questions, be firm on them, be hard on them, ask questions that people want to be here. First, don't be selective. That Ahmed has been coming to that platform since when? You have never even asked him that he has rigged before. You laugh with him and gist with him, and he will pass. Then the next journalist will come. Do you have selective dementia, or what exactly? You forgot then, or what?
Where's
That's
the
the issue we're having.
professionalism?
So it's not about we want to cow him. Nobody will cow Rufai. Nobody will ask him. If today he even leaves Arai TV, I believe he will make more money outside because the obedient
Okay,
and others will
Oga
follow.
Benny, thank you, understand.
All right,
I can
all
move on.
right. After that, we go on to Ajan Lekoko. Yeah, make that point and then we go back to Ajan Lekoko.
Yeah, no, I'm done. I've used the floor for Ajekoko. I understood what they said.
All right, brilliant. Back to you, Ajan Lekoko. So Rufai Oseni, a very controversial figure. We've never really given him any consideration on this platform, and he continues to give us reasons not to give him any consideration. Do you expect that they will either tone him down or sack him after this?
Well, I'm not one of you that doesn't give him consideration. I give him consideration. I think he's doing a good job, and journalists should be allowed to do their job in a democracy without interference from any quarter, without influence, interference, intimidation. They should be allowed to do their job in the best interest of the country and the people of that country. And that is what I see Rufai doing. There's no question that can be taken too personal against anybody, any politician. Politicians are servants of the people. If they don't serve well, we should be able to ask hard questions. And that is what Rufai is doing. A politician as a leader, as one of the leaders, any politician as one of the leaders in that country should be able to comport himself well and answer the question in the best way, in the best manner and best way to clarify himself. That is the way it should be. It is not by bombarding attack on journalists in their studio. Journalists in their studio, they are like judge in the court. They can ask you any question. The same way a lawyer can ask you when they are interrogating you in the court, they can ask you any question. What are we talking about?
No, Baba Jalekoko, journalists are not judges. So.
Can I answer you?
Don't. Let Ajan Lekoko speak. Carry on, Ajan Lekoko.
I'm not saying that they are judges, but they can ask you any question when that relates to you, what you done in the public or in the secret, and anything that an important issue that matter in the country. Journalists have that independent and that right in their studio to ask you that kind of question. So, but look, does it mean that Rufai is perfect? Rufai is not perfect. Rufai
do you think Rufai too often becomes the story in a lot of this? Because anytime he comes into play, he very quickly becomes the story, and we don't even remember what the politician said. Is he becoming the headline himself too often, Rufai?
Rufai cannot satisfy everybody. He satisfies some people the way he does his job. But some people that doesn't align with that believe that he's adding too much, hard question a politician that they align with doesn't see him as doing a good job. That's the way I see him. So, but he cannot satisfy everybody. But the most important thing that every one of us must know is that journalists in a democracy must be allowed to do their job without intimidation from any quarters or interference from any quarters. They should be able to do their job in a free and fair manner that they won't feel threatened. But when you see politicians threatening them, I think we should get it right that politicians in Nigeria have not served us right. They haven't served us the way we expected. We like them to serve us. They have failed us in entirety. So when you see somebody like Rufai standing up in the best interest of the people, but you want to condemn it, I think we are doing injustice to ourselves. We have to get that fact right. We are not helping ourselves. But that does not mean that Rufai is perfect. It's not perfect. The one that I think that it crossed the line that I didn't like was the one with
Omokri.
When that guy went to Chicago, he investigated about Tinubu certificate. This guy spent his money. This is what Rufai and his team and Arise team should be doing, to travel to every part of the world where they can get, a concrete fact against Tinubu if they really believe that they want to bring Tinubu down. But this guy took it on himself, spent his whole money. I think he resides in Sweden, or where does he reside? I think maybe in Europe, or I don't know, maybe in America or somewhere. So he went there, he traveled down there, he met the office of the charge of the transcript, and they said this guy graduated there. And he's reporting to you people right from there that, look, I have investigated this, and this is what I got from the university. And still, Rufai was trying to doubt him, was trying to, put it to him as if he was.
Why do you think Rufai was doing that? Why was he doing that?
I think it was just. I think to me, he crossed the line. He doesn't see anything good in Tinubu, and he
right. So yes, stay there.
That makes him partisan.
So sorry. Do you mind that, Joseph? Can you not do that? Yeah. So does that? Yes. So to what exactly Joseph said?
Huh?
No. What Joseph just said, does that not then make him partisan?
Right there, I could say yes. It's partisan. He didn't do a good job by not believing that guy that was reporting right there from that school. And to me, it crossed the line. But would I, because of that,
if it's partisan, is it does that not then make him a combatant within the political space? Because it's no longer an independent arbiter, it's a combatant.
Well, the journalists are not all the time have to be independent. We have seen the way journalism is played in the United States. We have some that are conservative and some that are liberal. The same thing in United Kingdom where you live. So, but the most important thing that journalists must acknowledge is when the fact is presented before them, they should be able to accept it and then move on. But Buhari failed in that case between him and Omokri, when Omokri presented the fact before him that this man finished this in this school, he met the transcript office, and they confirmed that yes, he was a student, he was an alumni, and he was one of the best during this time. It was one of the best, if not even the best. They confirmed it to him, and still you are pushing back. He crossed the line right there, and he ridiculed himself right there. I won't say that he ridiculed journalism, but he ridiculed himself. And but do we have to condemn him in totality because of that one incident? No, no.
No, it's not an isolated incident,
But
though.
every time
It's had the same encounter with Daniel Boala, Festus Kiyabo, Reno Mokri, in pretty much everybody that turns up. It goes after the jugular in a very personal way, not in a political way, not holding their foot to the coal regarding their political career, but personalizing and just... okay. Ajanle Koko, 2 Kulata super chat. It says, Ajanle Koko, what is the role of a journalist? So that inserts there. Address that.
I don't know what is bringing that question. The role of journalists, can be described in so many ways. I can't tell you in a definite time that, this is their role. But what we have to acknowledge that is that, look, journalists have a responsibility to search for the fact, get the fact, and present it out there for the people. And some people describe it as opinion molder as well. They don't. So it just depends on the way you want to describe journalism or the people that practice journalism. So, but you guys that don't like this guy, or you don't like the policy, whether you believe is supporting another candidate that you don't like, you cannot rubbish him that, is not good in that field of journalism. It's good in, that field of journalism. This guy is doing good, and it should be encouraged. If in some areas is having some, some issues, I believe the management of that organization can put him right, and for that management of the organization to have him on there, all this, even with all this criticism and all this criticism of this guy by some from political quarters like Tinubu and their camp and all those that align with Tinubu, they still kept him there. That means that he's doing a fantastic job. He's doing a good job. And
he's doing the job they want him to do. That is why they kept him there.
Yeah, that's the same thing we are saying.
That it does not mean that he's doing a clear journalism job.
It might not align with you. It might not align with your own narrative, but he's doing a fantastic job for the organization, and they still have him there to keep on doing that job. But to me, I think he's doing a good job. He has some issue as well, but I will not totally rubbish him and describe him as a bad journalist. No. We need people like him that can stand up against politicians that have destroyed that country. Some people will say, he's selective or so because of one thing. I don't know the meaning of this selective question that you guys are mentioning.
I give you an example.
Hold on.
I gave you an example.
There are several times.
I gave you an example. Dati Ahmed was there. And Dati Ahmed have ring election twice. Court prove it that he ran the election. He's not the one that win. Twice, not once. And Rufai, I've never put it to Dati before. That we know that you have done this thing. Court have proven it before. Why are you not proving innocent?
Can I say something real quick?
Why is he confronting others and leaving others? It's been selective.
Well, I don't know what you guys are talking about. That being selective.
Ajeleko, can I say something real quick, please? Can I say something
Yes.
real quick? Please, if we elections are over, and if we have to put out something out there, let's say the truth. I don't know who the last person is, and he's been making this comment about that.
That was Joseph.
It's Joseph. It's me.
And he cannot even prove it because I know that the election.
I said court have proven it before. Why are you saying so that I can't even prove it?
No. He went to court to prove that he was rigged out of the election.
He is not the one who went to court. It's senatorial seat. His senatorial seat. He ranked Percy out. Then he was in Buhari party. This CPC.
Yeah,
Not
continue.
this era I'm talking about.
I know. I've been following
Why are you telling
army
me it's
here.
not true?
It's not true. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. Stop putting out if you
That
have the
is
choice.
true
If you have,
now. That's true
what do you
now.
mean that it
He
is true? What do you mean
contested.
that it
Let
is
me
true?
tell you now. He
Okay,
contested
go
under
ahead.
CPC.
Okay.
INEC declared him right, and he was in
Okay.
the Senate. McCarthy went to court, and the court said McCarthy won that election. That election was rigged for Dati, and Dati was removed. Abba.
Okay. So this is the issue, right? This is the issue, right? Just like when we come out here and we are talking about how INEC has been compromised. Whatever election that happens in the past, after this 2023 election, I'm going to look at every result INEC brings out there as something fraudulent because they cannot be
Yeah,
trusted.
but to the point that Joseph was making, this sanctimonious holier than thou that Yusuf Dati everywhere making noise. How come they've not queried him on the elections he rigged?
One man, what I want to say, when you go down and look at those judgments,
Which is documented.
No. One man. This is what I'm trying to make you understand. When you go and see those judgments that they gave, you will see so many discrepancies. The way
Oga, somebody, let me tell you something. Somebody alleged you. I'm coming. Somebody alleged you, and the case that court have concluded. Which one is more credent? Which one have more respect to believe? Case that court have proven, and somebody is alleging you. Which one is to believe?
Mr. Joseph,
That you're supposed to be questioning people
it is
with.
the same Nigeria court that granted this Senate president.
My brother, except we don't want to say the truth, please.
It's still the same people. What I'm just trying to make you understand is this: whenever you're looking at the judicial system in Nigeria, you have to look at the judgment and take it with a pinch of salt. Just look at it from the surface.
Okay, you are not telling me that court ring Dati Ahmed Heart, not that Dati ring Desi Heart.
No, I said that.
That's what you are telling me now.
Listen, you asked me a question. Let me say something.
Hold on. It's a two. Let it go two way. Otherwise, if it's three ways,
I'm just saying that when you go through those judgments, that you're going to see so many things that might make you look at it and say, it could be so many technicalities the way they brought in Uzodinma into power.
Hold on, Joel. Later, I think Ogbeni wants to come in.
Yes, you see, it's easy for us when a narrative suits our what we are supporting, we easily buy it. But when it is not, we want to speak against it. Well, I can't say it's natural, but that's why I see playing out in these recent times, particularly in Nigerian politics. Now you just mentioned Opuzodima and you mentioned Lawal. Now, generally, the obedient will come out and say Opuzodima is a court governor because it's court that put him there.
It's a
And they
Supreme
will also
Court.
tell you Lawal also is a court. It's court that returned him because he didn't participate in primaries. But is
it's
that not
true.
what Obi wants the court to do?
Oga.
Now, listen.
What's the difference?
Listen. Obeni, there's a huge difference.
What's the difference, sir?
Hold on. You ask me a question. Let me answer you.
Okay.
The one with Hope Uzodinma is this. It was very, very clear.
That
they elect the person, the returning officer.
Yes.
Was arrested, right?
Yes.
And remember, the government is being controlled.
All right, we're going to a new territory now, but round it off, and then let's get back to Ajaniko.
There's no difference.
So hold on.
Opuzodima file a petition. Wait.
You ask me a question now. How can you ask a question and answer yourself too?
Say this.
Let me answer now.
Let me quickly say it before you answer that question, so that you can address everything together. Opuzodima filed a petition. In his petition, he said, "Declared me as the governor. Collect this certificate of return certificate and give me." Lawal said, "What you have given this man, it is mine," right? And like that, Obi in his petition also is saying, declare me as the winner. Collect that certificate of return that they have given this man and give me. Now, please try and draw the difference.
Mr. Benny, the foundation for all these cases that you mentioned, right, are quite different. Do you understand what I'm saying? They are very, very
I
different.
can hear you.
The circumstances that led them to go to court are different, and I wouldn't want us to go deep into that because this issue that we're discussing today is far bigger than what you just raised up. So I wouldn't want to interrupt what is going on. I'll allow Adele people to go on and wait for my turn so that I can say what I want to say. Thank you.
All right. Ajan Lekoko, round off the Rufai Oseni space, and then before you go on to the Fayose being suspended by the PDP, let me insert the super chat. But back to you, Ajan Lekoko.
So I think Rufai should be left alone to continue doing that good job he's doing. It's not perfect. None of them is perfect. But we need more journalists that act like Rufai more in Nigeria so that we can start to check the excesses of this goddamn politician that you have ruling you, not governing you. Irresponsible leadership you have all over the place in that country. We need people to push them back, to hold them accountable for their shenanigans. So Rufai is not perfect. Let us acknowledge that. But for you guys who doesn't align with him, or who those of you that feel is not on the same political camp with you, want to rubbish him because of that, I think you have to backtrack and leave this guy. He's doing a good job for that studio, for that Arise News. They're getting more viewers, and a journalist is practicing journalism the way I have seen journalism being practiced in the United States, where journalists ask politicians hard questions, uses what they have done in the past.
Would Tai Sholari be proud of him?
What do you mean? Why that question? Why?
Because Tai Sholari once upon a time used to be the gold standard for journalism in Nigeria, didn't he?
Where he was, yes, it was a great article writer. So, and he was a headmaster of, a founder of Thai school in Kenya. So, but look, Mayflower, yes. So this guy is doing a good job. Let's leave him alone. We need more people like him so that we can start to challenge these criminals that you have governing your place. You see, even when they wanted to interview, what do you call it? Atiku, Rufai was not in the team because Rufai will ask him hard questions. He wasn't in the team. They in that Arise News, they know what Rufai stands for. And I believe he's doing a good job by my own assessment of him, So let me go to Fayose.
All right. Before you go there, let me quickly acknowledge the super chats. Ayo, of course, who are super chats haven't done the coffee, so that's Ayo double dipping, as he now seems to be frequently doing. So that's Ayo. He sent a super chat to the platform. Haven't already done the buy the coffee, which he does, as you know, regular clockwork. So that's Ayo right there. Thank you, Ayo. Alexander Akashe acknowledges Ayo's contribution to the platform. Ayo, of course, now the sponsor of the one-man platform. He says a big shout out to Ayo. You are appreciated by all on the platform. So an acknowledgement from Alexander Akashe there, and a thank you via super chat from Ayo, who continues to tip in the direction of the platform. Akulata super chats a question which you've already addressed, Ajan Lekoko. Albi comes in. He says, Ajale Koko is being duplicitous. Rufai is partisan. Yes, I'm surprised that Ajale Koko takes this stance. But then Kulata comes in again. Rufai leading questions with hearsay journalism. So Rufai leading question with hearsay journalism. And then I think Kulata came in with something that I don't quite understand. So you have to explain what this word means to me. Joel and his verbal bukaki. So what is a bukaki, Ajan Lekoko?
What do you mean by bukaki?
These young people speak. I'm what they are yes.
No, he's been watching too much.
All these
Too
young
much.
people.
He's been watching too much porn. So that's what it is.
Oh God, is it in that direction? God. All right. All right. Thank you for the super chats. Keep them coming in, but keep them clean. Don't go in the direction of Kulata when it's going to Pornhub to get grammar. But thank you nevertheless. Ajale Koko, quickly and swiftly take us to Fayose, who has now been suspended from the PDP. That should not catch him off guard. But he's telling us that the suspension is toothless. Did you see this coming? And do you see that he will win at the end of the day when they get rid of the people in charge of the party? So to that space, a brief commentary on there on that, Ajan Lekoko.
Look, PDP is not getting it right. This same approach that they took before the election that cost them that presidency is the same approach of failure, I will call it. Failure upon failure. They are taken against the G5 members because Fayose is a member of the G5 group. If it's not among the, he's not among the 5 governors that are identified as G5, but he's in their team as well, one of the leaders behind the scene. So now we are firing him. You are taking Oton, a sitting governor, on a disciplinary measure. You are trying to, you are recommending for disciplinary committee. I mean, what is...
Do you think it was inevitable that they would do that? They left them no choice, didn't they?
Let me tell you this. Oton is not going to apply. I mean, it's not going to appear before they are useless and kangaroo disciplinary party that is not in power. Party that have lost election. Is that the party that should be bragadoing members and leaders of the party that are telling them that the direction you are taking the party is not the right direction? Instead of them to find a way to unite everybody in the party so that they can start re-strategizing against the next 4 years, they are trying to scare away the leaders from different states. If Otom should leave PDP in, what do you call that state? In Benue State, what is going to remain of PDP?
Well, but Ajale Koko, whatever remains of PDP, when Otom has openly told us that he was canvassing for Peter Obi, in fact, he didn't even have to tell us. We played the clip here, and Jandor, Fayose is campaigning for, he was on the streets campaigning for Sanwo-Olu, etc. And the party has candidates in all of these spaces. Irrespective of the quality or lack thereof of the party hierarchy, they've placed them in an untenable position and they had to suspend them. They left no room.
Look, this approach is a scaremongering approach, and they are selective with it too. Is it only Fayose or Tom that carried out anti-party? Why couldn't they go after Wike? Why couldn't they go after what do you call that one in Oyo State? Why couldn't they go after others? Why are they after Otom and Fayose? Wike said it. He said we agreed that we should vote for We should go for yes.
What I think is because they lost Benue to APC. I think that's one. I think that's what I think it's the reason why they.
You are right. You are very right. Everybody they suspended, they lost their state.
No, they lost presidential too in the River State, and they lost presidential.
No. Don't look at that way. Don't look it that way. They lost
What are you
presidential
saying?
in
You can't.
River. They win the governorship, and they have
Election is
recovered it.
election. You guys should not come with this this kind of narrative that doesn't hold water. Election is election. Even
Not we that is coming with the narrative. It's what the PDP did. I'm not a PDP person.
No, they didn't. They were not clear about why they are being suspended.
Check the people they suspended.
Yes.
Namani, they didn't win in their place. Check Autumn, he didn't win. Check Fayose, he didn't win. Then what do you want to explain?
That's what I'm trying to make you understand. That if you look at the pattern,
There was no election in Ekiti.
Well, then
they were presidential election and national assembly election, but they didn't win.
How do you want Fayose to deliver for the party when the party dissolved the entire ESCO of Ekiti State before the presidential? They were dissolved. Do you know the
but he was boasting that he delivered for Tinubu now. We heard him on the rise that he delivered for Tinubu.
Yeah, fine. What I'm saying, they contributed to the failure. The party leadership and the national contributed to the failure of the party in the
You are
state.
right. Of course, they suspended Fayose.
Now they want to hold him. When you neglected, you dissolve his ESCO, you abandon him, you didn't fund him for the election, and then you are expecting him to be loyal to you, to come and spend his own money and saying they want to campaign or champion an election for people that doesn't like him. Look, politics is a game of interest where your interest is not protected. You can't commit. You cannot give your commitment to that cause when your interest is not your effort is not appreciated, and your interest is not protected as well.
It's not recognized.
It's not recognized. That is what they have done to both Autumn and this guy. So I don't know what they are. I don't know. They are just selecting.
It's a Fayose campaigning for Sanwo-Olu. Is that an anti-party activity?
Actually, it's anti-party activity. It is anti-party activity.
And Autumn canvassing for Peter Obi, is that anti-party activity?
It is anti-party activity. But Wike said it in an open interview that we G5 agree that we must work for Southern candidate. What does that tell you? What does that
is that position?
And
is it hold on. Yeah, but that position, is it anti-party? The position that they have to deliver for a Southern candidate, is it anti-party? Yeah.
It's not anti-party because before their primary, I'm coming. Before their primary, the certain governor have agreed that they are going to work for certain candidates.
It is not for the election. He was referring to after the election.
Sorry.
In the they created G5 after the primary.
Not G5. Before the election, the certain governors said they are going to work for certain candidates. So from day one, even before their primary, they are aware of it.
Not before primary. Forget about that
one. Even if it's before primary or after primary, when you are a member of a political party, you are obliged to join and support the candidate of your party. If you're not supporting your candidate, you must not be seen working against your candidate publicly. Anything outside that is anti-party activity. It's very straightforward.
Okay. Let me answer you, my brother. You see, Why I said it's not relevant is this. We have 2 persons in APC who work against APC in this election. Did you hear that they suspended them? No, I can mention to you. Amosu one, and this one that is fighting for Senate President, Kalu. 2, they work against their party in this
My
election, but
brother,
they didn't suspend them
my
because
brother, the fact
they are
that
using their sense. You cannot scatter the house because somebody is misconduct.
I think the issue is this: the fact that someone, did something wrong and it was not penalized doesn't change that fact that what he did is wrong. We might, from someone like me, I'm a Tinubu supporter. My candidate might have benefited from their actions, but that does not deny that fact, or I will have to shy away from the fact that what they did was an anti-party activity. It's really anti-party. It's as good as that.
And to make it clearer, when Wike held an interview recently, earlier this week, in his recent interview, he confirmed in that interview that before the election, before the presidential election, all of them agreed that they must work for Sandan candidates, depending on the situation in their state. Meaning that those that are comfortable with Obi in their state can work for Obi. Those that are comfortable with Tinubu in their state can work for Tinubu. And that was what happened. He delivered River State to Tinubu. Why didn't they go after him?
It's a big fish. It's a big fish. Before you stir the water, you really need to,
you're right.
you really need to look at what you want to do. Sorry, actually, in the course of the conversation, probably I left at some point. I was having some questions, but
Did you take down notes? Are you reading from something? Did you take down notes?
Yeah.
Oh my
Right.
God, look at that. That's a good student. So Ajale Koko, do you take down notes? You don't take down notes, do you? You say, you go to the top of the class now. Carry on. AY.
Actually, my question is this: the role of journalists in the society, is it to report the news or to form public opinion? Because there's no way we probably every person has this opinion where you lean to. Now, what is the role of journalists in society? Why I'm asking this is the issue of Rufai. I think the guy is a bit narcissist in his kind of behavior when he thinks his own opinion is the only right way. And over time, I've like, this guy, you're pushing this too long. So the conversation with Fayose yesterday was a bit tough. And I'm like, okay, it is what it is. Someone has to tell him. If you're a journalist, you should just report the news. Let the people in the society, we are not toddlers. We should be able to fathom what is right from wrong. That is my a question and probably personal observation. And also, to the obedient movement, it's a bit quite delusional when they tend to brag like, yeah, we're gonna occupy, we're gonna protest.
All right. Are you asking a question?
Yeah, it's now like a question because I wrote a few things like, are they really aware that Tinubu has millions of supporters also? Is this not calling for anarchy? If they go on this protest, why not just wait till court decide?
I had some clips that I had saved up. But carry on. If I find them again, I'll play them. Tinubu's victory is being celebrated nationwide. I had clips from north to south celebrating this guy. So I'm not quite sure where they are telling us that his victory is not the will of the people. The masses, they are celebrating it. But But there it is. Back to you, Ajane Koko. Address what do you prefer to be referred to as AY?
AY, it's okay.
Yeah, address what AY just said, which is similar to the question that Akula put to you, and then round out that space. And then I want to go on them from you to Joel of Nashville and talk about Igbo.
Joel.
Who better than Joel to talk about Igbo?
Yeah, I think yes. Like I said earlier, when Kulata was posting that question, the role of journalists can be described in so many ways. The way you feel that appeal to you, but like you mentioned it, that they are to report the news, and when reporting the news, they have to be very factual, and and some people see them as opinion model. You don't have to lord your own opinion on on uh, on the people, but you just try to, shape it and put it out there for people to decide on what to do sometimes. But journalism is not the way it is practiced in those days. It is so dynamic. It has changed, and we have seen it that the way it is practiced in the Western world is so dynamic in such a way that the way it is practiced in Nigeria is totally different from the way it is practiced in the West. And you see on Rise News, people trying to practice it better than other stations, the way it is practiced in the West. So I think, particularly when it comes to punching at the politician, trying to hold them accountable by asking them some hard questions. And I think we should be able to encourage them and not discourage them from doing it, the way they are doing it. It is good on both sides. Those that don't want to do it like that, don't want to practice it like that, want to continue the gentleman way that they used to practice it in the 70s and 80s, they can continue like that. Those that want to practice it in a more aggressive and combative, particularly when it comes to when they have politicians with them, when they're asking questions from the politician, they should be able to ask them sometimes some hard questions. We don't, politicians are not people that should be allowed to get away with their shenanigans. And we have democracy. We have to develop that democracy. And the way we can develop it is to hold these people accountable when they are wrong. Let us expose them to the public so that the public can get to know that, oh, this guy, oh, this is who is actually is. So, and people can then vote for the right candidate whenever we have to go to the poll. So it is my own position is that we should not crucify Rufai and others that are very combative like that. We should let them operate the way they are operating, and at the same time, when they are crossing the line, we should be able to call them out at the same time. So that's what I believe. And that is what I said earlier, that when he did his mess against, what do you call it, a mockery, I didn't like that. And I think that's that what he did then by not accepting a mockery report that Tinubu actually accepted, graduated from that school. I think, yes, he did wrong, and we have to call him to order that this is wrong, but we should not crucify him. That's my
Hello,
own.
Mr. Jalen Koko.
Yes.
Thanks for your learned view. The issue is this. at every point in time, when it comes to policy issue and probably public, general public, I think they're a bit different. This is what I'm trying to say. On every issue, there are people that stands for, and there are people that doesn't stand for that. And on probably infrastructure, governance, those ones are a bit pretty straightforward. During the because I was in Nigeria a month ago or so, when there was the scarcity of cash was really biting hard. It's a policy issue. Some people believed that is the best way. Some people believed this is not the best way. So in that kind of situation.
Oh, I think he lost connection, Ajan Lekoko.
Oh, he lost connection. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So, but between Rufai and this guy today, I think we have to give kudos to Fayose as well for trying to fight back, even though that he should have answered the question, but he knew that Rufai wanted to pin him down. But a Jaguda politician, he fought back and he was able to rescue himself and overwhelm Buhari.
One man, can I say something? I gotta go. Can I say something real quick? Sorry to button.
Yeah, let me run
Okay.
down. Yeah. He tried to overwhelm because when Rufai tried to come back to ask him another question, he didn't want him to ask that question. He was interrupting him only for what do you call Abati to intervene and rescue the situation. So Fayose was prepared. He knew that Rufai will ask him hard question. And you can hear what he said, that I talked to your boss yesterday about you. And that should tell us that politicians are afraid of this guy because they knew this guy is going to ask them some hard questions that could ridicule them on the stage right there.
Not politicians that are afraid of him. The ones that he does not like is the people he asks that kind of question. The one that is like the one he's supporting, he does not have the such question. I believe you should have got our point by now. We are not condemning.
All right, Joseph. Let Rational Mind have that interjection, and then Ajan Lekoko run that off, so that we can move the conversation on.
I think I've almost forgot what I wanted to say, but anyway, I just think what I wanted to say was that I think Fayose at the beginning, even when he asked that question, I think he handled the question. I mean, he handled that even though he did not answer the question, thrown to him, posed to him. But then he handled it very well, in my opinion. But where it started becoming an issue was when he was saying, "Okay, now I have the right to report you now," and then he was trying to say something about something, and then he said, "You know, you will not talk about me again. You will not make it about me again." That was when the whole thing, and then there was a shouting match after that. But in the initial, I thought when I heard it, when I was hearing live this morning, I thought it was going to, because he handled it at the beginning. He kind of dodged the question and he was just speaking of the general terms and he ended it like that. But when Rufai said, now I think it's my own turn now for a rebuttal. Let me now answer you from what you said about me violating the traffic. You don't even know what happened. And let me tell you what happened. And then Fayose had to come in and say, you know, you will not make this about me, blah, blah, blah. And then they started having this shouting match. I think that was where the whole thing escalated and went down. If not so, I think Fayose did handle that at the initial time. He did handle it very well. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
sorry, Rational Mind. From what you just said, now, if you look back to that video, you will see Fayose keep repeating himself, saying, "I have spoken to Dr. Abati before this program because I don't want to come here. You guys invited me. I don't want to come here and be interrogated in this manner." And it is what people have known Rufai to be doing. And I think it's time for him to adjust. I'm not saying don't throw your question, but there's a way and manner you ask the question as a journalist to people that are coming to your own TV programs. It's quite unfortunate he does all these things.
All right. All right. All right. Round off the space, Ajanle Koko. We must move on.
Yeah, so I think if all the media houses are challenging this guy, I think we could force them to start doing, acting better and doing better for that country. We cannot leave them alone and continue to see us and continue to operate freely without any challenge from any quarter. So Rufai, for them to be afraid of him is because they have skeleton in their cupboard. They knew that they cannot get away anytime they are in the studio with Rufai, and that is why they are complaining about it. Why do they want anybody to ask them hard questions? When you are a public servant, every question that relates to your personal life, to your work life, to everything that you have even done in the past can be asked from you because you are a public servant. You cannot just get away with everything. So, but Nigerian politicians being what they have skeleton in their cupboard, they know their hand are not clean, so they don't want anybody to whitewash them outside. So that is why they are afraid. So why was he calling Abati before coming to say, I don't want this? No, if you are clean, if you know you don't have anything.
We should know that before they can invite Fayose, it should have been somebody like Abati that has been a PDP member and that has that muscle to invite Fayose to come to Arise. Somebody like Fayose
Sorry, Dave. Let Ajanle Koko round off. I think we spent too much time on this particular but let Ajanle Koko round off.
So why must politicians be saying, because I don't want it to be? No. Personal issue, public issue, any issue can be asked from you. If I saw you as a partner, if I know that you are going, during your what do you call it? During your vacation time that is sponsored by the state, and you announce to the state, you are traveling, or rather, let me say that you announce to the state that you are going on official visit to maybe somewhere within the country. But during that time, they found you outside the country. We should be able to report it. We should be able to ask questions. Oga, sir, you said you announced on the television that you go to be so place, but this is your picture at so place. We should not be afraid. Journalists should not be afraid to ask him or put it to him in an open space like that to show to the world that you are a liar. You are not faithful to your people. This is the way journalism should be practiced, and not just keep it quiet and let them get away with these things. So that's my take on that. But on the Fayose that being fired or being disciplined by PDP and Otom, I think PDP is not. They are just creating more problem upon more problem for themselves. Because who do they have in Ekiti? A person of political, a political shaker that will replace Fayose in Ekiti. They don't have it. Who do they have in Benue that will replace Otom? They don't have it. This, what do you call this guy? The chairman of the party lost his polling booth.
How come they didn't suspend him for that? How come they didn't suspend him for
Why
that?
didn't they confine him? He lost his polling booth on both the governorship, and what do you call presidential. He was beaten flat. Why is he not suspended? Why would they say because some people lost their distance and because of that they want to look? That party is in big trouble. It's a party that is divided against itself, and if they continue like this, it will never win any presidential election in that country. It's a party that will never win presidential election again. in that country because they are sharply divided. And what Ayu and others should be doing now is to see how they can pull everybody together, let them discuss their differences, where they have done wrong to each other, let them forgive and forget whatever they've done wrong to each other, and let them start, acting right and see themselves as one family, and then see how they can reposition themselves before Nigerian people on the way forward towards 2027. But the way you see it is a fractured party, and as such, it cannot win presidential election. And the more they continue losing presidential election, the more they will continue to lose members. And it's got to what happened to APP, because at the early stage of this Fourth Republic, the two largest party was PDP and APP. APP is gone.
AMPP, you mean?
Is it APP or AMPP? It was later they
AMPP.
changed to AMPP.
AMPP, they merged with APC.
No, hold on. They started with APP. Then they changed their name to AMPP. Later, when they started losing the election, they changed to AMPP. And then later, they now merge.
With
they
APC.
Rufai, Buhari created CPC out of it. So the party eventually died, and it turned to CPC, and where are they today? They're gone. So PDP, maybe they are moving towards direction of disappearance. It's a matter of time. They will soon be wiped off. And I don't think, they are not getting themselves right. That is the way I see it. But the Wike and the Five and the Integrity Group, all of them, the Wike Group and the rest of them, I believe they are fully behind Otom and Fayose, and all of them, they are still intact. They are not losing each other. That they will fight back. I believe they will fight back, and they will rock those Ayu out. It's a matter of time. After the Supreme Court declare whoever that they like as the winner of the election, then the table will start turning against the leadership of PDP, because members across this country will start to, look at their problem and want to point accusing finger at some people that are responsible for their failure. You will see some of their members within the camp of Ayesha Ayu and the rest. Some of them we start to come out and then start to tell the nation what was responsible, what they did wrong, and people that did not listen to meaningful advice and what happened within their file and rank, they will start revealing it to the nation. And that party they are on the wrong course completely. The present leadership, they are not fit to manage that party, and that party is failing and will continue to fail if they don't get themselves right. Firing Fayose, Ayu, or trying to discipline them is not the right approach right now. It's a failure approach, and it can't get them any meaningful result. That's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Brilliant, well put. Always well put by Jan Lekoko, as you know. Always well put by Jan Lekoko. A guy that is equally as assertive in his pronouncement, maybe not as elegant in the understanding of it. Joel of Nashville, we are coloring you bad. Are you there? Oh, all right, we don't appear to have Joel at the moment. So let's go to Joseph. So Joseph, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Brilliant. So, Joseph, I want to take you to a totally different conversational space, because I think we've labeled that Rufai space quite a bit. I want to take you to this space. This is a story. And by the way, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. RD, it says Ajan Lekoko knows Rufai's intent was to discredit Fayose right from the start of the interview. you cannot bait someone and expect them not to react. So that's broadly what he's saying. So yes, it was acting with intent is what are they saying? And Alexander Gomez comes in just to register his presence via a super sticker. So thank you, gentlemen. Keep them coming. So to you then, Joseph, I have to take you to this space. It's a story that we have been tracking on this platform for quite a few months now. So the story now comes to its crescendo, and it is bad news for the Ikweremadu family. Both husband and wife, they are not coming home anytime soon. Do you know when you are in prison in the UK, they say you are held at Her Majesty's pleasure. Her Majesty, now His Majesty. So when you are in prison in the UK, they say you are held at His Majesty's pleasure. So held at His Majesty's pleasure, UK court convicts Ikweremadu wife for organ trafficking. So what are you then making of that story? We were tracking it here, and there wasn't sufficient enough, we thought, for a conviction to take place. We actually thought the guy that was claiming he had been trafficked was playing a fast one. But alas, an evidence-based judiciary system has found Ekweremadu guilty. What says you, Joseph?
Before I will go to Ike Ekweremadu issue, I want to quickly correct one impression. Before I will correct that impression, first of all, I will say thank you for giving the opportunity to hear our opinion in your platform. Why? Not all platforms accept people to air their opinion when the opinion is not what they support or what they believe. So there are some platforms you will go where you are not supporting Obi, they will insult you. They will say you should get out. You did not want Nigeria to be good. So here, people can support Obi, people can support Tinubu, people can support PDP. It depends on what you want. That is democracy for you. Now, let me go to what I want to correct, the impression I want to correct before I answer you. My brother that spoke last make us to understand that journalists, they can ask any question. As far as you are a public servant, they can ask any question that concerns you. And he also said journalism is like a court of law. That is not true. I will give you an antecedent. Let me refer you back to when a judgment was given concerning Osun State election, the recent one. The judge make a statement that this is not where you have to do lululu buga omo. People take it as an offense that is imputing on Adeleke personal issue. That is not what they brought to the court to say. But that judge just make an illustration. But in that very illustration, offense was taken by almost everybody. Now, the same thing applicable to what Oseni did. They invited this man, Fayose, to come and speak concerning an issue, not concerning Fayose. Let's get it right. Fayose came to their studio. In English language, say customer is always right. That is an addict. Because you invited this man to come and speak on issue that concern Nigeria, not an issue that concerned him when he was in office. Now you want to ask him a question that concern him as a person. You put it direct to him that do you know that this thing you are defending, you have done it before. And when you know that this thing you are talking about is an alleged. So that is where we get it wrong with Rufai. Not that we hate Rufai. That impression I want to correct. Fine, Rufai is doing a great job that some people are very appreciative of what he's doing. But some person also believe that what he's doing is being personal. So for that simple reason, nobody can come out to condemn him. But when he did wrong, We should say that he did wrong. It does not mean that you are doing a many job, good job, and you did one wrong. People should not say it. It means that they have given you opportunity to be making many mistakes. If you do wrong and somebody tell you that you did wrong, you can correct yourself next time and don't make such a mistake again. That is what we are trying to say here. So that is for that. I want to tell you that even the court of law does not have right to impute on your person because you are a public servant. That's why I gave you an example of the judgment that just passed in Osun State. When the judge make an illustration, that illustration look as if it's making a joke or laughing at Adeleke. He was imputing on his person. People were now saying the judge is deviating for the main issue. That is my concern I want to clear. As for Ike Ekweremadu that you are talking about, now you see the rascality and the way and manner our politicians do in Nigeria, it is not accommodated in Western world. I'm very sorry to the family because they were trying to save their daughter, but they did it in a wrong way because they were trying to oppress that guy that they brought to come and donate kidney. It is not done in Western world. It is not done so. Agreement is an agreement. He didn't want to accept the agreement that he make with the boy because the boy kidney couldn't match. He said, because what you came here for is not longer acceptable by the hospital. The process you came here for is being defeated for that simple reason. Our agreement cannot stand. What is the money that is just to give that boy a good life in Europe here or in London over there in Western world here? That is what is taking him and his family to the prison now. He refused to accept what they settled before that operation. Because the boy couldn't march, they couldn't do the operation again. Now he refused to give the good life that he promised the guy. That is what led to all this problem that he put himself now. Me, I'm only sorry because it involved his only doctor or his daughter to say. If not that, this person that want to donate kidney is also a human being, like his daughter. He would have treated that guy the way he would have treated his own son. But because he did not treat that guy, that character of Nigeria policy, that character of Nigeria government is in his blood. He wanted to go and do that gra in UK. That's what landing to this problem. Me, I'm not sorry for him. I'm only sorry for that child that is having that problem of that sickness, not the Kurumadu and his wife. Thank you very much. That's my opinion on that issue.
But there's a lot of sympathy for the Queremadus though, because because like I said, we have been tracking that story on this platform for a while, and one of the things we saw was the letter that the Queremadus wrote to the British Embassy for this guy's visa, and on that letter they stated quite clearly that the guy was coming to the United Kingdom to do organ donation. So I'm not quite sure, unless that letter was a fake letter, but if the intention was clear and that was the basis by which the visa was granted, is there not an argument for miscarriage of justice? Because they've come up with this anti-slavery law in the United Kingdom, and then I think they are just using these people as an opportunity to test their law. There's a feeling that justice was miscarried. And I'm no fan of Ikweremadu, by the way, but I'm a fan of fair play.
Okay, like the issue you just raised now. Now, the issue they use in charging them, it is caused by Ikweremadu himself. How? Do you know that if this issue was in Nigeria, they will go scot-free? Nothing will happen. Now, how was it caused by Ekweremadu? He brought this guy to UK and he later drove this guy out of the house. While he was treating the guy as a slave, this guy was no longer comfortable. He decided to run out of the house. As fast this guy have run to the street, he's now illegal migrant in that country. In that very particular point, it's a slavery. Are you aware of that? He's not illegal migrant. So for that guy did not come to UK with his own money. Somebody brought him to UK. That person should have take responsibility of that guy. As
Yeah,
far as
but
that guy is in the street.
hold on. But the language of organ harvesting, because you know, language is a very dangerous thing. If they are said organ transplant, which is exactly what the intentions were, it's a different connotation from organ harvesting. So there's something brutish and dark in those choice of words. But if they had said that they were bringing this guy to the UK for him to transplant his organ for their daughter, his kidney, then of course, that's a medical arrangement. If he was induced financially, then that's fair enough. If it's compensated in whichever way, that is not unreasonable. I think they were just looking to make an example of this guy, just to use a big fish. Is it racism even? That's the question.
One man, let me tell you something. I asked a question. Let me ask you this question. If they have accepted to the agreement they make with this guy, would me and you and I, we won't have know what is going on. Talk less of the UK government. This whole thing is surrounded with greedy. No matter how you want to talk about it, greediness is what landed to this problem. If not by their greediness, what is giving this guy good life? You are a billionaire. You have made it through the government of Nigeria. You have robbed the same Nigeria that this boy is a citizen of Nigeria, just as you are. Why can't you give him a good life? He wanted to come and save your daughter's life just because he did not match. And you would have given him the good life you promised. If he has done that, nobody would have had what happened. Even the UK government wouldn't have known what is going on. So you cannot blame UK government. Instead, you have to see the issue from the fact that it is. It is what it is, no matter what you want to say about it. So that is what I believe.
One man, good evening, sir. Can I please interject?
Yeah, come in, Rosie.
Yes, good evening, everyone on the platform. Good evening, one man.
Good evening.
You see, in my own opinion, I feel empathetic towards the daughter that's having the health issues, and at the same time, I also feel bad about the guy that they wanted to, get his organ, because if this healthcare system in Nigeria has been in top shape, there is no reason for Ekweremadu and the wife to, bring somebody from Nigeria to do this organ transplant. They would have done it in Nigeria. This is somebody that has been in politics all these years. I mean, Ekweremadu. Look at the state. Look at the situation of the healthcare system in his state. What did he do about it? And then, when there are some principles guarding organ donation. You cannot try to offer money for organ donation. Your name has to be on the list. You have to be on the waiting list. When somebody dies, when somebody agrees that they are going to donate then it's turn by turn. You cannot pay, you cannot jump the line to get it faster. So, but for him, because of his status, because of his wealth, he got somebody that he needed to use to save his daughter. Just like his daughter has the right to live, that poor guy has the right to live. And that's the problem with most of these rich people. When they get the poor, when they use them, they dump them. Because if like this
Sorry, Rosie, but there's often some sort of financial arrangement in
no,
organ donations, but they quote the language in a way that does not make it appear like payment. But
yes,
if you're not willing to wait on the waiting list of the system,
yes,
the system acknowledges that you can make private arrangements. They don't encourage that you make a payment for organ because
yes,
that's illegal.
yes,
But
you can.
they know that there's some form of financial
Yes,
inducement.
you can make private arrangement. Like somebody in the family might decide to donate an organ for you. That one is different from waiting for your turn. In that same, you don't force the family, the person that is giving you, you don't force them, you don't entice them. But you can make arrangement to take care of their health bills and do things to make it comfortable for them. But most of the time, when they make private arrangements, the rich get from the poor, they give them some money and they're on their own. People that do organ donation, I mean, it makes the other person like incapacitated all their life. There are certain medications they have to take all through their life. There are certain things they cannot do. There's a lot of health risks involved. But most often they
Well, it
give them.
depends on the organ. If it's a kidney, then I'm not sure that is that big a deal.
No, but even for kidney too, there's some health care plan that you have to follow. You cannot
Yeah,
just say,
it's
"Oh, I've
true.
had
There are
only
some
one
food
kidney."
you cannot eat. There
Yeah,
are
there
some
are a
work
lot
you
of
can do.
restrictions.
Yeah.
Then you cannot say, "Oh, I've given you the organ, I'm fine, I'll be jumping around." No, there are certain things you can't do, certain things you can't eat. I mean, there are some regimen you have to follow. But most of the time, once they harvest it, they take it, they give them some peanuts, they are gone. Just like the daughter have a right to live, this poor man too has a right to live. And if he has made his
Was
health.
he coerced? Was he coerced? Was he
Look,
was what
he wasn't coerced, but he
all
was
right?
enticed.
Was he of low weight? Does he lack sufficient enough to understand what is being requested of him?
This is somebody that is not learned. This is a young man. This is somebody that
Not
is.
being learned is not does not mean we are going to take part of your body to put into our daughters. You don't have to be learned to
But I
understand
think
that.
this guy was enticed. This guy was
He
enticed because
wasn't enticed, he was induced.
As
okay,
a
yeah,
as
that's
a
even
poor
look.
person,
Induced is even worse than enticed.
Hey, he was
Because
rewarded then.
yeah,
uh,
because they promised him they were going to give him this, they were going to do this, they were
yes,
going to
one
do this,
man,
entice him to come.
they promised this guy good life in overseas. That is my point. As far as you have agreement with this
And a
guy,
lot of that is hearsay, by the way. We don't know that for fact. What we do know for fact.
that is
And
what the
this
guy
is
said in the
hearsay.
court.
Yeah, because
That
all this thing is out in the open because the guy came
yes,
out and said everything. And I mean, this is not like Nigeria. This is an advanced country. They are going to investigate. They're going to put one and two together to get the truth. I mean, imagine this is a poor guy. Does he have money to get good lawyers? No. These are rich people. They can afford the best lawyers. But because after investigation, they got to the bottom of the truth. And that's why this thing is happening to them.
So you don't see a racial undertone to the
There is
judgment?
no racial
no,
undertone
no,
in
no, no,
anything.
no,
No,
no.
there is no
It's
racial
the
undertone.
judgment in the right way.
Is it because this people? Okay, look at this health care system in Nigeria. What did he do? How many poor people in Nigeria can afford to come abroad to have organ transplant and to do all these things? So to me, I think they did that as a deterrent to others.
One man,
They
let me
they
give
do.
you an example. That boy,
Please, can I
For
finish?
example,
Please, can
they
I
Sorry,
took
finish?
let Rosie land. Yeah, carry on,
okay.
Rosie.
Yeah, I think this is a deterrent. Sometimes, once there is a new law, I mean, they punish some people to
So
deter others.
they just used him to test the law, Abby.
It's
They
not
used
using
him
him
to.
to test. It's not using him to test the law. There are many people that have been, found guilty of organ transplant, organ harvesting, slavery.
No. This is a new legislation in the
Very
British started
rampant.
with, yeah.
It's very rampant. It's an epidemic. So they have to use the full strength of the law to deter others. This is a man with high influence, her money, position, and then compare these two status. So I'm really happy that they did this. This is going to teach the other people, the rich people in Nigeria that think they can just, get anybody there and bring them and okay, imagine if this had happened in Turkey or it had happened in India. Do you think the law would have taken the law would have caught up with them? No. But because it was Europe where the law really works. That's why they were exposed. Because if they were innocent,
What is this world turning into? Suddenly the rich cannot have privilege over the poor. What's going on?
why would the rich have privilege over the poor?
Because God see everybody as one.
I mean, so because you are rich means that other people don't have rights to live? Because if they had taken care of the healthcare system, if Nigeria had been very good, they wouldn't have needed to abroad this boy. They would have secretly done it in Nigeria. But look at the situation of the healthcare system in Nigeria. All these rich politicians, they are coming abroad using our money to come get the best treatment. But the poor people, they are dying. Look at what happened. That accident that occurred a few weeks ago in Lagos, where the bus ran into the train. They couldn't even take them to the nearest hospital there in Lagos Island. Imagine them carrying people from Lagos Island to Indiaraba, Lut. When they got to Lut, they put them on the ground because there was no bed. That is the
They say
state of the
there's no
health
space.
system in Nigeria. Most of those people, their life would have been saved. They died. If it is abroad, they are going to bring live flight to take them by helicopter to the nearest hospital and stabilize
They
them.
would
But
distribute them. Just
but
not just
look
now.
at what happened because those are poor people. So I'm very glad this happened in UK. The law caught up with them. The law. Do you know how many properties this man have all over Nigeria?
He's a billionaire.
He's a
Who give a
successful
better life?
man. He's a successful man outside of politics.
So the daughter should wait for her turn to get the organ. She's in UK. When it's her turn, she will be going for dialysis. When when you have acute kidney problem, it doesn't mean you are going to die immediately. Some people are on dialysis for 4, 6, 10 years until it gets to their turn. Then they will get an organ. Why couldn't she wait?
Is the world turned upside down when
It's
the
just
rich cannot
wickedness.
take advantage of the poor?
Look at when it happened. All those corrupt politicians, they all came to give him moral support now. I wish they had rounded
They
all of them.
Olo Laye now. They sent a delegation.
I wish the British, Mr. Woman, I wish the British government had rounded them up and threw them in jail. Say they were accomplices.
Do you know the most painful thing? Up till now, they're still paying his money in the House of Assembly as a senator. That is the most painful thing.
I'm so glad.
How do you
I'm
know?
very glad.
They said it out now. It was in the news space. They said it. Even the senator even said his position would not be declared for people to contest before now. He said it now. The Senate president.
I'm glad the law caught up with him. I'm very, very. I wish they would give them enough years for them to sit and think and know what else would they have done in Nigeria to better the life of the poor, the masses. All this money they accumulated, is it not the taxpayers' money? Is it not the wealth in Nigeria that the few are accumulating and putting in their pocket? And people are dying every day. No good health care, no good roads. But these people are coming abroad with their family. I mean, it's very painful. So I'm glad the law really caught up with him. I'm very glad about that. The daughter will not die. She will wait. She'll be going for dialysis. Eventually, she will get one.
God will save that child for us. That is the only.
Can I say something real quick, please?
Let me interject. Sorry, let me interject real quick.
Can I say something real quick? Just real quick. Mr. Ogajile, Maka just say something real quick. Madam Rouser, right? Is that Rouser?
Rosie.
Oh, okay, Rosie.
Yeah, it's Rosie.
Rosie. Okay. This is the thing. We do not. There was this other person that was talking and was making a statement like he was there when the arrangement was made. On this case, we've discussed this thing here before. I have a soft spot, being in the field of seeing kids, especially kids, going through any of these ailments. If I see someone that is like 60 and above, I'll be like, okay, you've lived your life, right? You've lived most part of your life. But if you see someone that is in a, teen or in the 20s going through that same thing, it's heartbroken. Now, if you have a child, it's different. Many of us here will do that more than what he did for their child. Many of us here. What we discussed this thing here. What we think happened was the guy reached there. When he got there, he changed his mind. How could he have left Nigerian shores without them having a match? It was
No,
a
he
match.
did not change his mind. He got there in the hospital. He did not march. That
No,
is
that
it.
is not what happened. No, he changed his
No,
mind.
All right.
that is not what happened. Can I please
All right.
explain?
Hold
This
on,
is
Rosie.
what happened. Okay.
I've got it on my screen. Let me speed through it.
Okay, sir.
Just call me one man. Nobody calls me sir. A former deputy president
I'm so
of
sorry.
the
I'm just
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's respect, isn't it? A former deputy president of the Nigerian Senate, Ike Ikeremadu, his wife, and a doctor have been convicted of organ trafficking by the United Kingdom court. United Kingdom Guardian reported. In what this is the paragraph that's really made me dubious of this judgment. So this next paragraph now, it makes me dubious of this judgment. So in what it's described as the first verdict of its kind under the Modern Slavery Act, the newspaper said the accused were found guilty of facilitating the travel of a young man to Britain with a view to his exploitation after a 6-week trial at the Old Bailey. So that was the first instance that particular law that was enacted was tested. So I was dubious that they were using him to test law. The jury found that they criminally conspired to bring the 21-year-old Lagos street trader to London to exploit him for his kidney. Correspondents reported how the former Deputy Senate President was arrested and charged by the Metropolitan Police last June for conspiracy to traffic a man whose name was later revealed as David Nwamini. This newspaper also reported that Mr. Nwamini was not a minor, so that's point one, based on the details provided by the Nigerian Immigration Service and Westminster Magistrate Court last June and July, respectively. Mr. Nwamani, according to the United Kingdom Guardian, was offered an illegal reward, so that's where the law may have been broken, to become a donor for Mr. Ekweremadu's daughter, who has a kidney disease that forced her to drop out of a master's program in film at Newcastle University. In February 2022, the man was falsely presented to a private renal unit at the Royal Free Hospital in London as Sonia's cousin in a failed attempt to persuade medics to carry out an £8,000 transplant. For a fee, a medical secretary at the hospital acted as an Igbo translator between the man and the doctor. So the guy that was being used, he doesn't speak English. For a fee, a medical secretary at the hospital acted as an Igbo translator between the man and the doctor to help try convince them that he is an altruistic donor, the court heard. The prosecutor, Hugh Davis, told the court that Ekweremadu and Obeta had treated the man and other potential donors as disposable assets, spare parts for reward. He said they entered an emotional, cold, commercial transaction with the man. The behavior of Mr. Ekweremadu, a successful lawyer and founder of an anti-poverty charity who helped draw up Nigeria's laws against organ trafficking, showed entitlement, dishonesty, and conspiracy, Mr. David told the jury. He said Mr. Ekweremadu, who owned several properties and had a staff of 80, agreed to reward someone for a kidney for his daughter, somebody in circumstances of poverty and from whom he distanced himself and made no inquiries, and with whom, for his own political protection, he wanted no direct contact. What he agreed to do was to see what he agreed to do was not simply expedient in the clinical interest of his daughter Sonia. It was exploitation. It was criminal. It is no defense to say he acted out of love for his daughter. Her clinical needs cannot come at the expense of the exploitation of somebody in poverty. It was reported Mr. Ekweremadu denied the charge, claiming he was a victim of a scam. In the same vein, the doctor, Mr. Obeta, who also denied the charge, claimed the man was not offered a reward for his kidney and was acting altruistically. Mr. Ekweremadu's wife, Beatrice, denied any knowledge of the alleged conspiracy with Mr. Ekweremadu's wife, Beatrice, denied any knowledge of the alleged conspiracy, whilst his daughter, Sonia, did not give evidence. WhatsApp messages shown to the court revealed Mr. Obeta charged Mr. Ekweremadu 4.5 million naira, about 8,000 pounds, are made up of an agent fee and donor fee. Masters Ekweremadu and Obeta later admitted falsely claiming Mr. Nwamani was Sonia's cousin in his visa application and in documents presented to the hospital. The prosecutor lawyer, Mr. Davis, said Mr. Ekweremadu ignored medical advice to find a donor for his daughter amongst family members. At no point in time was there ever any intention for a family member, close, medium, or distant, to do what could be paid for from a pool of donors. So that's how it was being presented. So they just used him to test a new law enacted, and because he's black, of course, sacrificial lamb.
One man.
Please,
So
let me add
you have
Sorry.
seen the thing. That's why I keep saying that when we come out here, let's not just come out and just say things because we feel that they are right. Because the issue there is this, and we've gone through this thing before. You cannot lift somebody off from Nigeria and say you're going for organ donor. The first thing you're going to do, the doctor that is going to do the organ transplant, the first thing they're going to do is the match. You must be a match before they airlift you from Nigeria. You don't just see any person on the street and you just pick the person up and you go to US to the UK.
Ekweremadu is not an illiterate. He's not an illiterate.
So that's what I'm saying, because of the thing Rousey was saying that that when they got there, or the other guy was saying when they got there that they found out it wasn't a match. That is not what happened. What really happened and what we think happened, what we thought happened, was that he went there and he changed his mind. And just
but
like most Nigerians,
with what one man just read now, it's not stated that. It's not stated there.
What happened was, this was what happened. Okay, the guy, although the guy, they enticed him with money, he agreed. And then when he came in, before they started the surgery, they're going to ask questions. Do you know what you are coming for? Do you know the implications of this? So by the time they started explaining, there is something called patient education. They started explaining it to him. This is the process. This is what is going to happen. This is the side effects. This is this. By the time they told him all these things, he developed cold feet.
Yeah, don't cash out.
He said no. Who doesn't love life? He said no. Because you can, once you get to that operating room, they can't force you. You have to willingly do this. And they have given the impression that this is a family member that has willingly come to do it. But by the time they started talking to him, explaining the procedure to him, he said no, he wouldn't do it anymore. So that was where the problem started. That is when he started.
Sorry, can I interject? Sorry.
That guy is not a minor.
He's not a minor.
He knows.
No, they did not, before he lied that he was a minor, but he's not a minor. But because now it's against his will.
So this is the issue. This is the thing. We have lived in abroad before, we still live in abroad. We know how these lawyers can come to you and help you twist whatever thing you're going to say, and that's the reason why they'll tell you shouldn't say anything when you're being arrested, because anything you say might be used against you in the court of law. Why do they offer you that opportunity? It's for you to talk to your lawyer. Then your lawyer will not tell you how to present it in a way that it will not affect you. So what I thought happened, he knew that he was going for organ transplants.
He
Yes.
knew he was going there. But when he
Yes.
got there, when he
Yes.
got that, this thing about Nigeria, probably it's been long he left Nigeria. It is the same thing that happened with women in Nigeria too. When you marry them, when you go to Nigeria and you tell them you want to do anything for them, but it will take them abroad, they will tell you yes, straight up. Then when they get
Oga
to
Joel,
abroad,
can you hear me? Can you hear me, please, Mr. Joel?
yeah, go
But
ahead.
please let me ask a
Yeah,
question. Please, can I ask a question, please? So I'm so sorry. Okay, okay. Why didn't any one of his family members give their organ? Why the
He
father
said,
could have he could have
It
okay
did
donated.
not connect his family member to do it. It did not contact them because he was afraid they would die, and he want the
No, okay,
innocent
no,
No,
no.
no,
body
I
come
no,
and
no,
die.
no,
guys,
no.
guys,
Hold on, hold on,
please. You see,
hold on.
I don't know who this guy is.
Sorry, Joel. Sorry, that's your conclusion,
Yeah, no,
Joseph.
no, no. To me,
Hold on, Rosie. You can't say that he was afraid that they would die. He might well be a private man who did not want those affairs. He did not want to be held hostage by it within his family. He didn't want to feel
no,
indebted,
Mr.
so he wanted to
When I
distance.
say his
Yeah.
Is
family,
he ignorance of what he was
Mr.
doing? It's not
Mr.
ignorance. He's
Woman,
a lawyer. He
Mr.
knows that
Woman,
this one is
when
supposed
I
to come
say
from
his
his
family,
family.
Mr. Woman, I don't mean his extended family. He has other children. What about the wife? What about himself? They have lived enough. Why can't
It
they
could be,
donate their organ?
Miss
Why
Rosie,
can't
it
they
is still
give their
possible.
organ?
No, hold on, please. It is still possible that they are not a match. It is still possible because we have seen this thing happen here. This is my
okay,
view.
That's
okay,
true.
okay.
You
Sorry,
know,
let
You
me
see,
so
ask
you
it
this.
could
see,
be that it's not their match.
you
And
see this thing about organ donating. I have a close experience. That somebody that this man is here in the US is well to do. He had kidney problem, and then he didn't want to keep going to the dialysis. So now he convinced his brother. It wasn't only convinced. He coerced the younger brother, coerced him to donate his kidney for him. He put pressure on this guy every time. I brought you to America. You must help me, blah, blah, blah. Until eventually he coerced the brother and the brother donated his organ. So these things happen. Why didn't he
okay,
try any
okay.
member of his
Okay,
families to
okay.
try
Sorry, let me ask this
immediately?
question. Let me ask this question. Let me ask this
Miss
question
Rosie,
before I forget.
let me tell you
Oh,
something.
please, Joel,
Miss Rosie,
Joel,
let me tell you
hold on.
something. Huh?
Joel, hold on.
The
Please,
person
please.
that
Joel, hold
looking at
on.
how
Please.
organs, many people
Joel,
live on one kidney
Joel of
and they
Nashville,
don't
hold
need to
on.
be on any medication.
Am I talking to
In
myself?
fact,
Joel of Nashville,
I
please
had a
hold
patient
on.
like 3 weeks ago. The guy they only found out when he was 25 that he has one kidney. All along, they didn't know he had one kidney. So you can function very well with one kidney. That is the point. The person that will need all those medication, like your Prograf and all that, as the person receiving the kidney, that is the person that is going to need
Joel, do you think race played a role in this case?
race. Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely. So, because what I'm looking at now, because if you look at a woman, if you look at what they said they talked about their slave, whatever law and all that. These people always want a guinea pig for anything. They need the guinea pig to test gonorrhea. They need a guinea pig to test HIV. They need the guinea pig to everything. Is on
Yeah,
the
but
black man's body.
this is a good guinea pig that they tested.
No, no,
Oh,
no, no,
good
no,
for
no.
him.
This is not a good guinea pig. No, no, no. This because the reason why I'm saying this is
I'm
to see,
glad
see.
that the
Miss
Lord caught
Rosie,
up with them.
Miss Rosie, sorry, let me interject. Joel, let me interject. I've been trying to interject. It's like I was talking to myself. I don't know. But sorry, let me interject before I forget this thing. Mr. Wama, please. I think our Nigerian senators are under the protection of diplomatic immunity, right?
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you that for fact. Maybe Ogweni has left us, but
I
I
don't
don't
No,
think
know.
no,
so. If
no.
he's under, I don't think so. If he's under diplomatic
Yes,
immunity, he won't be going through this.
Deputy Senate President is under diplomatic immunity. They were even talking about that maybe when this president come in, or this very president that is there now, they might write to UK to release him
Okay,
for them.
okay. I asked the question for a reason. What Ukraine is doing is not fair. You don't just trample on that people right. That guy was once a deputy president, senate president, a sitting president. I believe he's under diplomatic immunity. He's just jailing. That is one. I'm not saying what he did is right or the things involved. I'm not saying that, but again, we should not look beyond. This one is my opinion. The first one is a question. Second one is my opinion, but nobody will accept it. What happened to Koremadu was obedient. Koremadu was the
Oh
first.
God, how did we get through here?
Hold on, let me get there. Koremadu was the first in the house to start pushing for article. It was political. Everything that happened to Koremadu is political. He started first. He's a big force in the east. He started pushing for article. And he was the first to challenge.
No. Sorry. No. Hold on. Hold on, Rosie. Before you even go along that line, are you saying it's political that he went to get somebody that was poor and tried to pay him to donate his organ, flouting laws? Is that
is it Nigerian politics that came to influence British politics? What is going
No,
on
na
here?
God of Obi punisher. Na God of Obi punisher. Now you want talk so.
I beg, don't bring Obi in
Hold
this
on now, Miss
matter.
Rosie.
Obi no because spirit.
Hold on now, please. This thing he's charged with. All of them there, they have done it to themselves. Most of these senators you see there, they are half human beings. They are going with human parts.
No, we know all that, but he was
Okay,
caught.
hold on,
He was caught. So yes.
Yeah. He was caught. He was caught because people leaked his secret. That's why I said it's political. Anything they would use to get their enemy away. They all do this. They know it's gonna go. They know he filed his case in the embassy. They know he has a legit case. But obedience happened to him. That was the beginning of the obedience.
So wait, they leaked the secret to the British.
No, they told the guy. No, not British. That guy raised the question. If that guy, that the person involved went to the station, if the guy didn't go to the station, nothing, we would not have heard this case. Probably the guy would bought ticket and come back home. The guy went to the station and said, I want to report a case against this man. That was the Achilles heel. That's the obedience factor in it. And we try to forget it. We don't talk about it because we are looking at the judicial system in the country that really worked. But we don't look at what led to that. But it's my opinion. I'm not saying you should accept it. I'm not saying you should take it. But that was happened. That's where the bullying of obedience started.
What is when after they went to the hospital and he refused to donate his organ. So what happened afterwards was that they took him back to the room, and I think they took away his international passport. That was when he now escaped from the place that they kept him,
and
according
they
to what they were saying.
maltreating him too. They started
intimidating
him.
Miss Rosie, that part we discussed it on this show, and I said I do not support that part at all. If he was maltreated after he refused refused donation, then
but please,
I do not support that.
What do you expect? You think they're going to be pampering him and be happy with him? Because
that is why in my statement,
he messed up.
They're going to torment him.
I'm the first to speak on this. That is why in my statement I said it was greediness that brought them to this problem. That for that moment that boy said he's not going to do, they would have given him good life just to make this whole problem, to avoid all this problem.
When you say greed, it's not greed now. These people have money. What are they greedy about? It's just that they feel they're in power, they're in position. So
that is the greed now.
No, they wanted to send him back to Nigeria
without giving him anything.
So they wanted to send him back to Nigeria. You understand me? So he had to say something.
To dump him. Okay.
Yeah. So they wanted to send him back to Nigeria. So he had to say something, to make him stay there.
Okay, so something like to seek for asylum or something.
So and okay, just take it. Maybe if I'm that person and I meet someone like one man, so one man would also want the cloud too. So the news people to come to him and ask him and praise him for saving this boy and all that. So it's money for everybody. It's still the same money, isn't it? So that is where I look at it from. I think that boy did Ekweremadu Dairy. He refused that. It wasn't because he wasn't a match. So that's my thing.
Obedience did Ekweremadu dirty.
What man, please?
No. It had nothing to do with the obedience, please. What peace? Elections are over. Elections are over, please.
Anyway, it's over. It's over. Let's talk about
it. What has obedience got to do with this issue?
The obedience, they don't believe that election is over. They said it's not over. They need to
Obedient,
rerun it
obedient
again.
has nothing to do with Ekweremadu now.
All right. Let's hear from Igilo. Igilo wants to come in.
Yeah, I greet everybody, one man. Yeah, one man, particularly, I have not been able to send you a super chat because here in Dubai, everything is very restricted. They don't allow some kind of transaction if they cannot monitor the stores or know where is going. So it's a bit difficult for me. So I'm trying to see other means how I can send a super chat yet, but still, I'm still looking for a means, please. I'm sorry for that.
No, that's all right. You're not compelled to. The only compulsion, the only thing
No,
you're compelled to is click on like. That's the only thing you're obliged to. If you click on like and you're subscribed, then you
yeah.
fulfilled all
Okay.
righteousness.
All right. Thank you for that. Yeah. About the Ekweremadu, I think everybody are speaking very well. Like Joseph has spoken and Rosie has spoken very well about it. The truth about the matter is that we all know if it was in Nigeria, that man would have been sleeping in his bed, laughing and cheering. You can even see the non-city of Nigerian senators. They say they are sending the representative to go there and challenge the case. What kind of nonsense is that? Somebody here said that. Who said it? I think. Beware of spinner. He say it is right. Which right? In someone's land. You see, the truth is that if the Madu is not graded the way Joseph have said and Rosie have said, when that guy, that guy was not fully aware of the implication of what he wants to do. He was only ready because of the money and the area he was going, travel abroad, everything, and the promises. But just as you have said, when he got to the hospital, this guy, the doctor knows that this guy is still a young man. If this guy was at the age of 60, 65, like that, the doctor will not be too suspicious like that. No, he would know, okay, this guy has lived his life, he's 60, 70, he knows what he's doing, the implication and everything. But the doctor says that this guy is still a young guy, under 25, he's not married, no father, no brother, no uncle, no mother, signing a paper or documentation to back anything. There's nothing. So the doctor have to really take his time to ask this guy, are you sure you know what you are doing? This is implication, this is the consequences, and this will be the result. So this guy hearing this thing now, he has to reflect. So the doctor have to give him time. Okay, go back and reflect. So it was best because when that issue first happened, this guy said, according on page, he said he could not do it and he went back home. When he went back home, they started to treat him very badly because at the first time of going to the hospital, this guy have already failed the agreement for even trying to reflect on the issue. He was supposed to just admit, it's okay, yes, I will do it. And he didn't do that. So Ikweremadu was angry at that. Then it started, the guy was sleeping on the floor. And what caught Ikweremadu is that at that very period, it was when Ikweremadu came out on air and said, Obi will never win the election. Nobody was supposed to Obi. And that time now, the Obedient were very angry at him. They were all watching out for him. And they knew that he was traveling abroad for this very purpose.
Are you agreeing with World Peace? Are you agreeing with World Peace?
Yes. Even me, we are
But
all
how
watching
would
out
they
for
know?
him.
This is a private matter now.
When
Something
I say
concerning
something,
his daughter.
It's not
How would
private.
the
There is
obedient
nothing
know
private.
that he's
There is
going
nothing
abroad?
private. No. There's nothing private. This guy, Ikweremadu don't know this guy. This guy was arranged by somebody. People who were involved arranged this guy. So there's nothing private. Nothing private. Somebody did his passport. Somebody brought them there. Nothing. Obedient are everywhere, even to the farmer in the bush, even the herdsman in the bush is also part of Obedient. So Obedient were watching out for him, just as what he did in Germany when he went there. You saw what happened to him. They were all watching out for them. So I know, and
They
that is
said he was
the truth.
attacked when he went to Germany. They disgraced him.
That's what.
Sorry,
That,
Miss Rosie. Miss Rose, I mean Betty. When I told you it was obedient factor, I wasn't just saying it because I just want to say it. I had facts.
Okay.
People did the passport for him.
it was Obedient
No,
factor.
excuse me, please. Excuse me. When he came to Germany, when he came to Germany, when he was attacked, it was not based on obedience that he was attacked.
I know.
Then,
we're not talking about that. You are taking us
then
to
it was based on, I'm coming, it was based on Nnamdi Kanu issue and Nigeria that made them to attack him that first time. They were attacking all of them that came to Europe. That
It's
is the
correlated.
reason.
All these issues all are
For we
correlated.
to
They
be
are all
saying
threats
that he came
against
to
you.
All right.
Germany was based on obedience is not the truth.
Is obedient factor, but I'm not pushing on you. And you
All
see
right.
what obedient telling you
What
now.
please? What please? Let me just take a micro moment just to ease myself out and hand over to DOG. But let the conversation carry on. Thank you everyone for the
One
super
man,
chatters
one
and
man,
Ayo for the
one
coffee.
man.
Yeah.
It's me, Joseph. Please, if somebody is on the queue, please bring him in. I want to step down, please.
No, it's fine. You can step down. People step in and out, but the conversation carries on. You and I will both be stepping down then.
Mr. Joseph, which side are you from in
but
Europe? Sorry.
I live in Germany here.
You are from Nigeria.
Mr. Woman, you're
Yeah,
looking so
I'm
early
from Edo
tonight.
State.
I can hear your accent. That's what I'm asking. Which part of Edo State?
I'm from Ovia Northeast.
Domo, Equator.
Oh, where's my brother?
I could see how
Iglo, you made me come here. Hold on, Iglo. You came here, you said me, I said something. What did you hear me say? What did you hear
Who
me
is
say?
that, please? Who is talking?
Rational mind.
Beware of spinners. You said
Okay, beware of spinner. Okay, beware of spinner said that he was trying to blame the UK probably for like infringing on Equemado's right. I say no now. Which right? Which right does he have?
You're picking on the wrong person. I never said anything. All the while they've been talking about Equemado, I've never even uttered one statement. So
Oh, okay, I think somebody else said that.
It's okay.
I think it is right. It's right. Then I was trying to say no. Which right? Right for what? Okay, wait. Somebody asked a question that why didn't he
The
bring
person
his
was
family
saying that
member? Why
the
didn't he
person was
bring his family member? The reason simply because just use logic. One man said it, that he doesn't want to be held captive to his family, because if you bring your family come, it is not possible that the whole of your family, private family, extended family, close family, that they will not find somebody who is at a match. They must find somebody. But if you bring that person, the family will hold you that, okay, you have to make sure you take care of that person responsibly for money, everything.
Have we lost him? We lost you.
I think it's network. Anyway, what happened to Koremadu has so many factors, but that obedient factor was the most one. But people want to shy away from it. That bullying stuff started then, and they reported so many other people. But again, I understood people want to say no, it was not that. That what really happened. That boy, they said that he was bullied. Ask this question: when the operation wanted to take place, Chukwumadu came in, was like 3 months apart. Why is it now that the boy is going to station to report? When Chukwumadu started making that political
because
move,
they were maltreating him.
hold on, madam. I'm not saying it did not happen, but when the obedience, when Chukwumadu started making that campaign started, when I say it's political and many other things too that got involved, when the campaign primaries was starting, and Chukwumadu was front running from Atiku, disowning Obi and all that. Then they started this online campaign. This is their bullying they are doing, and of course, there's nothing that is secret under the sun. And word get out. Somebody advised that boy. Why did that boy do this ever since? Hold on, Igilo. Somebody advised that boy what to do, how to do it, who appropriate the authority to meet. And the boy went accordingly and did everything and tied Kumari at the jugular. And Kumari went in for it. And again, I'm not even worried about that. How come Britain is undermining our own sovereignty? How can Kumari go to jail in a Britain court? I don't get it.
Because he committed a crime in Britain, that's why.
I know, but he has a diplomatic immunity.
Okay.
No, somebody is saying he does not.
I accept that.
You are the one that talk about right. Look, Madu was not on official duty. You have to compare the same crime, the same case with what happened in Germany. What happened in Germany is that Madu was on private tour, on private meeting. He does not have immunity when you are on private tour. That is why it could be beaten, harassed, closed down. Nothing happened. But if he was on diplomatic engagement with the Nigerian to Germany, you cannot go and touch him now. Come on. Then that is the only time that your immunity will be activated. But as at now, you are on your own private stuff. Your senator, whatever, is kept in Nigeria. So you are just alone. So forget about immunity. That does it.
Thank you. So that means Ikwemadu now lost his seat to the Senate because we just did the election now. He was not there to contest.
Now,
So wait,
the
you are
senators say,
talking of you are talking of losing seat. Somebody is facing criminal charges in UK.
No,
You
he
are
already,
still talking
he
about
already be
losing seat.
sentenced. What else? He
They
already be
can't
sentenced.
vote for him in absentia now.
The
he
essential.
did not contest anything
What did
now.
Obedient did? I don't think his seat will be available by now. Somebody will have
He's
taken that.
obedient. That is just I'm so happy. And okay, please for the thing is that I'm so happy that
You are
even if
giving disobedient too much credit, so please take it
no no
easy.
no 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 look, Rosie, I'm telling the truth. Obedient movement is just like IPOP movement. It's everywhere. If you have any word against Nnamdi Kanu, even if it come 5 years, these people are still watching out for you. So an obedient now has that like a collaborator now with the IPOP. So it's like IPOP stroke Obedient now. If you say anything about Obid movement and Nigeria is not good, just like Desmond Elliot did, they will be watching out for you wherever you go. So that's it. And that very period was when Ikweremadu made this silly statement and said Obi can never be president. Obi just a minority Igbo that want to come and jeopardize. It can never be. So everybody was, even including the IPOP guys who were even trying to hold back to see if Obi can be president, maybe he can help them to do some stuff for them. So they were also coming out against this guy. And that very period, he traveled. Who told you that these people are not watching out for him? There's no secret about traveling. Traveling to where? Where are you going to pass? Which airport? Who made the visa for them? Who made the passport for this guy? Who arranged this guy? Ekweremadu could not go to street now and look for this guy now. He must contact somebody. And who is that person? It could be Obedient. Everybody, even this guy who is in APC, the governor of Ebonyi State, David Moye, he said he's also obedient, but he cannot be obedient man of his party. That I wish he's not. So that is the truth. You might not be with Obi, but you like him. So the person Ikweremadu contacted, who is he? Who is he? So that is the truth. Obedient are involved. Obedient, somebody may have advised this guy to say, oh, because of what this guy said, Igbo people have been looking for presidency for the past 60 years. And now that Obi is having that age to become somebody is saying that he will never be. So because of that, they have to deal with him. And that is just the truth. But apart from that, if it is the God of karma, the God of justice, or the God of revenge, or whatever, Ikweremadu has been in Senate for more than 23 years. Ikweremadu and Lawan, they are all of the same caucus at the same time. For more than 20-something years, they have been there. What has he done? Nothing. So if they want to use him to test the law, fine. What is it? Okay, just as I said, it is not possible that he will be looking for a match in his entire family and he will not see. It's not possible. He just wanted somebody that he could use as a scapegoat. After using him, he dump him and forget him. Let's just assume that this guy accepted to do the transplant and this transplant worked. Do you know that immediately if he needs a transplant, he will bring this guy home and he will forget the guy. The guy will die after 5 years or 10 years because there will be no medication for him. How much will he give the guy? Even the guy that arranged for him, the guy will be the one to even take part of the money from this guy. So that's the truth. So the doctor knew what was happening. So what you have to do, you have to educate the guy, just as Rossi said. Patient education. They educate this guy. Do you know the consequences of what you want to do? The problem, and everything. So we are happy. For me, I'm very happy that it was Ikweremadu. I'm very happy. All these things, if it was,
Because the guy is still a young guy. He still
he's
want to
still a
go.
young guy.
When he gets some money, he wants to go to the club. He wants to drink. He wants to have fun. But you have one kidney. You cannot overstress your kidney. That
He
is
would not
why
even
there
know
were
the
some guys.
consequences
You
of
know,
these
there were
things.
some Nigerian guys that were going to Malaysia, going to Indonesia to be selling their kidneys to make money.
Exactly.
Most of them started dying when they came back because they didn't know the implication.
They
They
don't know
started
the
dying because they would
implication. They
keep
will
drinking. They
die.
would keep, yeah.
Yeah,
So he
because
would have used
again,
him. He would have
what
used
is the
him and dumped him.
guarantee? What is the guarantee that both of your kidney are even healthy? So it's
Oh,
actually
okay.
not that easy to just give one of your kidney out like that.
DOG, let me quickly tell you something. Ms. Batty, Rosie, please listen. I'm saying this the second time here. DOG, do you remember that time?
Dr. Sophia Abi or whatever. But for them, I'm so happy that the God of Karma have to use them. I'm so happy. I'm so pleased. For the
Okay.
other case,
Igolo, please hold on a bit. Hold on, let me quickly say this. Ms. Rosie, please listen carefully at the party. George, you remember that time when this thing just started, Obedient movie just started, and there's still not the Kano movement? You remember we were talking on the platform all the time? DOG. Are you there?
Yeah,
DOG.
yeah.
Go on.
So, yeah, there's a statement I made here. My uncle, they reported me that when I just started, they cut out the statement out. They called my uncle here in Japan. My uncle called me. First thing my uncle did was to play that statement to me. And the second question I asked, when did you say this? Did you say that? I said, yes, I said it. What was the problem? And he told me to see what was going on. First of all, the first mistake they made was my uncle they called. The second mistake they made is me. And the third mistake they made, they don't really know how much we are in Japan here. Immediately, when I talked to my uncle called the IPOP head here, and my big brother got involved. It was a very big thing. The IPOP guy said, oh, they didn't know. The who reported me didn't know it was me. So imagine if I didn't have this connection in Japan, because my cousins are many here, my big brother is well known here. Imagine if I was not well known in Japan. Don't you know these people have that mobbed me and take me out of anything they know about me or business? So when I was telling you guys, Obedient did that to Ikweremadu, I was not joking. They have confirmed for me before. They called me last 2 weeks, like, I do people on trial. We don't leave. You'll be our friend now. We'll be our friend now. They told me on phone. They're my friend. Though. I said, they told me I do business with them. But for now, I distance myself from them. Obedient movement is like a jihadist movement
because
to them.
I agree with you that somebody must have educated him about what to do for him to go. Because he's new there, he's not that educated. He wouldn't know to go. But I mean, these things don't work in Nigeria now. You can't go to police station and report, and the police will take it up. So I know somebody, a reliable source, must have informed him, taught him what and what to do, and he did.
Okay. Let me just make a point about the Rufai stuff and Fayose. One man was trying to make it look as if, Fayose was trying to make it look as if Rufai has actually touched to his own private life. No, just as this guy said, he is a politician. He was once a governor. Look at what they did to Donald Trump. They even asked Donald Trump, did you actually sleep with 10 girls in the same room, fingering them? Imagine the question that the journalist was asking Donald Trump, the president, did you actually sleep with 10 girls in your club? And Donald Trump went back and said, yes, I did, and I'm going to do it again. And he went and did. He carried 3 girls, and we are touching them on their private part. You can see. So which one is actually your private distance? He asked you a question. Okay, the election that just passed by, is it a good one? He said to him, whatever it is good, is this to the standard of Nigeria? Which standard of Nigeria? The standard that will never work, and you want us to die here? He said that is what he says, that we should just move on. So that is why Oseni now said, okay, do you remember that in your own case, it was recorded? Yes. Is it not true? It was recorded. Whether alleged or not alleged, it was recorded. It was all on social media. It was recorded. So why is it Fayose trying to make it look as if it was a private secret? Which secret? Did
Igolo?
Yes,
I don't think Fayose was making a secret. And aside that, what people were trying to say on the platform. Hold on. What people were trying to say on the platform is Rufai as a journalist, is he not acting as if his party is playing party journalism? And obviously we know he's an obedient, and the way he attack and very combative with most of the guests, especially when they are APC members. That is what they are saying.
Okay, let me
journalism is practicing. Is it practicing journalism?
Let me answer the question now. Among all the presidential candidates, Obi is the only candidate that have been on hot seat in that Arise TV every time. There is no question they don't ask him about the Pandora paper, about the IPOP, about nothing. And why is Obi always calm and not talking about why
when he was doing that, was he pushing Obi back when people were talking?
Yeah,
example Obi like the. But anyway, we don't want to. We've overflowed that. And let's go back to. Don't let us. I don't even know how we brought will be into this thing, to be honest.
No, no,
Madam
no, no,
Rosie,
no, no. We are
can
making
you land?
comparison about. We are making comparison about.
Sorry,
If,
Mr. Ugolo. Mr. Ugolo. Let Madam Rosie continue what she was saying.
hello.
Madam Rosie, are you there?
Maybe she stepped out. She's not close to her phone.
Allow me to
Yeah.
continue now. Ali
Yeah,
Marosa has been
continue.
speaking.
Yeah, continue. I thought Madam Rosie was still there.
Please,
It's
I'm
okay,
No, no,
sorry. Did
no.
you
continue.
ask me a question?
Yeah, I
Yes,
thought you were trying to interject at some point.
No, 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 no. I didn't even hear the question. I'm sorry. I stepped away from my phone.
No, we
Okay,
were
okay.
talking. They were talking. This guy was trying to justify what Oseni did. I'm trying to just hear your view about the
Okay,
Oseni and the
to me,
Fayose incident.
okay, to me, I know somebody was commenting that why did he go into the man's private life? After all, the man did a favor by coming to that place for the interview. Once a public figure, always a public figure. For the fact that he came to talk about something else does not mean they can't go to other areas.
Good.
I mean, they did not say you are coming here. We have signed. We signed it that we are not going to talk about anything except this topic. No, there was no agreement like that. You are coming to the studio. We are going to interview you. This is the main thing we are talking. But they can divert to any area.
Good.
So that was what
But
he
do
diverted.
you think? I don't think anybody is disputing the fact of you as a journalist asking your guests some certain question, but I think it's the way Oseni asks his questions. We've seen other journalists in that country ask people question, and the way
Yeah,
and
but you
manner in
see,
which they ask it.
everybody's style is different now. Some journalists are gentle. They are, they'll ask you gently. They don't. But some are very, I mean, aggressive. They will just say it as it is. You get what I'm saying? So maybe
Yeah.
that is just his own style of journalism.
Okay, okay. Let me contribute to that point. You see, in Nigeria, we have been angry so much that all the TV stations have been bought by journalists, AIT, TVC, channels have been bought. They are not talking anything, they are afraid. Do you know that if they take away Arise TV, which is a Rufai out of that TV, do you know the numbers of view will decline from 1 million to 200,000? Do you know that? Do you know the first time Eric Fryer has this issue with about Tinubu about this cocaine stuff document, that stuff? To the point where even Madoke, the owner of the TV, went to be begging Tinubu privately, even and they were fine and they paid. Kulata here and Thomas and Jelekoko and even woman, they were saying they were even speculating that in short, that guy will be fired. That guy will be fired. I was saying, look, if that guy is fired, Arise TV will go.
Hmm. Hello?
I
Anyone?
can
Can
hear
anyone hear me?
you. Is the Gilo
Yeah.
stop? I can hear.
Oh, yeah. The Oseni issue. What piece? What do you
Hmm.
have to? What's your view about it?
Like I said before, first of all, first thing I will say is this: if they know Sony is like that, why are they keep going to their show? Go to his show. It's his show, and do people know this guy is always or let me put like this: a controversial journalist that ask controversial questions. Then you don't need to be worried and be angry. For me,
Yeah,
I don't
like
really
you're
like.
saying,
Huh?
like you said, there is somebody like that called Peter Morgans.
Yeah,
Peter
yeah,
Morgan. He was here in the US before.
yes, I can hear.
He
Yeah.
was not in the US. I mean, when you come on his show, he will ask you, he would talk to you and say, I mean, after a while, when they weren't comfortable with him, I mean, they ended up his contract and he went back to Britain. I mean, journalist style, everybody is different. Everybody is different. It's just like sometimes, like when they have this presidential debate too. You have some moderators, right? You have some moderator that is very, they soft, they are not, but you have some that will be throwing questions left and right, center, very aggressive. So everybody's style is different. If that's the way it is, the only thing that will be wrong will be if it's partial. If for some people he doesn't throw the punches. He pets them, and if some other people is throwing
But
punches.
is that not the case, Madam Rose? Is that not the case?
To me, I don't know much about this guy, but I'm just saying, there have been instances
That's the
where,
case. Yeah, when when other people come there. The other day, when Omakari came there, he was interviewing the guy, and this guy claimed and showed the video that he went to Chicago State University to confirm if Tinubu actually went to that university, which he said he confirmed. He confirmed it. There was a video that proves it, that he himself recorded himself in front of the school, and Oseni was still arguing with him. They almost fought themselves. So things like that is what people are really saying.
okay, so
Even
to
if you
some
are
people is
partisan as a
partial.
journalist, you have to be professional. There is standard to these
Yes, that's
things.
true. You have to be
That's
neutral.
that's what people are saying. Nobody's saying don't question. Obviously, you will question them. There is a way and manner you question them. I've watched Shane Wakimbaloye question people, and serious questions. But you will
But
see the
one
way and manner they will phrase their question as a
okay,
journalist.
okay,
That
okay.
is the point people are trying to make. But it's the obedient. They won't let you hear. They won't let. It's whatever goes for them.
What is
If
he
it
an
turns on other
obedient
people,
guy?
no.
Is he an obedient guy?
No,
He's obedient, of course.
they said
He's obedient.
he's obedient.
Everybody talking about him know he's obedient. That's
Okay,
why you
okay,
see
okay,
on social media they will be the one supporting him. They are the
okay,
one on
okay,
Arise. How many people go to Arise to be watching all
okay.
those
But
nonsense anymore?
my take is this: if people know, if people are saying the guy is not that, is not that, he's not a professional, or he's always like that on his show, why can't those people go to a different show that will have support
No,
from
this
them?
is the case. This is the case. Even at the start, almost immediately they started. Is question. You can say you will be on essay. You will be saying things to people, asking question on essay. Then you will be accusing them. Then you can tell. Fayose now said at some point, like, I told Dr. Abati before coming to this program that I don't want it to be the way Rufai always attack and combative with people. And you can't be referring to something that has happened in how many years back now to that's like a defamation of character on live TV. It was there for something else. That is what you should be questioning. Even though if you have a question that relates to his past, there is a way and manner to put it as a journalist to him to answer
Can I
it.
please? Can I come in, please?
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm getting frustrated by the way you guys are presenting this issue, and I was thinking that one man was going to be here. The issue with Rufai, Madam Rose, are you here? Because I would like you to be here because I've seen that they have spit this their
Yeah,
venom in your
yeah.
mouth.
I'm
So
listening to you, sir. I'm listening.
yes, I'm listening. Thank you very much. The issue is this: who is Rufai? Rufai is someone that wants to know the truth.
Rufai is a journalist.
Please let me just talk, DOG, because you've
Rufai is a
already said you don't go.
journalist. That's
Hold on,
who we know
please.
Rufai to
You've
be.
already said you don't go to Arise News now, which is fine.
I didn't say I
If you
don't
don't
go
go
to.
to if you
You don't
no
listen. You're not
no
listening to what I was saying.
okay, but you say you don't go there to
Carry
listen
on,
to that
carry on, carry on.
nonsense. That's what you say. You say you don't go there to listen to that nonsense, right?
I say a lot
It's
of
on
people
tape.
don't go there. I say a lot of people don't go there
To
to
listen to
listen
that
to that
nonsense,
their
but
nonsense.
yeah, to
But
nonsense. Good.
I do my statistics. I check things out.
Good.
I see post. I look at it.
This Arise News. Let me just move forward, please. Arise
You are
News
the one
is
taking
the
yourself back.
best.
Go on.
DOG, you are the moderator. Don't be a Thomas, right? Just
No,
maintain
no,
your
no,
lane.
no, no,
Let
no.
me
It's
just
the way
talk,
you are attacking me.
right?
You
No,
ask
no,
me a
no, no, no,
question.
no.
I'm
Because
answering you. I say, oh,
you
then
can't
let
say
me carry.
you can't say a medium. You can't say a media station like as credible as Arise, they are talking nonsense. Or whoever people you're listening to or you're list or talking to you are saying they're talking nonsense. And we are talking about nation building. We are talking about the only station in Nigeria that is talking about issues.
You can take away Rufai out of the equation. What about other people? What about Charles and Bunam? What about the other people? What about Ayo? What about Abati? They're talking about issues. And we should start looking at it from that angle. The issue with Nigeria today is that everybody is licking butts, including most of us on this show. We are licking asses. We don't want to come out and say the truth. What is wrong with us? Rufai is about the only person that asks these people tough questions. As a politician, it's what matters to you shouldn't only be about how you got into office, but how you present yourself out there in public. And Fayose, a man that I love.
Joel,
I remember when he was going through his travels.
Hold on, Joel. Hold on a
When he
minute.
was going through his travels, I know the way Nigerians was behind him.
Joel, can you hold on,
but
please?
Today, Fayose cannot come out to condemn. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, hold on. What I'm saying and what everybody has been saying is nobody is asking Rufai not to ask tough questions. But there is a way and manner to ask people questions, such questions that you will even put them on the spot without attacking them. Hold on. Get everybody, get my point. If you are not trying to understand other people, my point is Rufai needs to know how to ask this question. So you won't look as if you are trying to come back to them. There is a way and manner you even ask this question, you put them on the spot, then you leave them to it and look at them, and let them see whatever they want to say.
Different.
I'm sorry, to me, I don't agree with
his
that.
Style,
because
his style is different.
Everybody's style is different.
His style is different.
The way he wants to do
I just think everybody have some sort of view to
these
this.
politicians, people need to shake them and ask them that, okay, you were in the office. How was your performance? How did you do? We should be courageous.
We've seen Shehu Okinbaloye ask people such questions on channels.
Everybody's time is
no. Shehu Okinbaloye, with respect to him, is an excellent journalist. I would say that he's a very, very good journalist. But Shehu Okinbaloye is also an ass-licker. He backs down from questions. When you ask a politician question and they give you a general,
hold on, his profession is trained. Shehu is trained.
Okay,
you have to.
DOG,
there is a way you can't. Anyway, Joel, I think obviously
right now you are. You see, hold on, DOG. You see, at this point in time, your position now is that of a journalist, but you see, you're not doing a good job. You see, sometimes it's easy to sit down there and attack people, but now you have the position. But you cannot allow anyone to make a 2 or 3 statements without you cutting in. So that's the point.
This is what we branch into. This was not what we are talking about. You took us here. You took us here. We branch into this, and we are just having a conversation to move on.
No. I'm not having a conversation. I just want to, because I've not talked today. Hold on. I've not talked today. So I just wanted to just make my speech clear. But because of woman is not here, Ajele Koko is not here, and a couple of people that I wanted to talk to.
Ajele Koko is here. Ajele is
asking to let him interject now.
Okay, no. It's still not enough, because I want the day I will see Kulata too, so that I will make my point. On the last election, and how we all messed up in the last election.
Joel, can you hear people?
Joel, I can hear. I do.
Yeah.
Joel, can I interject 1 minute?
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. You see, I don't know the mercy that our people are having on this. What do you call it? On this politician. I don't get it. What's the mercy on them that questions should not be asked from them in a certain way?
Yes, sir.
Nice
Yes,
to them.
sir.
They don't
You
deserve.
see?
They don't
Yes,
deserve.
sir. You see,
I'm
sorry that I'm sorry that I'm interrupting you, sir. It's like you, when you speak, right? You speak with passion. You speak with authority because you believe in what you are talking about. So when somebody is asking you questions, why would you not speak with confidence? Why would you be scared of talking to these people? These are our public servants. They are supposed to be people serving us. We shouldn't be worshiping them. And when we talk to them, we talk like they are gods, they are mini gods. No, like you now. I always listen to when you talk. Whatever you believe in, you speak with courage, you speak with passion, you speak with confidence. So why can't we talk to these politicians like that?
I don't get it. I don't know the point that DOG is raising, that there's a way we should ask questions, we should be nice with them. They don't deserve to be nice to at all. Be nice to us.
Ajaleoku,
And we
I didn't
see
say you should be
all the
nice.
time.
I didn't say you should be nice to them.
And
I never mentioned any.
yeah,
I never
but
said nice.
what you are saying, that is what it implies now. You are saying, oh, don't be combative, don't um, center the issue on their personality. No, they cannot get away with anything. Even the
You know,
soup where they
Abajaleoku,
eat
I just
for
want
them,
to make. I would like to
the
cite an
soup where they
example.
chop for their house, if we know about it, we should be able to ask questions about it, because they are our servants.
Well,
And they can't say
I
because the
totally
politics is
agree.
good.
I totally
Uh,
agree with all those things. I
yes.
totally agree with all
So
your points, sir. But my thing is, I can't go to a church and let me say I'm not a believer and a pastor is trying to make me believe, forcing me and doing all those things. What I'm trying to say is, Rufai, people come to you. You want to grill them. But there is a way and manner you are relaxed about doing it. There's a way that you are not trying to talk them down. Can you down? Didn't you do this? Didn't you do that? If the person will even say, hold on, hold on, hold on, you can't be, it's more like you are interrogating them rather than questioning them.
look,
That's how it looks. I'm not saying don't
Yeah,
ask those
look,
questions.
it's good. It's good when these
go,
politicians come for us to interrogate them. Let
yeah,
them give account of their stewardship.
question.
You
It's
can't be
about
worshiping them.
questioning and interrogative.
There should be no go. There shouldn't be a no go area. Any area of their life, let them talk about it. Let them interrogate them. They need to give account of their stewardship, of what their role in the society. They need to talk about it. I
I
mean,
think if
they are people.
I think if people will go back to watch that video,
We
they will
can't
see that
have we can't have
initially
mercy on these people. We can't be merciful on them.
I'm not having any
That
mercy
is
on
why
them.
our country is messed
I
up
don't
like this,
have any
because we
mercy
are
on
scared of
them.
these politicians. We can't talk to them. That is why they do whatever they do and they get away with it. If there are people harassing them on the road, they see them, they start questioning them. I mean, look at in advanced countries now. If they meet the prime minister on the road, you think they won't corner him and be asking him questions? They'll be running after them
They
generally.
ask them question, but they don't
So
shout
what's
and
wrong with
talk
asking
over
questions?
them.
The,
They
the,
ask them
Everybody's
questions
personality is
and they
different.
will answer. And the one they don't
Everybody's
answer, they will walk away
no,
and nobody
DOG,
will
DOG,
shout
hold
and
on.
laugh and smile and chuckle
DOG,
in
can I ask you
yeah,
a question, DOG?
yeah.
Would you um would you say that Fayose should have answered the question better instead of the kind of show of how do I describe what he did? The show of what I don't even know the right word to use. So instead of the way he did it, do you do you do you think he should have done better? Answer the question.
But I will answer your question. You guys just said just now that Rufai journalism style is different. We all know Fayose for his kind of person too. Is different. Maybe if somebody was in his position and in his shoes at that point, the person too would have a way of calming down and answering Rufai, but we know Fayose and his own personality himself. So it is two hot pots eating each other at that point. So we know Fayose, and obviously Fayose would have known about Rufai before going to Arise. And when they invited him, he intentionally called about it to say, talk to Rufai. I don't want all this rowdy attack. Ask question, I answer, and there was a reason he was even there. So even if you ask questions, I don't think it's something that you should harass and start shouting and attacking him. If you ask him, let him talk. That was a point, because initially I saw the video. He asked the question. You can see Fayose was trying to adjust himself and look for a way to answer him. But it's not the way he was asking the question that is now not looking right anymore. And these people, they are human beings as well. They will respond depending on their personality. And we know Fayose. That is my point.
I think this is subjective. That is your own opinion. That it was answered. It was.
Politicians are the same all over the world. Politicians will like to play their dirty game and will like to bully journalists. And that is what Nigerian politician does all the time. Bullying journalists, trying to beat them down so that they will remain.
But we know Fayose is a bully now, and that's my point.
They will remain unquestionable on anything.
That's my point.
Even in United States here, you will see what do you call it? The conservative media houses.
Democrats will not go.
You will see the Democrats,
Fox News.
Democratic Party politician doesn't want to go to conservative media houses because they know they will be asked hard questions.
That's not true.
The same thing. The same with the Democrats. They don't want to go to the liberal. The other way around. They don't want to visit it. The media houses of the opposition party because they knew they'll be held accountable. They'll be asked questions that can throw them off the board. So
you are very correct, sir. You're very correct. Like look at this man, Biden. You think Biden will go to Fox News to grant?
No, he doesn't. He won't want to go.
He will go to CNN because CNN will support Democrats.
He will be embarrassed. He will be embarrassed because
they will throw him under the bus. They will ask him.
There are a lot of things that he has said in the past, or that he promised the country that he hasn't done yet. They will bring out the tape against him to say this is what he said and this is what you are doing now. So look, journalism has taken a different dimension, not the way they used to practice in the 90s. The 70s. It is a different journalism, different way of practicing it now, where politicians must be asked hard questions that relate to their own private affair and that of public affair. Once you are in the job of as a
public servant,
yeah, you nothing whatsoever that you must have in secret anymore. There's nothing.
Nothing is out of reach. Your life is a public life.
Your life is in the public. Your life, your family life, your children, everything is in the public. They could spare your family or your wife, but you particularly, you have no privacy anymore. The moment you jump into private,
yes. The journalist in the US that you're talking about, when they ask these questions and when they grill these politicians, when they go to their channels, do they ask it in the manner in which Rufai does his own journalism? Because I think that is what people. I don't think anybody condemning Rufai doesn't want Rufai not to ask those questions. I just think people just have the problem with the way he does.
It is good for him to point them very well, to throw them off balance. I think
if we look
into these people so that they would.
I think we all have our opinions about this.
No, that is the way it is
practice in
And
US.
plus the anger of what is going on in that country is part of why
because everybody
most
is
people are
angry.
really
Everybody is
not
stressed out.
getting the point.
DOG, let me tell you
Yeah.
this. Well, I'm not saying that Arise News they are perfect or they are not partisan a little bit. All the media houses in Nigeria are partisan one way or the other. TVC, we know is Bola Tinubu, and they never at one time condemn Bola Tinubu in that station. Every time, everything about Tinubu is good. So,
But we never see them condemn any politician per se.
well, because they are the ruling party. So, and they have condemned Atiku
Yeah,
there.
but they have opposition in
I've
other
seen them,
parties.
yes, I've seen them condemn Atiku or some of the PDP this thing several times too. So, but what I'm trying to say is that, look, this way and manner that you see the Tinubu camp and those that ally with them trying to bully Arise News, we have to condemn it. Arise News, as a media house, should be allowed to operate in the best way.
As the opposition.
Yes, as an opposition, they should be able to rattle them. They should be able to rattle the what do you call APC and their cohort. They should be able to rattle them. It is good for us as a nation. You can't have one useless administration running the country down with their associate, and we just want to let them go free like that. No. Arise is doing a very good job. It
And
doesn't mean that they are perfect, but
so is it that all of us should be worshiping them? That we should be worshiping them and be patting them on their back, or to grill them?
I don't know. I don't know. Why should we be patting them on the back? They are too confrontational against this. They are too confrontational against that. For what? People that have rubbished this country.
Let me say something. If you look at the antecedent when PDP was there, maybe apart from Basanjo, Yadua, this guy, the Joe guy, Jonathan, I think media, they were free. I mean, they had more freedom. No doubt that was what the APC they used
During the time of Jonathan, right?
Yeah. And that was what the APC used. They rode on that to come to power, because you look at how they spoke useless. I mean, they talk bad of Jonathan. But now, if you look at the whole trajectory ever since then, ever since this guy has been there, Buhari, look at how oftentimes they've tried to stifle the voice of the media by, finding them every time, early tutoring, they find them, so. But then my question now is, which you're afraid to answer. Now,
do you know how many regulations that these people have rolled out against the media houses since they assumed office in 2015?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Useless APC.
Yeah.
And then, apart from that, how many of the media houses during Buhari's regime were able to grill Buhari as much as possible? They can't.
They could not. A lot of them could not, because they were just afraid of the license.
So why do we have to keep just?
But then what I'm saying is this, my sister. What I'm saying is this: if you look at the pattern now, with what we're hearing from Tinubu now, saying that they should stop allowing what's it called? This man, the Labour guy, Obi, from going from media house to media, and that the DSS now we're hearing from this guy, Keyamo, saying they should DSS should go after, This is you see, we should learn as a society, we should learn to.
This is just the beginning, no. Maybe Tinubu, when he comes in.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's the pattern I'm seeing here.
It's not here. It's not India already. It's not trying to make one person not to talk.
Yeah.
It's not trying to get DSS after person. So
we could be seeing something like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should be speaking up, and the media house should be in the lead. We must not give these people breathing space. We must not give them breathing space. They don't love the people of that country, and they want to silence everybody. They don't want any voices, any form of opposition against their rulership. They don't even govern. They just want to rule.
Yeah, because what is democracy? What is democracy?
Destroy the country.
What is democracy? They want to rule us like it's an autocratic government. They do what they want and nobody should question them. Anybody that questions them is in trouble. People should be free to, let them give account of their stewardship, give account of what they are doing.
So, yeah, I think you people think I'm against you. I'm not against you, and I'm not against the question Rufai is asking.
No, we are just
My
sharing our
thing,
opinion now. Like, look, in advanced countries, when any president comes here, if it's time for these journalists to come together and question, they question them. That's so that any rule, any policies they are passing, whatever they are doing, they will continue to ask them, okay, what about this? What about this? So they will sit back and know that we cannot just do a mess up and get away with it. We are going to be held accountable to our actions.
As a matter of fact, this if Tinubu administration, if they allow him to govern, Tinubu administration will face more opposition in the history of that country. I want everybody to mark it down. And the people that will be in the lead, go and mark it down, are going to be Yoruba people. The moment he's in office and is deviating from doing the right thing, you will face the worst of the worst opposition. All the shenanigans that Buhari did and get away with, they will visit it on him. He should be ready. If they think they override people,
I beg to differ.
override us and bully the media and bully the people, and for them to continue to do their nonsense, nobody is going to tolerate it this time because they have run that country down. They have.
Ajalekoko, I beg to differ on what you just said now. I doubt if the let me not say the Yorubas, but some of the Yorubas, especially the elites among the Yorubas that are ratified, that are Tinubu, people like Kolata and the rest of them, One Man and DOG. I doubt if they will ever criticize. Yeah, I doubt
no, yeah, rational mind, rational mind. But rational mind, rational mind.
Never criticize Tinubu if he start messing up.
But rational mind, you in this platform, you know that even every name you've mentioned, if Tinubu mess up today, everybody will condemn whatever he does.
Nibo, with all
100%.
all this allegation that people are bringing
Is
before
die-hard fans. Is die-hard
We've
fans
left
will
that
not
face now.
condemn
We've
him.
left that face now. We've left
Is
that face.
die-hard
The
fans will
face.
not condemn him.
Rational man, I want to guarantee you this. You'll be surprised. Kulata, DOG, even One Man, everybody will turn against him. I am telling you this because
Are you sure?
The thing is,
God will spare our life. We shall all be here. We pray
we'll be
for him
here
to
now.
succeed. Pray for him to succeed. But if at any case is deviating, is not doing right, it's going to be tough for him. It's going to be tough for
We
him.
will roast him.
All
We
the
will
anger.
roast him here. The thing is, that face, we've left that face. That face was that face. The face then was, okay, out of these three main contestants, we faced reality. Like, okay, this guy is going to win. But people think, oh, we are supporting Tinubu. That was not the case. We are just facing the reality of looking at the politics of it, looking at how everything was going day by day and everything. Kulata came up with a spreadsheet. Everybody was coming with different spreadsheets. We were seeing different analysis here and there, statistics, why Obi will win. And we keep saying Tinubu will win this election. That face now we've left it because we knew he was going to win that election. If it was Obi, everybody felt we win election, we would have been on Obi side there. That was why we are on Tinubu side. Not like we are supporting Tinubu, but we know Tinubu will win the election. Now the face we've moved on from that face now. If Tinubu now starts his government and is messing up, obviously this is what the platform is for. We will roast him. Everybody will come and join us and roast him. And I'm sure the obedient will be happy to now have a say. But it's not as if the platform is supporting Tinubu. The platform is just looking at the politics of things.
Yeah, let me support Agajali Koko that the Yorubas or let me put South will attack Tinubu more than any other person when he started his administration. You know, this syndrome we the Southerners have, like try to be like we are we are intelligent people, we are rational people. That will always work against us. You don't see that in the north. We want to prove to the world that we are civilized, we are democrat and all that. Every day, for example, people like Dorothy Faremi, that guy, that lawyer for Obedient, is a Yoruba man. Other lawyers will be there. So many big top personnel. DOG and one Makulata with the data will never get close to Arada market or close to come to where they're talking about it. I'm talking about people that matter in Nigeria, better people that matter in the South. And you see on TV every day criticizing this man, even though if you put a good policy there, because the policy just delayed for 2 days, they will roast the hell out of him. The South will come for Tinubu more than the North. Then the
I
North did
think
not
I agree
spell
with you.
soon.
I think
The North
I
did not
do because
spell.
for
Hold on,
look
let me
at
land.
for instance,
Let me
look
land.
at for
Sorry.
instance,
Sorry, let
look
me
at for
land before you go.
instance. Okay,
Sorry,
I'm
let me
sorry.
land
I'm
before you
sorry.
go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Now, the North you see now that is not does not be complaining since. As Tinubu enter, then you know the North is bleeding. Soon you sound as then you start hearing that the North are hungry. Now you start hearing the North are marginalized. Now there's no more infrastructure in the North. The North will start agitating because they are opposition right now. Now the North that you see that does not talk in Buhari regime ever since everything Buhari do or does is a pass. But as soon as Tinubu enter, you start seeing Arewa Youth Congress referring that the North are being neglected. You start seeing skirmish of protests. So it's not going to be easy for this man that is coming in, but we will take the front row, mostly the South, to roast our own more than the Northerners. Thank you.
I think I agree with you in the sense that okay, look at like the Obas now, all these traditional rulers. Look at those people that are criticizing the Yoruba Obas. They are mostly Yorubas now. Look at the Oba of Benin. The Oba of Benin. I don't see people from Benin criticizing and tearing him apart. I don't see the ones in the north, the emir or the sultan. I don't see the northerners tearing them apart. But it's the ones in the Obas in the Yoruba land, the Oni of Ife, all these traditional rulers, they tear them apart. So we are really right that the Yorubas actually will come after him. And then that means it's not only Yorubas, the Hausas too, other tribes. Anyway, we just pray that he will have a successful government and change the situation in Nigeria.
I mean,
I'm very happy. I'm very happy Tinubu came in the sense that Tinubu is part of the cabal. He knows the way out, the way in the sense that if you want to catch a thief, it's better you send a thief to catch a thief. A thief knows in and out to catch a thief. So Tinubu himself is part of the cabal. He knows the in and out. So he will
thief go
know
thief
where
bribe
and where.
thief now. Now so thief go
Yes,
thief
he will
bribe thief. That's so that they do
so
am.
he will know where and where the loopholes to close all these things. You will not. I'm sure Tinubu will make a good governor. He will make his government will be good because he's the thief too. So he will catch the thieves. He's part of the cabal. He knows their loopholes. He's going to go after it. I just hope God's give him good health to be able to do what he's supposed to do.
Tinubu will work because Tinubu is the kind of person that want to work on his own on his own structure. And there's already a structure on ground. Tinubu have to remove that structure to put his own structure so that he can run his train on his own track. That's why Tinubu will work. That's why I know he will work. Not like he will work satisfied, going to work the way everybody wants it, but Tinubu will work the way he wants it. And that way is this. You've seen it playing now. That's why the cabals were against him. Tinubu cannot work on the structure on ground right now. Those cabal have put on ground. Tinubu have to uproot all of them. It might take him the first 4 years, or it might take the first 2 years. Nobody knows. But you have to uproot those structures and put his structure. That way, I agree with you. You send a thief to catch a thief. You have to do that. He will do that. He will do that anyway, and put his own people. Then he will run the country like he like to appear down at the star boy. He wants to run the country. Of course.
What pace is that? Not why the cabal are even against him in the first place? They know they will
Yeah,
be
that's what I
out
said.
of
That's what
throw
they're
them out
against
of
him.
the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tinubu cannot run on this cabal structure. Tinubu have to run on his own structure. They know that. Tinubu not take command from people. He give people's command. So he cannot now come and start telling this how it go, this not. So he will put his own structure on ground, like a train track, then put his train on it
Yeah,
and run on it.
you are right now. That was why Tinubu say, he said he didn't beg Gary from them. He didn't
Yeah.
beg anything from the past. So he know he doesn't owe them. So he's
Yeah,
know
it
how he's
doesn't
going
hold
to
them.
deal with them.
Yeah, but one good thing we're going to see from Tinubu is this: he
Mi
likes
ò
to
tọrọ
come
gàrí
in.
lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mo ò dẹ̀ tọrọ fúrá.
You are not
Ọmọ
using
ọ̀tá
the
burúkú
accent.
ni bàbá yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀.
You did not use. You did not use
Tinubu.
the accent to
Mo ò
the
béèrè
typical
gàrí lọ́wọ́
accent.
ẹ̀, mo ò dẹ̀ béèrè fúrá lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mo ò
That
dẹ̀
is,
gba
you are speaking it.
kọ́ńtíráàtì.
You are speaking it in a refined way. You should use
Ọmọ
Mi
in
ò
ọ̀tá
sọ
the.
gbáà
Yorùbá.
ni bàbá yẹn.
You know,
Ọmọ
so
ọ̀tá gbáà ni.
so that's it. And Tinubu likes to come in where there's no light and shine. Now Nigeria is in a very collapsed state. Tinubu will do one or two things that will catch everybody's mind. If you like it or not, if you like him or not, that guy will do something that will catch everybody's mind. It might not get to everybody's
Expectation.
expectation. Just like you put on your head, it must touch your body. It might not get to your ankle, but it will touch your body, some part of your leg. You understand? So he will
At least something.
He will do something.
And do you think, do you think he will achieve that power? Electricity.
Of course, he will achieve it. He will
They,
achieve it,
they,
but
they
there's a
said,
lot
they
of
said
policies behind it.
they've already took it
They
off.
already socialized it now.
They said they've already took it off the exclusive list now. States can.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
but they're fighting it. Oh, they're fighting it now.
Who are fighting
They
it?
will fight now.
I saw it. I saw it on the headline.
Fighting it for what?
Why would they be fighting? Everybody's embracing it.
That Buhari refused to sign it.
Oh, okay. It has not been signed, or it has been signed. What is going on?
It has been signed.
It's been signed. I should really say it's
Oh,
signed.
that's signed.
No, they passed. They passed the. From what I saw in the news, right? They passed the House or the National Assembly, but neither them Buhari to assent. So I read one of the headlines 2 days ago where Buhari was saying that he refused to sign because of probably because of certain thing in the power, whatever. So he's yet to sign that one.
Okay, but let's wait for that.
But then my question is this: sorry, please. If they signed this, if they have, let's say assume he signed it. So what happened to the Siemens deal? The deal he had, he was sending Abba Kyari to Germany for. What happened to that deal?
There's no problem with that deal.
So there will be a problem because it's a federal government led program. So
yes,
how is it going to now? Since it has, well, we shall see how that plays out.
Let me quickly put this just to my little knowledge I have about that. That deal is not standing on the air now. They are building in a place, right? In a particular place, maybe in a state, right? Rational mind.
Well, I think they said they are. Is it what they call electrification? They are doing some electrification project. So as to that's what I don't know what part of Nigeria they are doing it, but I know that's what they said.
Okay, any part of Nigeria they are doing it, it still remains and it still function and it will still work and generate light for the people for the capacity it is built for. But what this new build is that every state now cannot build its own electrical this thing to generate and supply, distribute to their people. That one Siemens is building, it might not be enough. It is okay, but it is more than enough for one, but not okay for two. So,
and Lagos State, for one that I know, has been wanting that opportunity for a while because I remember when they were trying to do the privatization at that time, Lagos State too was bidding. For Lagos.
So now look, the light they are building, the megawatts, I think 28,000 megawatts, will be what they say they are trying to increase it to. That alone, Lagos alone will consume it more than half. If actually, let's face it, Lagos is a dense populated city, almost 25 million people. When the last time I was in Lagos, my neighbor is a white guy. He has a factory inside his house. I'm talking about Victoria Island. Bishop Adewolo Close. His house, he has a factory manufacturing piston, car piston. So imagine the electricity that guy consumes. So many people have factories inside Lagos that they need a lot of energy for. So even that Siemens deal will never be enough to power Lagos alone. I talk about the full Nigeria. Not talk about they have a lot of factories there. What kill our Nigeria?
I think the Siemens deal is about 15,000 megawatts.
15 megawatts, yes. That's not enough.
15,000, I think that's what they said. I don't know how.
It's never enough. If you look at it,
Yeah, I mean,
it's never enough to carry Nigeria.
Is it true that Nigeria supplies the Republic of Benin electricity?
So how you doing?
Yes.
It's true?
Yes. Ghana,
So,
Benin Republic, and I think about three.
so they have not been able to give us enough electricity, but they are supplying other African nations.
The problem we have is not generation,
Even
it's
Chad, I think they said
distribution.
they supply Chad too.
Yeah, supply. Yeah, it's about three states, three countries. The problem Nigeria have is not generation, it's distribution. It's not like we don't generate enough. We generate, but we don't have that grid to withstand what we generate. Anytime they generate enough and they put it on the national grid, it collapse because our national
Okay,
grid is
but they
built
are able to send it out to other African nations,
because those
but they
people
can't
have
send it
standard
within
national.
Nigeria.
Yeah, those people have standard national grid that can stand can withhold the
Wow,
generation we supply to them.
that's
You
that's a
understand?
shame. That's a
Yeah.
shame.
So right now,
That's a
just
shame.
like just like what GSM did to the Nigeria telecommunication, that would be a simple way to analyze this. When it was Nitel, it was a big monopoly. Not every house has phone. You know, one engineer will be repairing like one maybe like 10. How will I put my three local government, one engineer or probably one engineer that is servicing that area. If your phone goes bad, it will take you like 3 months before they can fix it. But when JSM came, what happened? United died automatically, and there was competition. There was enough communication system. You understand? So if they give every state now the opportunity to generate and distribute their light, you see the Nigerian economy will start growing up. Our hotels, markets. You know, most of our food we eat is perishable. That food that can last at least maybe 3 or 4 days. So imagine you have light to preserve those things. Our cool room. So you see the economy will start taking shape again. We need electricity. We need energy first. If we don't solve that problem, we're not going nowhere. So people
What
fighting.
please?
Hmm?
Sorry, can I quickly come in, please?
Yeah, sure. Come.
Yeah, sorry. That the bill was signed by Buhari. I don't understand why this other guy was saying he read somewhere. That the bill was among the 16 bill that the president signed, just waiting to be gazetted. That's all. That bill has been passed and signed by the president.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
been
And
signed.
Okay.
yeah,
But
it has
why
been
did he
signed.
why did he wait this long to be signing all these bills, for goodness sake?
Yeah,
Why
because
did he?
that bill is part of a constitutional reform, so it has to go through
Oh,
the state's House of Assemblies. So it's not something that the
okay.
National Assembly can just do and then it
Okay.
will be
Okay,
done. So
okay.
this have to be gone. It has to go through all the state House of Assembly. So that was why there was not able the governors fought against the local government autonomies, and that was why that was not able. They were not able to pass the local government autonomies bill among those bills because it was part of those bills that was supposed to be passed, and some of them also refused the state policing as well. So those two were taken out of it. So they passed the other 16. So it's a step by step. It doesn't have to be done at once. So, but this very one and the decentralization of the railway corporation bill as well, because now states cannot build their own railway lines side by side with the federal lines as well. So that as well has been taken was part of the bill, and there were a lot of good bills there that was passed in that 16 bill. I'm surprised that a lot of people have not took time to actually look at it and talked about it. But when we talk about restructuring, this is restructuring. This is what we were calling for. And if you with this now, you cannot actually hold your governor responsible for not giving you electricity. So there's no more excuse for a lot of governors to say, "Oh, it's federal government, it's federal government." No, you can say, "No, why don't we have power in our state?" The governor will have to explain the reasons. If they cannot afford it, then they will have to look for private partners to come into the state and invest in electricity. We already have them around the countries anyway. Especially like in Benin, you have one they call Shomo Power Plant in Benin now.
Two.
So with
Oshoma Azore.
yeah,
Azore plant.
the Azure one originally was transferring onto the federal grid, right?
Oh, okay.
But the
Okay.
Oshioma one was just the state one, the one the governor brought in to supply the state, the governor's house, state house of assembly, and
Yeah.
a lot of businesses and so on, and the street lights and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
now that power plant that has been upscaled to about 90 megawatts, right? So they cannot start supplying houses because the whole thing is there. It's been dragged around the whole city. So with this bill passed now, all they have to do now is start taking it into people's home, and then you will see within the next 5 years now, you will see states like Lagos, state like Rivers, state like Edo, and many other states will start having constant electricity. For me, this is what everybody's been fighting for.
But
that means it's time for us to start packing our load and going back home then.
Of course, that this is what everybody has been fighting for years. I say, listen, let's listen. Even every single candidate that was running for this presidential election, all of them took the same position: decentralization of power. And regardless of who goes there now, it has been done. So that is one of the things that Tinubu administration will enjoy. It wouldn't have to struggle with power anymore. State will start to generate, and maybe going for second term, it will just ordinarily benefit for something it didn't work for.
Yeah, and let me quickly add this. Oga Akim, I think many people don't know. Do you know in Nigeria Constitution, the local government is in charge of 65% of Nigerian roads? Do you know that?
Of course. The local government is in charge of majority. The problem they have is that they don't have the resources. So the governor has taken over the resources, and then the governor is not the one doing majority of this road. But if they have given the local government that, if they have given them the autonomy to have direct access to their allocations, I'm not saying they would do well, because a lot of them they've overstaffed themselves to the point that when that money comes in, they might just use the old money to pay salary, because some of these local governments are not financially viable. Let's be honest with ourselves. Some of them cannot sustain themselves. So
it's not easy to pay salary. Or the local government chairman pockets most of the money. You see, somebody becomes a local government chairman, before 2 years he's building mansions.
Yeah, so those are part of the problems as well. So the governors that's why the governors, some of them took over these resources, because some local government, fine, if you go to somewhere like in Benin, maybe like Oredo, Bubaha, and those one they will be able to sustain themselves. But if you go to some other maybe places like Igweben and all those places, they might not be able to sustain themselves, and they might have already overstaffed, and they might have corrupt local government chairmen, and they will still have to service the elected officials in those local governments. So then it means that some area will be over benefiting, some will be super overshooting themselves. So that's why the governors have taken over. Whether it's a good or bad thing, I don't know, because I'm not inside the system as we speak. But for that power matter, trust me, I think this is what everybody have been calling for years. Even myself, I've been going like, I don't understand. It does not affect anybody negatively. Why haven't we gone this road? But at the end of the day, the Siemens work, it's not about electricity generation. It is about our transmission line. Nigerian transmission line has been rotted. It's not like we don't generate we don't generate enough, but we generate reasonable amount of power, but we cannot supply them. So the CMN deal is not electricity generation, is to work on our transmission line to renew most of our dead transmission line. So that will go side by side with the state coming into the electricity sector as well. And
are you
trust
sure
me,
are you sure these transmission lines were not the one the colonial masters left in place before they
some of them are part of it, and the military, and from the military days and years ago, where in fact we have not had any form of investment until this Siemens deal. Believe it or not, Nigeria have not invested a dime on our transmission line. The reason why we are able to supply other countries electricity, if you look at a country like maybe Benin Republic, that country would, maybe if we give them 100 or 200 megawatt, they would take a lot of what they need, because these are very small very small tiny countries. So it's not like a
Now,
big deal.
Togo, like Lagos State, is bigger than Togo. It's a very small
Exactly.
country.
So if you give them 100,
population of Lagos is 5 of Ghana. 5 of Ghana.
So if
14
you give
million.
them like a 100, if you give them like 100 or 200 megawatt, which we can easily just throw away to them, but we can't. There are some times that we will generate power, the discourse will refuse to accept them because they don't have the capacity to carry what we have generated. And most of the time, when you get power grid collapse, that is what happens when they attempt to take too much. The infrastructure will go down, will broke down. So for me, I
Isn't
think
that a shame? Isn't that a shame? The supposed giant of Africa. Isn't that a
it,
shame?
it, it, no, the problem is this. When you operate, and this is one of the, this is when you see when our people, when they are condemning this Buhari government, right? It has got a lot of things wrong. But let's be honest with ourselves. They've tried to do the right thing in a lot of the time. Even though some of these things hasn't worked, but this power problem, they came into it. This was a problem that was left by the Jonathan government. They privatized these things to people who did not have capacity. How do you privatize a public institution to the private companies, and at the same time, government were giving them loans to be able to stand on their feet? From the beginning, the whole thing was a sham. So they never did their due diligence to make sure that these things were given to the right people who had capacity to be able for this thing to function properly. They just gave it to their friends. That was what they did, and that was why we have suffered for years.
Yeah.
Some of these people,
Good luck gave it to a lot of his friends as well.
The
yeah,
the
some of these
person in charge of
people,
Benin was one lady.
yeah, that was all.
Oh,
That
that was the worst.
the one that was in charge of it, that woman fought the Edo State government for years for them not to be able to have Oshomo power plant in Edo State. She fought them for years. She took them. It was Yemi Oshibajo that intervened before Oshomo power plant was able to be established in Benin. So by the end of this year, stroke next year, you will be surprised. A lot of homes in Benin now will be running on 24 hours electricity. Even as I speak now, the state already run on that private power plant, but it's just that the law had not come in, and then that had hindered that company to be able to go into people's home. And you have a lot of them. You have a lot of independent power plant in Lagos as well. Just watch that space. You will see. I've told people, a lot of us we've been too negative about the whole thing. Some people took the election of Tinubu they took it too personal and emotional. They are not looking at these bills that are
The
coming
bright
out
side
now.
of it.
Hold on. You are going off tangent here. Yeah. Because you're saying some people don't look at Tinubu, whatever. I mean, who did this?
Not Tinubu. They say that they're not looking at this. They're not taking time to look at this bill that have just passed. They put too much interest on the elections out of sentiment and emotion. That was what I said.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Let me put this. This road issue is what Nigeria have to really fix. We have to fix our road. In how much we are fixing our electricity, we have to fix our road. And by how do we do that? We have to fix that local government law, local government bill. If we don't fix that, I understand corruption. Yes, the first in 1999 when they started, the chairman were even more richer than the state governors because they were receiving that money directly from the federal allocation, and there was so much corruption. I could understand why the governors took over, but they should come up with a way to make sure the state local government chairman don't misuse that fund, because the roads in Nigeria, 65% is under local government chairman authorities. 65, that's so big. So if you want development, the local government cannot function, then how can the country move forward? How can the country now start
What piece? I think for me that is even the wrong priority. The biggest priority is the same thing that we've done on power. Now we have to do it on our roads. Okay, what am I trying to say is the federal roads are the problem. There are roads that go through front of your house and they call them federal roads. When these roads broke down, you'll be waiting for people in Abuja to come and fix it, and then it will be hindering the activity of the people on a daily basis. So those roads like Sapele Road, roads like Ustelu Lagos
I'm
Road,
sorry to
these are
interject. Those roads are death traps. They are death traps, especially.
so what I'm trying to say in essence is that you have roads that will go inside one state. They are not interstate road. They did not go between one state and another. So you can travel from Benin now all the way to Auchi, right, without going past any other state. And that road is a federal road. That is crazy. That it shouldn't be. So what they should have done is just leave all this road now to the state, give them more resources from their location, then federal government should bring in private partners and now build brand new highways. That's where, it's only in Nigeria that I see highway will go through somebody's outside. You build highway, if you are going into any state, you have to exit from a federal highway into the state or into the city.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You have to exit a federal highway into the city. But our own, you will drive past people's outside, and that is a federal highway. It's stupid. It doesn't make sense to me.
Can I say something, Akim? Can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's another way to go about it. But you see, what you're saying, talking about these roads and how the local government should function. You see, in a more federal system like we operate here in America and in Canada and also in Germany, I can talk of this especially Germany and Canada, and America here. The nucleus of every government, when I talked about the executive, is the local government. The way if they can redo that, I'm for scrapping this in 1999. But if they want to go through this process of doing it in piecemeal, I think that is better. I won't say that's better. That's okay. But then what I'm trying to say is let local governments be autonomous from the states. When I mean autonomous, doesn't mean maybe they should secede from a state. But what I mean is that they should be able to function independently of their states. Now, the federal government should scrap this whole. They should just focus on import duty through the custom and whatever cost system, whatever thing, and they generate their money. And when it comes to let every state control their resources. Now, the local government, let them function better. Let them generate their own revenue. Like we see in some system in like a prototype of what I usually like to use is Lagos State. By extension, it goes back to every other state too. Let each state be able to manage their space, get their own revenue. Like you talk about signage, you talk about even this electrification, selling of electricity or whatever.
Excuse me, sir, if I may come in, if you say let each state generate its own revenue, some states are richer than other states. Like look at Bayelsa, River State. These are all producing states. You can't compare that state to maybe Ondo State or.
My sister,
Yes, I'm listening.
I don't believe Bayelsa State is poor. I don't believe Bayelsa State is poor. But what is making Bayelsa?
But I say these are all rich states. So they have they have all in Bayelsa, they have it in Rivers, they have it in Delta. So those states definitely is going to have more revenue compared to states like Ekiti that have nothing except mostly agriculture.
So be it. Let it be. So let it be.
No, that's not going to be fair. At least those rich states can one way.
Sister, I don't know if you live here in America or you live wherever you live, but here in America, we have Mississippi, we have Tennessee, we have some of the states that are very poor states.
Louisiana too. I live in US in Texas.
What
like
you don't
Texas is
understand
very
is that,
rich.
no,
What
apart
I'm
from
saying,
that, sorry, let me quickly explain something to you. Just because it's a federal system of government, those Mississippi that you are saying, those poor states you see in America, every single state in the United States of America still gets federal government.
They still get federal assistance. Yeah,
Every single one.
they do.
It's just that the way they did theirs, they didn't do it like our own, whereby it's based on percentage, right? What they did is that those who put less get more. The poorer states get more money. Why state like New York, state like California, state like Texas and Florida, they don't get as much as they put in. Why those
They
states
don't
like
get as
Tennessee?
much. No, they don't get as much assistance from the federal government because they have.
That is it's a pot where they put in. Some states put a little, but they get more. Some states put more and they get a little back out of it. So everybody still gets allocation. It's just that those poorer states they get more from the federal government.
They get allocation. They get allocations, not in a way we get it, whereby they sell oil, they sell whatever, and through a VAT system. No, they don't have that here. What they do is
Akim, the federal government. Rational mind. Sorry, when you land your point, please, I would like Akim to land this point, and moving forward I would like to take him to another topic.
Okay. So what they do is income tax. That's how the federal government generates money here. Income tax through the United States Custom, they get their taxes there. If they sell armaments, they sell whatever weaponry, they get their money. They get their money through that. And basically, that's I think the other ways they get money. But basically, and maybe through whatever any federal agencies here generates whatever, like USCIS, they get their own money. They make money through that way, and even the postal service, they make their own money. They generate their money through. So
What about from the oil companies? They make money from the oil companies.
The oil are controlled by the states. They control their resources themselves. But then there's a way the federal government generate money through that means instead that the income tax that each people that works in those oil they tax them. The billionaires they tax them. So these are basically how they make money. So these are the money that they get. Sometimes they're able to use to finance whatever project and give to states like allocate to Mississippi. But in the Nigerian system, they go sell oil, whatever money, VAT. Even now from Lagos, the VAT they come from, they go to share and they give Bayelsa, they give them to Jigawa State. They don't do that here. Every state, I mean, they have their own economy of their own. But what they do is the federal government gets income tax from the people there and from the company, oil company or whatever company there, they pay some kind of tax to the government too. Like more like a business tax or whatever. You have to pay that to the IRS. So that's how they generate that money here. But then,
yeah, like you said, every state is run like a country on its own.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like a country of its own.
Rational mind operate here.
Go on, Ajaluko.
Yeah, the way they operate here is that there are some specific program that are federal.
Are you talking about UK or the US?
I'm talking about US.
Okay.
In US here, there are some specific program that are federal government program that federal government will support each state. Like is the federal
like Medicaid.
It's federal government program.
Mm-hmm.
Education, there are some specific area that the government will assist each state on education. There are some certain factors that determine what they will give you, depending on the areas. Large number of poor people that maybe should be supported, should be funded for their educational need. So there are a lot of things that are federal government assisted program that one is common in the state of the federation. I don't know whether they have some percentage they will give depending on how financially buoyant that state is, but those are specific this state. But in the real sense of it, it is the responsibility of that state to financially sustain themselves. The daily running of the state, the administration, how to run the state, the economy of the state, and the direction they want to run their economy. In any way they want to run it, they must not run it down. They have to run it to the best interest of that state, and they will grow at their own pace. They won't say because New York is giving what do you call it? New York okay, it won't be that.
Maybe the minimum wage in New York compared to the minimum wage in Louisiana
is $18. Then you will see the state of Alabama want to no. So states that will determine some salary things. Though federal government have this minimum wage, that federal minimum wage that is recommended to every state of the federation, and which every state must comply with. But when it comes to private sector, the private sector that paid like cost of living in their various states, but and the resource control. Each state control their own resources. Like Texas now, Texas have large deposits of oil in that state. So
Yeah, that's true.
the state of Texas and private company that operate those
The oil wells. Yeah.
It belongs to them. Federal government
That's
has
true.
nothing to them. No,
Yeah,
do
that's
not
true.
control about it. What they do is to pay tax, all the taxes and the regulation to operate in that sector. Yes, federal government have regulatory body that supervises on how that sector should be. The control of it, they don't have no hand. It's the state of Texas and the private company that operate there. And that is the only thing we can do in Nigeria that can make Nigeria grow economically. If you don't give the state that resource control, all this nonsense they say they are doing, it is all just boju boju. When you say, okay, you go and do electricity. Do electricity it doesn't control its own resources. How would it be able to? Yes.
Okay, sorry, I want to quickly say something here.
Yes.
I think we start from a default position, like from the wrong side. So we all agree that our constitution was poorly written, right? So just like in the United States, right, things did not become what they are overnight. That is why if you look at the United States Constitution, you have the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Third. So if it was perfect, you will not get all these different amendments into the Constitution. Over time, they continue to amend whatever they feel needs to be worked on. So, like I said to you previously when we had this conversation, this phase of electricity, let's all of us be honest with ourselves, is a very good step in the right direction. And other bills that were signed recently, these are part of the continuous restructuring that we all requested for. It's not going to be done overnight. Another government will come that will look at the state policing, that will look at this local government autonomy. It will take time. We will continue to advocate. We will continue to push. And these governors, at one day, will bend back, and then we will get all of these things passed. So we will continue.
But as you are saying this, I'm sorry. What about the time of Obasanjo? I think there was this reconstruction that was being talked about. Was it done, or was it a little bit that was done, or what? Because if
No,
every government came in and they
there
are
was no
amending the
in
constitution.
terms of any form of constitutional amendment. I don't think we had any done under Obasanjo. The only thing we had was that we had new institution brought in, institution like the EFCC and the ICPC and others. So those, and I think was INEC as well. So we had new institution that was brought in into the constitution, but to do any mechanical work inside the constitution like we are doing now, I don't think we did any at all.
So,
I think
so was it Jonathan that was trying to bring the topic of
what Jonathan was trying to do was the confab, whereby they were trying to turn everything upside down overnight. That for me. The way Nigeria is right now, the North would never accept
is
any.
it on? Don't say that about my brother. Is it on everything upside down or fix something?
No, what I'm trying to say is that just it's like it's like taking a drastic step in one go.
Okay.
In one go. So for me, that was never going to work. We have to be doing it piecemeal by piecemeal.
You are not saying the truth. What do you mean that it's not going to work?
Okay, Baba Jalikoko, you can see the fight against state policing already. It was part of this bill. You can see the fight against local government autonomy. It was part of this bill.
Hold on. It was Buhari administration that they didn't want it to work.
How?
Now, it was Buhari that didn't want state police and all those you are mentioning. It was
So Buhari is in
Yeah, I
those
think
state house of
Akim, I think
assembly
I
that were
agree with
refusing.
Ajani Kuku on
if
that
Buhari had
because a lot of the state governors push
it
for that at some point.
Push for not
Even
all. Look, you need over. You need. I think you need about 2/3 of the state to be able to pass those bills.
hold on, no, what you are talking about, whether 2/3 or
Please,
10/3.
I have a question. Has it always been like this that the federal government is the one that controls the police, or it was something that changed over time?
I think the
The
police has always been under the
In the
federal government.
colonial times,
it's
every
always been
they
under
have
the federal government.
in the colonial times they have local police
so
authority.
Look,
we,
okay.
They have their own local
What? No.
police.
What?
we had
What?
police, community police, in the 60s and
In 50s, late 50s, early 60s, yeah.
yeah, we have local police. It was when the military came in that they dabaru everything in order to have the total control of everything. Trying to say, okay,
Yeah.
is that when Jonathan did that confab, people that came there came from all walks of life. They are Nigerians, right? They agree on various things that affect our existence in that country, and they put document on how the country can work. If Buhari had wanted it to work, Buhari as the president have enormous power to influence shakers and movers in that country to make it work. If he, as the president and his party, wanted it to work, it would have worked. But Buhari did not even look at it at all. He threw it in the
Ajali Koko, why are you doing this, man? You don't we don't need all this back and forth talk.
What do you mean,
Look,
Bam? What am I
look,
doing? What do you mean?
look.
What?
What
Hold on.
the Jonathan? Hang on. Hold on now. If the president have so much power,
What peace? Let Ajani Oku land this point before you make your
It's not me, it's Akim.
It's Akim. Yeah, sorry, Akim. Let Ajani Oku land before you interject. Then we'll move on from that topic to another topic. Patoski, I see you. I'll come to you in a minute. Stay with us, please.
Jonathan
Carry on, Ajani Oku.
did not lose that 2015 election and I remain till 2019. Do you think he will not make effort to implement those documents? I believe he will have done something.
At least he would have implemented some of them that the people agreed on.
And that will
He
have
wouldn't have discarded everything away.
Advance us better, far better than where we are today. State police would have been done long time ago. A lot of, restructuring will have been done, will have been implemented, we will have been on a path of, we will have been on a progressive path. We are moving in the right direction than where we are today. And but instead, Buhari came in through Itapa, a constitution kangaroo, and said, okay, let's give them electricity, let's give them this, let's give them this. Nation doesn't work like that. That is what we are practicing in this country, the way they are doing. This is dictatorship. This is not democracy is practice. Democracy
It's not democracy, right?
where state doesn't have control over their resources, where local government does not have control over their resources, that democracy is a sham. It can never develop. And that is why you don't see economic prosperity in Nigeria. That is why you see every policy that they are making concerning maybe economic growth doesn't work, because the grassroots, which is the local government, the grassroots local.
I think we lost Ajani Coco.
So while we get him, before we get it, so was Sanwo-Olu right when he said the SARS problem, that he wasn't the one that caused the military? So that means he was right.
So can I want to quickly, because I thought Ajani Coco will still be here, but let me quickly respond to those things he was saying just now, if I can. First of all, the idea that Buhari did not implement the full confab, for me that was a shot. That was for me that was just that. I wouldn't call it. I don't know what word to use. Even Jonathan, after the confab, if he wanted to implement it, if the president had so much power as Ajali Koko claimed, Jonathan had enough time in office to put that confab into use. So why did he just put it on the side and wait for the election to say after election they will now use it? Because look, let us be honest with ourselves. The way our constitution is designed, not even the National Assembly, the Federal National Assembly, cannot do some form of changes inside that constitution. It has to go through all the state house of assembly, and you have to get a super majority of states to approve it before you can alter a lot of those things in our constitution. So whether you organize a confab or not, it doesn't make no difference. If you take those things to the
Was that the way the British was that the way they drafted it before they left, or what, the
yeah,
constitution?
that is how the constitution is. For you, there are some certain amendments that you want to do. It has to go through the state house of assemblies. So you have to have 2/3 of the 36 state house of assembly to approve it. So last time we were here, we talked about the bills that were going around. The National House of Assembly had passed this bill, right? They took it. They're not going around the state house of assembly. You saw states that was against state policing. You saw states that was against state this local government autonomies. We saw all the bills here, and we talked about why certain state, even certain state like Lagos and some other states. So if Jonathan had put that bill forward, and those northern states look at it and say, state autonomy, we can't afford it, we're not going to support it. So what do? Look, you are a president, but you don't run this state. They run their state. Governors run their state. They will tell their houses of assembly, no, look, throw that in the bin. We're not going to sign that one. We're not going to approve that one. What are you going to do? Well, look, let's be honest with ourselves. Will we get there? But it's just like we'll find a way to just condemn everything. The step that we have taken now is the right step in the right direction. All these bills that we are talking today now that were passed, they were all part of the discussions in the confab. Decentralization of power, decentralization of the railway system, giving that these are giving states more power. Okay, this is the same government that passed the PIB bill, the petroleum industrial bill. So nobody talked about that. Those were part of the structure that they were talking about. For me, I think there are a lot of people that expect all of these things to just come overnight. And I think one thing that has worked in our favor is that the failure of the Buhari government means that they were able to do these things, because it now shows a lot of where the country needs to go direction wise, because it means that Buhari was able to do these things as a way of to say, you know what, yes, I might have done bad economically, but in terms of this area of restructuring the state or restructuring this constitution. At least we are trying to move in the right direction. I think we have to we have to appreciate it when it is done, and then we have to keep pushing for the others that we don't have. It doesn't mean that it is perfect. No, it's a work in progress. We have to continue to organize. All the civil society organizations out there have to continue to push. There are bills out there, maybe bills when it comes to women's rights and things like that, that we need to continue to move forward as a country. So it's not going to. I think there are some people who just feel like
It's not going
Nigeria
to be
have to be.
automatic.
What you are
No,
saying now is very
it's not going
similar.
to be done overnight.
What you are saying now is very similar to what Madam Zita was saying, because she was telling one man to go into call Aso Rock and ask for all the bills that Buhari has passed. That he's going to be surprised about so many things he did.
Of course, they've done it
So
in terms
that's
of
exactly what you are
these
saying
bills.
too.
They've done a lot. They've done even this same House of Assembly that they've called rubber stamp House of Assembly. Have done a lot more than the ones that were not so rubber stamp. And understand that in terms of the government bills and borrowing, in terms of the government budget and borrowing, it has been complete rubber stamp. But let's look on the other side, the work that this House of Assembly have done. In my opinion, and things that I've seen, I think it's been one of the best Senate and House of Assembly that we've had in years. Because a lot of these things, myself, I never believed that this will work. But I think haven't passed this set of bills now, plus the previous ones. And don't forget, last year there was the Electoral Act Reform Bill as well, 2022, that brought in beavers and all of these things. So we are moving. Look, we are taking baby steps. We need to do more, but we will only get there if we do not continue to look at it from the way Ajali Koko saw it, but rather than look at it as, okay, yes, we are making progress, but let's continue to push for more. Let's continue to ask that we do more. Let's continue to ask that we do better. Let's not just uphold our hand. If you can write to your state governors, you can write to your state representative, continue to put pressure on these people to say, look, let us go in this direction. Let us let us try and implement state policing or local government policing. Let us decentralize the road system so that majority of our roads are controlled by states, so that if the roads are bad, we hold our governor responsible. Don't come and be telling me that the road in front of my house is a federal road, that when that road breaks down, I have to wait for people in Abuja to come and fix it. So for me, so we need to continue to push, and that is the only way this country looks. If you look at our age now, by the grace of God, maybe the longest some of us will still live here, maybe 40 years, or if you put the average age of the lifespan of men and women as it stand now, maybe 40 years. But we have to do this thing for our own children. I think if we are expecting things to be done overnight, it's not going to be done. Even the United States that people enjoy today, it was piece by piece, piece by piece, piece by piece that they built
Put
that
together.
country. So we will do our own the same way. I understand that our generation, we've come to the West, we've seen things overnight, but they were not done overnight. It's just because we did not witness the time when them two were going through what we were going through now. So we just gone to these countries, and we see that they have 24/7 electricity, they have good roads, they have everything. But all of these things as well took them time. In some countries, it took them years. I live in Ireland. There were times when this country was like it was a no-go country. They were poorer than some third world countries. But look at where they are today. We will get there, but let's keep pushing, because I see some people tearing their passport. Those are some of the dumbest. It's like if you don't have anything to contribute, that is how you behave. If you don't believe in yourself, that is how you behave. People who have something to contribute, people who have positive mindset, never gives up at any time, regardless of how tough it is. You have to find
No,
a
those
way to
people
keep
they were
pushing.
just heartbroken. Their dreams were dashed. They were emotional. They were
It
gonna
doesn't
come back to
matter.
them.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Everybody gets emotional, but
So,
you have to
Akin,
step back
let me
from it.
move you on from there. Now, Festus Keyamo petition DSS to lock Peter Obi and Yusuf Datia for insightful comments. What's your take on that?
I think it's stupid. It's stupidness, man. It should not be. Look, you see, when people are baiting you, you don't have to be giving into those baits. Look, Kanaya or
Please,
Kanaya
so
came out
please,
last
please, I
time.
have a question. I'm sorry. Are you an obedience or you are for Tinubu or you are from Atiku? Because
No, I
that's
don't support.
that's
I don't support any of them. Because
okay. So we're gonna
yeah,
have a neutral
I would
answer
have
then.
support.
Really,
I would have
Kim,
support.
really, really,
Yes,
not support any of
yes,
them, really.
no, of course, I would have supported somebody like Showore or somebody like Oshibajo if Oshibajo was on the ticket of APC, then I would have supported Oshibajo.
Are we still here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, go on. We're still listening.
Okay, so
So
I
what do
would
you mean?
like
What do you mean, Oshibanjo, the sleeping vice president,
yeah, I would have supported Oshibajo if he had won the ticket of APC.
the sleeping? What is he gonna do? I'm
For
sorry,
me,
I'm
I believe,
interrupting.
look, I understand, but from what I saw from Oshibajo, I think the man have true progressive ideas in him. Don't forget, this man is married into the Awolowo family, so he understand progressivism. So the little handout that this government gave out was done by the office of the vice president. So for me, I believe that the way forward, the only way we can solve the problem of poverty in Nigeria is that we will have to implement some form of federal government welfare system to help the vulnerables and the poor of the society. And I think until we have a proper progressive government in that country, the issue of poverty is always going to be a problem there. And I think Oshibajo, with what I saw from him at that time, I think as a progressive myself, I would have preferred to have somebody like Anoshibajo as the president of that country. That was why I would have loved Showore as well, because Showore is also a progressive person in terms of his ideas. I don't have anything against politicians. It's just that if they don't align with with my ideological beliefs, I'm not going to support you. It's not for me. It's never personal. I don't. This issue of that one is corrupt. This one I don't really. I don't dwell in those things. I look at your standing, what you believe, and if they don't align with me, I'm not going to support you. It's simple as that. So, so should I carry on with
Yeah,
the?
carry on. Yeah, carry on.
So basically, what I'm trying to say is that look, when you come out and say that the presidential candidate of the Labour Party should be arrested, I think, okay, just imagine if they were to go arrest him for it. So what would the situation be in the country? You know that these people are already triggered. These guys are emotional. They are looking for something. They're looking for something to just activate. So I don't think we need to be going in that direction. These guys are hurt. They will go out there and make comments out, in TV channels, in television studios and stuff like that. It's because they lose an election and they're still hurt about it. So give everybody time to cool off.
But
You know,
Atiku lost an election. He's not going from one media
yeah,
house to one media house, and he's
Atiku,
not cheering people up. Some people are
Atiku
already
is a
looking at
pro.
protest.
Atiku
Uh,
is a pro. Atiku is an elderly person.
But like you said, Atiku has been a loser all along. He's been
so
contesting,
he's
losing.
used to
So
losing.
he's used to
So
losing. But
So
yeah, he's
listen,
used to
is
losing.
that
But this
one.
is the first
Apart from
time.
that, it's a pro as well. He understand how the system works, so he will go through the system. And don't forget that the energy behind the Obi movement, you don't have that same energy behind the Atiku movement. So, if you go to a point whereby if the DSS was to go arrest Obi today, the country will almost certainly go into flame. Some areas of the country will almost certainly go into flame. So you don't want to be doing things like that. Let them
Nothing
do.
will happen. Nothing will happen if they arrest
They
me.
they
Nothing.
will they will go through their own healing process in their own time, and over time everybody will come to accept what is reality, and they will move on as a country. I don't think it's called for at all. Festus Keyamo should have just gone and then give his submission, forget about calling for their arrest. it does not bode well for the unity and the peace of the country.
But their comment, is it good for the unity and the peace of the country?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. You cannot always pick when someone there's two wrongs does not make it right. Let me put it that way, right? So it just because they are making this what you regard as inflammatory comment doesn't mean that yourself will go there and do the same thing, right? So there have to be seniority. Is that coming from my side?
We can't hear you. Who's the person trying to speak? Is he trying to speak?
No, I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear
It's
you.
just that I'm hearing some. It's just that I'm hearing some.
Yeah, who is that?
Some noise.
People should
I'm hearing some
try
noise on
and
the
mute
background.
themselves.
Oh,
Can
I'm
everybody
hearing some
mute
noise on the.
themselves?
I think it should be the lady. The lady, can you mute her? Oh, it's Thomas. I think it's Thomas.
She's muted. She's not the one. Akim, carry on. Akim, are you there? Yeah, it's cracking. Can barely hear you.
Thomas, you sound robotic. So
Yeah, we can't hear you, Thomas. Can you probably go out and come back? It's cracking, but I can hear Rational Mind loud and clear. Akim, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So taking you from there, PDP suspend Ayo Fayose and Payasayum. What's your take on this?
PDP. Look, Fayose has been openly supporting other parties, supporting other candidates, and as a party, they have to take a stand on this. Look, it's a party affair. So whichever way or whatever they want to do to themselves, that is their problem. I don't think we should be concerning ourselves with what they want to do. But at the end of the day, they have their own rules, they have their own laws. If they feel like the likes of Fayose and others are going against the rule of the party, and if they have the instrument of the party to address those issues, and if that is what they are doing now, good on them. But for me, I don't think I'm going to lose a sleep about what they did to Fayose. These guys, look, these are the elite class, right? For me, when they are dealing with themselves, they have their own language. Their language is not our language. So they know how to communicate with themselves, they know how to take care of themselves. So whatever they are doing to themselves, if at the end of the day it's for the good of the country overall, it's for the good of the people overall. For me, look, I'm good with it. I don't mind. If they suspend Fayose will look for a way out of his suspension. If he wants to move to a different political party, good on him. Because the way he's been canvassing from studio to studio, I think there's a part of me that think that he's looking for a job. He's looking for a
Is
job.
he going to get the job? Do you think he's going to get an appointment?
Listen, you never know. He might get something. Don't forget the federal government is a
In
very
what
big
capacity, though?
He said
the federal government.
He said he's not going to decamp.
No, he doesn't have to decamp. Once if he's not affiliated to any party, he can still work for the government. That's it. It doesn't look. You see, the federal government, that space, it's a big elephant. There's a lot of meat to share around. There are some. They don't have to make him a minister. There are some advisory or some parastatals or somewhere they will just throw you inside. You say you'll just be shopping your own money there. Now that is this where the Buhari administration over the 8 years period that is been there is left over 5,000 positions on field, right? So if you have a proper administrator like a Tinubu, I don't know too much about the Obi or Tinubu, if they will fill all of those positions with their political in the form of a political appointees to kind of favor their political friends. So there's a lot to give out, a lot to give out. It's just at what capacity. That's all. But in Nigeria settings, capacity in some cases does not really matter, because when it comes to federal government, there's no way you cannot find money. And for these people, money is the game. If there's no money, you will not see them there. And trust me, you put them there, they will find the money. Trust me. If you look at people like Senator Dino Melaye, and these are people who I think Melaye is just a one-time senator, and he was in the House of Rep before. Look, these guys, they've gone beyond wealth now. They're stinking rich, so that is what they can get from just sniffing at the door of at the corridor of governance.
Thank you, Kim. Stay with us. Bartholomew, are you with us? Bartholomew. Patoski, are you with us?
Yes, how are you guys?
We are great, thanks. Good to have you. I would like to take you to Partisan Rufai Oseni, called to order by Fayose at Open Warfare Breakout on Arise TV.
Okay,
What's your take?
Yes, so I think I watch it. Sorry guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are. So I watched the interview, but our problems, we Nigerians, our problem. I'm not gonna say if I don't know if I can call it speakiness, or I'm gonna call it maybe what these people have already plot into our life. Oseni is doing his job, and many of us come here and try to challenge him. Oh, he's not a good person. Oh, he's doing too much. Let us not forget that this very man, this former governor of Ekiti, he was crying last time that he has a problem with his election, something like that. I could remember that he put a lot of bandages in his head, crying like a little
baby.
That they want to kill him, they want to date him, they want. So sometimes I begin to ask ourselves, one thing in life, if you are not a good person, you can never be a good person. And anywhere you go, you try to put counter motion and try to put allegation on people for no reason. Many of us have come in here now telling, that Oseni is not serving you. Oseni is doing his job for his own living. Oseni, yes, had a problem last time, with the police, whatever it is, which that can happen to anybody else. At least he's not drunken and drive. He just like mistakenly or purposely passed by bus lane, and he has a counter with the police, and later on he came out and apologized. I don't think that is owing anybody anything. So his job is to put question on me and you, who they invite, that agree to go to their studio. So when he puts his question on you and you have a guilty conscience, that is when you start to falling apart, begin to find a way to hold your hand, just like somebody that want to, there's someone that River want to carry. He will try to be flinging his hand everywhere, try to find something to hold. So I didn't see anything wrong that Oseni did, despite that Nigeria has been a country of where snake and monkey and the rat and the antelope carry money, a country where anybody can fight to become a governor or a minister or whatever, to go and just grab his own money. Nobody think about, you know, his own or his state or his own people life, except his own family. So I didn't see anything wrong, Oseni, due to this very man. The man is just a crying wolf. He's not a. I thought
Is it Patoski?
Bartholomew.
Bartholomew. Okay,
No,
Bartholomew. Sorry,
maybe
yeah. Sorry, 1 second, please. Right. I thought that interview was gold. For me, you know, that interview was gold. I was just laughing. You know why? You brought someone into the studio to discuss certain issues regarding this current election cycle. You, as a journalist, you went personal, attacking Fayose's position on the election that was held in was it 2011 or so, or you know, or 2014.
Okay,
hold on 1 second. So when you went to Fayose personal record as a person, when you brought him into the studio to discuss something different, so then when the man now went to your own personal record as well, you should not be surprised. The man just did his own work, and then that was the first time I saw Rufai was like, the man, he wanted to enter ground. He wanted ground to open and he swallow it. It was shocked.
My brother, did you see Rufai
It
interview with
was
1 million
an
general?
ambush. Have you heard the
Did you
Bible
see
verse where
Rufai
Jesus
interview with 1 million general?
he who is without sin cast the first stone. So
that was what Fayose told
Oseni
him.
already has his own
he said he who must come with he said he who must come to equity must come with clean hands. So if you are going to accuse Fayose of wrongs, you too, you should understand that yourself, you have your own. They will still give it to you. So he said, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. That was, baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. You know, that was so crazy.
I think Patoski wants to interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you listen?
Let me put this into all of us. Oseni and the Fayose, who did Nigeria supposed to hold accountable for anything?
Yeah, we are supposed to hold them accountable based on their different professions.
I'm asking those two people.
I will answer you now. Let me answer you.
The two of them.
You see, hold on.
The two of them not
the two of them.
Hold on, can you allow Patoski?
Let me answer now. Please. The Ekiti people are supposed to hold Fayose accountable.
No, that's not what I asked you. No, wait, my brother, wait.
Now. I understand your question. I'm not a kid.
No, I asked you a question.
I understand your question. Let me answer you.
But you're not answering my question.
Patoski,
okay, you want me to? You have an answer you want me to give you. You have an answer.
Maybe he wants to rephrase his question. Let him rephrase your ask your question, but then let Patoski answer your question.
My question is Oseni serving under state or federal government?
Okay, you're asking a different question now.
No, that's what I asked you.
Apart from the first one that you asked, this question you just asked me is different from the first one.
My brother, let's go to another.
Bartholomew, hold on.
Let me answer him.
When I say hold on, please hold on. Patoski, you claim he has asked 2 questions. Can you just take your time to answer the 2 questions at least?
Yeah, I will answer question. I will answer a question. I will answer his question, but I would also make a statement. The first statement I'll make is that it is the same way that Rufai behaves now that you have presented your own question, because you have what you are working at and you're asking me a leading question. And when you saw that I was answering in a different way, you now twisted your question because you have an answer in mind that you want me to provide. That's the same thing that Rufai does and that we are condemning. I will answer you. The first question, between Rufai and Fayose, who are the people that Nigerians are supposed to hold accountable? One, Fayose is answerable to the people of Ekiti, who are Nigerians, for his tenure and during his tenure as a governor. And to the Ekiti people, they believe that he has given a good account of his first term. That's why they voted for him again in his second term. Now, the account of his second term is yet to be tested. So we don't know. But the point is that Fayose is primarily one, first and foremost, accountable to the people of Ekiti State, and second wise, is accountable to Nigeria at last. Now, Rufai is primarily accountable to his employer, and secondarily and most profoundly accountable to Nigerians, because he's speaking in public places and molding opinions of people. And he has a duty to a profession that he claims to be in, to be truthful, to be non-sentimental, and to be objective. Forget about Fayose. This guy has had issue with so many other people, even people that are not politicians. There was a mayor general, a retired mayor general, that was invited to the studio. I don't know if most of you remembered. This old man was trying to talk to Rufai. Rufai was just pushing things to him. The man said, "You have what you want me to say. You want me to say that Nigeria is a bad place. Nigeria is a terrible place." He said, "I will not say that." The old man told Rufai, "Look here, you have what you can't just be sitting there in your studio and be telling people what to say." He said Nigeria is the most terrible place, that the Nigeria security is woeful and Nigeria is in a state of anarchy. So the man asked him, he said, "Do you know the meaning of anarchy?" He said, "If Nigeria is in anarchy, you will not stay in that studio and be asking me questions, because you will not even be at peace there to stay in that studio and be asking me this question."
It's not like he will not. It's not like he will not be in the studio. It will be the government that will. What he will be reading in that studio. It will be the government that will give it. That will give it to him to
You
be reading
remember
out to
that
the people.
interview? The man said, the
People
guy
just
said,
talk. The people just talk. They don't understand what they are saying. They don't understand. When go to North
exactly.
Korea,
So the mayor general,
watch North Korea TV and see the way they look. The whatever they say comes from the government. They say, "Look, this is what you're going to tell the people today, and you better say that is what you say." That is what you call
Or
a
you
state
die.
of anarchy.
and
That is what we call a state.
they told us
People
that
just throw
Nigeria
word
has
out
no
there.
press. Nigeria has no press. Nigeria has press. If you have a press that can call the president-elect, that also is also a member of this ruling party, a drug lord, and nothing has happened to that station. You have a press that said that the government of Buhari is useless, and nothing has happened to that station. What have they not called Buhari? Nothing has happened to that station. So then what kind of press freedom do you have in the West? Do you call the president of the US a demon? They've called all the kind of names. They've never even called Joe Biden. They've called Buhari. And nothing happened. So I'm almost telling you that Nigerian press is almost as free as American press. Because there's no freedom. Nothing you have done in America or spoken against an American president that you have not said against Buhari. And nothing happened.
Even against Jonathan.
That was even worse.
How do you know?
And nothing has happened.
How do you know? How do you know they are not abusing American president?
Okay, I live in North America.
Huh?
And even if I don't live in North America, I watch interview. And you see, you do selective listening. I say, is there any abuse that you abuse American president that they have not abused Nigerian president? And nothing has happened. And I told you that the kind of abuse that they have abused Nigerian president, they have not even abused American president like that.
You see,
they abuse him. Wait now, they abuse him. They abuse his wife. They abuse his children. They abuse.
Bat, hold on. Let me ask him. Give an example.
Bartholomew, hold on. Let him land his point.
Give an example, Patoski. Give an example.
Rational mind.
Yeah. Okay, listen.
In short.
Okay, listen, my brother.
Patoski, Bartholomew,
yes.
Please, let's coordinate ourselves. Let Patoski land his point, and I think Rational just put another question to him. Let him land his point and answer Rational Mind's question. Then we can come back.
Yeah, Rational Mind, can I have your question again?
So give an example of the kind of insult or whatever that has been given to American president that has never been given to.
Have they said that? Have they said that Joe Biden has died? Have they said that Joe Biden is cloned?
You're not here to understand what we hear from the.
Have they said that Joe Biden is cloned?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Have they said? Wait now. Have they said that Joe Biden's wife has eaten all the food in the White House.
Forget it. Forget it.
No, wait. Now let me finish. You see, let me finish. Now you ask me a question on rational mind.
Okay, go
I've listened to you. I've just come to join you people. I've
Did
been listening
they
since
say it was
morning.
another
So
person that
let me
is in the
also
White
air my
House?
opinion. Let me also air my opinion.
It's okay. You have a point.
Yeah. I've heard you, rational mind, spoke on this program that if Tinubu cannot, Nigeria will turn to North Korea. Do you know the meaning of what you are saying? What are you talking about?
Are you trying to debate
that
me
with
now?
respect to press,
debate now,
with respect to press, that Nigeria will turn to. Do you know what you are talking? What are you talking?
You won't speak and you won't accept me to have my own.
Respond now. What is the meaning of that? That if bad come, Nigeria will talk to. Do you know what is happening in North Korea?
That guy is
what
really
is
mad. You know,
do you know
Patoski.
what is happening in North Korea?
Patoski, sorry to
If
cut you
you give
short.
North Koreans, the opportunity to come to Nigeria, they will run down. If you give North Koreans the opportunity to come to Nigeria, they will run down to Nigeria. Do you know what is happening to North Korea?
Bartholomew, sorry,
Yes.
Patoski. Bartholomew, you see, we allow interjection. We
No, I
allow
agree.
it to flow. Let
I
it
agree.
flow. Let's enjoy it. We will come back to you. You have the floor. We'll come back to you.
No problem. I agree.
Yeah. Carry on, Patoski.
So when people come here,
and sorry, Patoski, before you go on this North Korea, do you know, yesterday I still read about North Korea. The president, he killed one of his workers because the guy didn't tell him he has a stain on his shirt or something.
Can you imagine?
And they execute the guy.
And that's the kind of country that Nigeria will become.
Somebody that executes his uncle,
his brother, his own brother.
Can I rebut? Can I comment? Because you just saying this, you're saying a lot of things, and then you won't allow me to speak. And then, can I say something now? Or
say what you want to say.
You see, I don't know if you. I mean, I know you're a learned person.
No, I'm an illiterate though, but I learn common sense.
but I know you spin it the way you want to spin it now.
No, I'm an illiterate, but I forget about even whether I did learn it. I have common sense.
Oh no, Mr. Patrick, I know you're well read. When I understand you understand what I mean by figure of speech now. Is it what kind of figure of speech am I going to use here? Exaggeration. I think that's. So when I say Nigeria, is Nigeria gradually turning into, or are we going to see Nigeria turn into North Korea? It's what kind of what was that?
Okay, you didn't really mean it in that 10.
Hold on. Well, even though you understood it to mean what you understand it to be, we are gradually getting into that, and it's seeming that we might have to get into that when we are whereby you are trying to stifle people from airing out their whatever how they feel. If somebody says you cheated me in an election, and it sees you as not being you're lacking credibility. I mean, how do I say credibility? And your government is going to lack what's it called? What's that English word? I'm looking for it. I'm just looking for a word right now. What's that word? I mean, like, what's that thing we're talking about? Oh, well, I can't
credibility now, or
no, not credibility, just
or
acceptance,
legitimacy.
Yeah. So that legitimacy that will be hanging on his neck. When they talk about this, and then you look at it like, man, you have not been sworn in yet. You're just a president waiting. We have a sitting president. And well, let me not go into speculation. When I say that this guy has not gotten there, you've been asking the media to silence this guy. Goodness sake, what are we to expect when you get there? This is the same guy who your urchins in Lagos, they rain mayhem on people. Why they were doing that, you never release a Twitter or whatever, Twitter message, or give him, a public address saying that, oh, you guys should stop it. Or you guys will face the music, you'll be prosecuted. No, you just say, if you move on, like, what kind of a leader is that? This is the kind of man you want to put as an executive. So
don't worry, let me answer if you are done.
This is how we gradually descend into this kind of North Korean style kind of society, whereby the government wants to dictate what everybody listens to. When I say that, it's more like an exaggeration. Not exactly I'm saying, but we're gradually getting into that phase if we're not careful with this kind of person that is already talking like the way he's talking. Okay. So I know you want to take it the way you want to take it. It's up to you. If you understand it that way, that we are going to see a full-blown North Korean style kind of
Well, that's up to you if that's what you believe.
Okay,
But
let me respond.
But gradually descending into that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let me respond. Thank you, because you have just highlighted as extrajudicial. So everybody that listened to it, he didn't mean it exactly like that. It was an extrajudicial. Now, let me say this. You see, there's freedom of the press. Freedom of the press is not freedom of attack. You understand? That you have a freedom as a pressman, or that you have a microphone, does not give you the freedom of attack on people. And that I am somebody who have offered myself to serve a country should not make me become vulnerable, and such that I even lose my rights that an ordinary citizen has. The fact that I've chosen out of millions to say I want to serve my people and I join the political party does not take my rights, my fundamental human rights, away from me. That is the truth. Rufai is very unprofessional. He's not only a politician that he attacks now. I've just told you about Major General that came to the studio. That man was not a politician. This was a man who served his country in the army, risked his life for the country. And that boy that just was in school, when I was a manager, I was in UNAP there, was coming here, couldn't enter that studio and insulting that old man. But I'm happy that that man put him in his place where he belongs. And we are here encouraging and saying he's one of the best journalists. If that guy is one of the best journalists, then Nigeria is in trouble.
No, Rufai is not a journalist, man. How can you call Rufai a journalist?
That guy is just there.
Rufai is not different from us that
his
comes here and talks.
masters. Some of us are even doing better than one man will do better job than Rufai now. The way one man coordinates IPOB everybody on this platform, one man will do better than Rufai. And now we are saying that
you believe that woman really, Batoski, really?
Yeah, Rufai is not
course now, of course now, because one man entertain different views compared to other platforms. If we all truly want to look at it,
so one man is not biased in his own opinion. Yeah, we go again, right?
One man will let everybody hear his opinion. You are on this platform, you are supporting, you are attacking Tinubu, you still hear your opinion.
Guys, the point is this: everybody has where they lean. One man
rational mind, like I said earlier, when I don't know who was accusing us of me, one man, Kulata, and the rest about Tinubu. I said point blank, the platform, most everyone supporting, saying Tinubu. It's not as if we are supporting Tinubu at that time. What we are saying to is the reality, the reality of the politics of Nigeria. And we look at it like, oh, who is going to win? Not like we are supporting, we want Tinubu to win, we are campaigning for Tinubu, that kind of thing. We are just always talking to the reality of things. And like Abajele said before he left, if Tinubu mess up, we will still be on this platform and flog Tinubu. Whatever mess up he does, we will still talk about it and dish it out to him as well. So it's not as if one man or whoever is talking about Tinubu, from what I know,
one man used to call him the looter of Lagos now. Doesn't one man call Tinubu?
We've left that phase of saying,
the looter of Lagos?
What?
You remember now? One man used to call Tinubu the looter of Lagos.
Oh, of course now. But everybody, because some people have a different view and they have somebody they support, they believe because you're trying to tell them that reality, you are supporting the person. I don't think that platform stands for. If that platform stands for this, would have only been having Tinubu. It would have only been entertaining Tinubu supporters alone, like other platforms.
No.
But on this platform, we entertain every other views.
My brother, sorry. You know one thing they did in this electoral cycle was that if they support a candidate, right, and they are against another candidate. So if you are, say we're on this platform now, and you say, oh, this person is a thief, then I'll just have to agree with you.
You must join them to call him a thief.
You know, I'm saying that is what they want us to do. Like, I'm here, you just say, oh, this person is a thief. Then I will just be quiet. Because, no, I have to challenge you on that position of calling somebody a thief. And as soon as you challenge them, oh, you're supporting Tinubu, oh, you're supporting, no, I'm challenging your position of accusing someone that I don't have any evidence of that person committed that offense. So we are going to debate. What did you find and what did you see about this person that make you call him a thief? Why do you think he's a thief? And in terms of policy position, if you it's just that anytime you challenge their position or certain discourse, no, you are supporting that person. Oh, I can't believe you are
And
supporting this
you
person.
see, Hakeem, and this is where I
Look,
think
well, it's not a robot factory. This place,
exactly,
it's not a
and this is
robot
where I think
factory
we have
where
we
everybody
have
operates on a remote
problems in
control.
that country in electing people, because once people push their sentiments to a particular part, it's hard for you to dialogue with them, to scrutinize these people and say everybody just want to believe what they believe regardless of what you tell them. And sadly, you will even find out that most of these people are just arguing with you with hearsay, what they hear from one social media, from one medium, So it's just, I don't know. So that's why I keep always saying to people, we don't sit here and say, oh, we are Tinubu supporter. We are just talking to the politics of it. And if you want to face it, you have to face the reality of it. And
My
that is why
brother,
we
my
entertain
brother, you support.
anybody.
My
You
brother, I'm
can come.
sorry.
If you are
You
listening to
support.
us, you
You
can
guys
click
support
on the
Tinubu
stream
very
link
well.
anytime. The show comes up every 9:45 p.m. UK time, and we entertain. Every view is welcome, as long as you don't use foul language or curse anybody. You are welcome here. Carry on, my brother. Thank you.
I say, you say for this platform, one man and you and others don't support Tinubu. My brother, I listen to you guys almost every day, and I enjoy listening. But if you come here and telling me that you guys don't support Tinubu, I know that you are not telling yourself the truth. But I'm not
You are
saying
part of the people I'm talking about, because that's how you view it, because you have who you support.
no.
So if we talk the
No,
reality of it and it doesn't suit your view, automatically we are supporting the person.
not like I'm the type. I'm number one. Just put on number one so that it make you know inside that one. I'm number one.
Anyway, Bartolome, let's move on because of time.
Okay,
Because of time, let's
if
move on.
you say
We are deep into the hours. Okay.
Bartolome, you support Peter Obi, right? If you say to me, Peter Obi is the best candidate, right? And I go like, no, I don't think he's the best candidate. I don't think he's better than Tinubu. I don't think he's better than Atiku. Would you then say that I support Tinubu?
No, because for what I've been hearing from you guys talking from the presidential and the governor election,
Bartolome, he's just asked you a question. Is the question to be good if you answer the question so we can move on from here? Yeah.
No, they're all the same politician, but that is a little thing that differentiates them. I work in the museum as a security guy. There's no that for past this very election now, people that come from Europe, me and them we like to, I like to chat with them sometimes. They ask me, oh, where are you from? I say I'm from Nigeria. They say, oh, your president is a drug dealer. Something like that. I wasn't the one to even tell them. So how are you? So how am I gonna defend that?
So because you know what, if they said to you, if Obi had won that election, and then they say to you, oh, your president is a fraudster, what would you say? Would you not say something?
If Obi is a fraudster mean like a 419 or what?
No, let's just assume that you meet somebody and say, oh, your president is a fraudster. What would you say? Would you just keep quiet?
If Obi is a fraudster, I will not say anything, Betty. I will not say anything, Betty.
Because you believe, because you believe in your mind already that Tinubu is a drug lord.
I wasn't the one was I the one that said it?
Who said it?
It's not American publicity. Was I the one?
No, that is what I'm saying to you. You believe in your mind that the man is a drug lord because you read that case. You read that case with biased mind. So you now believe that the guy is a drug lord.
Listen. In America here, where we all of us come to find our daily bread, like the place where I've been doing security, I've been doing other jobs. Anything that you do in this country goes to the record. That's why every 2 years you have to renew your security license, so that for them to do the background check again to see if you have arrested, convicted, or police write anything on your, that's it. They're not gonna send it back to you. You will lose it. Just like a nurse, just like somebody to be a nursing. If you violate, carry weapon on somebody in this country, you will lose your nursing license. So these Oyibo people, they keep record. I'm not the one that said our brother, our big brother Tinubu do what he do. I know I never go Chicago before. I'm only here in New York, but sometimes when I used to do my competition very well, I go to other states like Las Vegas, Boston, Ohio, and others. So, but I'm not the one that say it. This is something he did.
My brother, listen. If you want to be objective on issues, right? You will see. You will be open-minded about certain information, about certain matter. You live in America, right? And you understand very well. Maybe you don't understand, but let me assume that you understand very well what conviction, what they mean in America by conviction, when somebody is being convicted of a crime. When you go through, how do I call it? If you go through a criminal case and then you are convicted, let's put it this way. Say you are a foreigner who is not an American citizen. What are the chances that the United States government will still grant you visas to be coming into the USA?
My brother, this very thing that you are saying about America, whatever it is.
That was a very straightforward question, bro.
It's a very straightforward question. What chances?
If you commit,
what chances that the American government will still be granting you visas?
If you commit offense in this country, listen, hold on.
Can I answer that question for you?
Oh, hold on. No, you don't have to. Sorry, let me answer my question. If you commit any offense in this country, just like say you are living here with a visa, and you do that thing where they say our brother do, and you mistakenly, if they catch you here, you go to jail and they'll throw you back to Nigeria. But if you mistakenly escape, if you mistakenly escape, you cannot come back again.
Okay. So, but you understand, you are aware that Tinubu still get American visa till today.
When did he come to US last?
He does come to America.
Okay. So why are they still granting him visas to come to the US? A convicted drug lord.
He may have a lawyer. He may have a lawyer fighting for his case.
Oh, okay. Let me say something. Hold on.
No, his lawyer. No, his lawyer can take him. No, listen. Yes, I'm listening.
Let Rational Mind help him. I want to hear Rational Mind.
Go ahead.
Well, you see, the U.S. immigration law here, it's very, should I say, it's a very tricky one. There are people who have had issues, run-ins with the authorities here, and they were deported back. They were given, depending on how your case was heard in court, would determine if you can come back after you're deported. Some people, they'll give them like 15 years, you can't come into the United States. Some people, they can say 7 years, you can't come into the United States. I have a friend who was involved in drug running years ago, and he was deported to Nigeria. And even while he was in Nigeria, his case was going on here, because he has his kids here. His kids are here, fighting his extradition back to Nigeria and all of that, and deportation to Nigeria rather. So anyway, so he fought the case and was able to come back. So depending on the case, but then let's go back to Tinubu's case.
So when has there been a time when Tinubu was not able to go to the US?
I don't know. I don't have that. I don't have.
There was never a time like that.
I've never said that. I'm just.
You see what I'm.
I know you just said that. Rational Mind.
You see how I just applied common sense now. I didn't have to do much research. I just applied common sense.
Okay.
And that is what you should be doing. Just apply common sense. Just because they tell you.
Hold on. Every case.
Rational Mind.
No,
before you go for that, wait. Okay. See, if you are convicted of drug trafficking in the United States of America, except the thing has changed, is permanent ineligibility for visa. So don't say it depends.
Okay. Once
you are committed for that, it's permanent ineligibility. There's nothing depends there.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying to you. You don't know how the US system works. If you do understand, people that want to let them say in the comment section. If you go to the United States consul office, I mean United States US consular, what is it called? I don't even know what to say. I can't. My mind is so fragmented right now. I have so many things going on.
That consular, where the embassy, just
US consul in Lagos there, or US embassy, anywhere. They will tell you sometimes if your case is on administrative, they call it administrative, whatever they call it, processing or whatever, and then maybe you and somebody have a similar case, similar situation. But they will tell you when you ask a consular officer, they will say each case is being treated based on their merits, on their every case is by case. That's what they tell you. I like the way they usually word their words when it comes to immigration within the United States, and when you are dealing with the US embassy or consulate or mission. There's a way they phrase it. So they will treat each case by case. So each case has their own merit. They has their own peculiarity to it. You cannot compare my own case, even though I have a drug case. I'm just giving an example. If I have a drug case like another person, and I can't compare myself, oh, how did you do it? Or you cannot do that. They will have to wait based on their situation and all of that. That's it. So having said that, but let's go to the real case of Tinubu here. Tinubu's case, fine, you people can say he wasn't convicted. But the problem, the challenge I'm seeing here for him is that he was fined. The US code that he violated, which his bank account or whatever you use his bank account violated, was more of a criminal kind, because there was a prison. If you violate that code, that US code or law, there's an option of either you're fined, like what we saw in the case of this guy, this former LP, this man that was from Ogun State, that was formerly aide to Jonathan, that was LP campaign manager. What's his name? Okwe. They gave him the option. The judge gave him the option of fine. That okay, this is your fine. You pay this, or you go to jail if you can't come up with that money. So, in the case of Tinubu, they said in the US code that he violated, they said it's either you pay a fine of about $500, nothing less than $500,000, or you go to some amount of jail. Yes, in jail.
No, they never said that. Come on, rational mind.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying to you.
Damn it.
You have not read the case. I mean, you have not. You know the US. Okay.
No, you have not read it. You have not read the case. Come on, man.
I've read it. I mean,
there was no option. There was not. Look, how do you even listen, rational? Look, listen to yourself. It was not even a trial.
What are you arguing?
Doye went on a trial. This was not even a trial case.
No, it went before a court.
But it was not a criminal trial. It was not a. Do you understand the difference?
You do not have all the facts as to that case. That's what I'm saying to you. There was a violation here. The violation was can somebody pull up that case for us? If you have the, I'm busy. I have so many windows open here. And I don't want to start digging out into all that because I'm reading here.
What are you talking of? You are talking about the PDF.
You say that again?
You are talking about the document, the
document.
Document.
Yeah, the document. Yeah.
Well, you want us to pull it out in time of a presentation?
Look, there's no need to pull it out. National mind. It was not a trial. There was not a trial. Do you understand the difference?
What are you talking about? It's not a trial. What do you mean by it's not a trial? What are you talking about?
Okay.
What page do you want to reference there?
Okay.
Now look at the title of that case. What
was that? Rational, hold on 1 minute. My question is, did Tinubu did our brother Tinubu do what they say he do or not? Did he do it or yes or no? Did he do it or not?
But Bartholomew, see where you are missing this thing up. It was true that Tinubu is associated with those guys that committed that crime. It was true that money was deposited into his account. But the problem, what differentiates this thing now is that what is the involvement of Tinubu regarding this issue we are talking about? That involvement of Tinubu, is it significant enough to take it as a criminal case or just civil case? That is where you are missing it now. There are two elements to this issue. There's a legal, there's a criminal, and a civil. So now the question is this: what portion of it are you allocating to Tinubu? Is it the civil or the criminal? So you don't just take this thing.
Okay. This is it here. That's why I'm saying read the case, read that case file.
Which page now? With this case file you are talking about, just tell me.
What page do you want? Do you want Ola to pull out?
Rational Mind has not read it. Leave Rational Mind. You haven't read that case.
What is this guy talking about?
No,
I've not read it.
I've not even finished.
God.
No,
Hakeem, I'm a busy man, and I'm sure.
You see, hold on. You see how you guys rally Rational Mind like a hyena.
Leave them now.
Like a hyena.
Hakeem, for the purpose of our audience.
Of our audience,
we know we have a different the sentiment towards individual, but when we are trying to do some kind of presentation, we should be very careful how we mislead our audience, because when you mislead people, you mobilize negative energy unnecessarily. At the end of the day, it's not going to be favorable to the country. Now, see what the obedient are be doing. See, now, like someone said here, you understand?
No.
No. Don't say let's not do that. Look at what that's about.
This matter you're asking me about. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about this matter.
Tell me the page.
Let's Kolata come on board, because Kolata talk about it. He was here challenging me on that.
I can help you with the page.
Is that?
What page are you looking for in that document?
Well, like I said to you, I don't work carrying everybody's wallet on my head like gala.
Okay, you want them to Rational Mind. Ola, please hold on. Rational Mind.
It's not rocket science.
You said you want somebody to pull out the document.
Let's pull it up and then
now Ola is asking you, if you don't know the page, what part of the document?
Okay. Ola, can you read the first paragraph in that case? What does it say? Are you there, Ola? Let me pull up this case myself. Let's see here.
Ola, don't run away.
No, don't say that. Just let him. Maybe he's trying to.
Why will I run away? Sorry, I was.
I run away for what?
First paragraph says, the United States of America by its attorney Michael J. Shepard, United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, for its verified complaint for forfeiture, states as follows. So that's paragraph 1. So do you want me to go ahead?
Read. Yeah, read, please.
Okay,
please.
This is
I don't know if our people can wait and so that you can read the whole thing. Just read, please.
Okay, this is a forfeiture action under 21 USC and 881 and 18 USC 981. This court has jurisdiction over this action pursuant to 28 USC and exactly. I don't even understand what you are trying to get from this first paragraph, to be honest, because I can't really see anything.
What I'm getting at is
it's just an introductory part.
Okay, what I'm getting at is this. Hold on now. There's a part there that says, maybe if you can, as I talk, you can look through, you just skim through it. There's a part there that says that this is the accounts, these accounts that are being in question, that are being under lock in this Heritage Bank, that there's a violation here, that there's a violation of the U.S. code. That's what I'm saying. That U.S. code that it's violated.
Rational Mind, look at this. If you do currency exchange here, you understand. If you do currency exchange,
but boy, Kilo Stars, I'm sure.
Let me tell you something. Rational Mind.
What is there on that? Don't give me.
I can't see anything.
I don't want to discuss it.
I can't see anything cogent in what
Okay,
we're asking.
Let me put it.
It's just an introductory part. So what exactly are you talking about? It's
why you guys fighting Rational Mind?
No, I just want to
just leave them.
Rational Mind an example.
Let me. I will come up the case here.
Let's assume you run an exchange business, and maybe you have your due diligence, and you have some Yahoo boys now putting money in your account. And to your best of knowledge, you are doing your business. You try to even get the proceeds of that to understand the proceeds. What you are going to document is whatever your client told you, and just for you to know the address and to have the means of identification. Now, if tomorrow, if they now happen to discover that, oh, this guy is actually a fraudster and he has been using your account, if you've done your own due diligence, and you make confession of what you've done without missing word, you understand, you will never be liable under any criminal conviction. The worst that can happen to you will be the civil. Now, why are they taking Tinubu up in this case? That because there was no evidence of tax paid under that condition.
No. That's another lie you're telling them. That's another lie. It's not.
I'm not telling that. I'm just
tax.
opinion. There's a difference between opinion and you telling.
That's what I'm saying. Read the whole thing. You understand it's not tax.
You've not read this thing.
Don't mislead the audience.
You've not read this thing. At least I've read it. I've read it at least 1/3 of this document, and you've not even read it at all.
Okay.
I
don't know why you are. I don't know why you're arguing with rational. If rational mind tells you that this is a criminal,
rational mind
tell you
is
that
like
he hasn't read it.
Rational mind is like we are heading nowhere. Because you at the end of the day,
read it.
Hold on, rational mind. At the end of the day, you are not really pinpointing a chapter, or a verse, a page, or where you want him to read. So you want him. We can't allow Ola to start. I don't even think Ola has the time to start reading all those cases. So if you can't pinpoint a place, just make your point and let's move on.
No, well, I mean, I won't. I think it's enough of this. I talk too much. I don't bring up. Let me. You guys continue, and I'll bring it up later. Let me go. Let me just do a little bit of my own research here and look for that area that I'm talking about.
Okay. Let me go to Adewale. Are you there?
Oh yes, I'm here.
Yeah, good to have you.
Thank you, brother.
Let me take you to Festus Keyamo petition DSS to arrest Peter Obi and Yusuf Dati for insightful comments. What's your take and your view on this?
Well, thank you, my brother, and greetings to everyone in the studio. Arrest, that is, let me say, calling for an arrest is just, it's just a little bit, I don't think it has gotten to that stage. But I don't think I have issue with Governor Obi per se, but his vice presidential candidate. What Keyamo would have done is to petition the security agency to to ask them, to invite them for questioning, because the Dr. Ahmed makes some assertion at the China's News, and I felt that that was outrageous, that was reckless, and he shouldn't have said that. Most of what he said on national television. You took your case to court, and then you are prosecuting your case on the national television. It doesn't speak well of you. It doesn't speak well of your case. It doesn't help your case in the first place, because if he has already preempted his case on the national television, and then you have the case being argued by your lawyer in the court, I mean, I don't just understand where his head is at. And he made some assertion I don't expect someone of his caliber, someone of his status in the society to make. It was obvious that he was hurt by losing the election, or, whether through rigging or irregularity or whatever. But at the same time, there is a method to this. But going on national television and start, threatening and, invoking military impositions and all that, that was uncalled for, and that was unnecessary and was reckless. And arrest is not what I will ask. I mean, I would say, Keyamo should ask for, but questioning and perhaps maybe need to be cautioned. That's my take on that one. It was just, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
It was just
muted
too.
Okay.
It was just too outrageous, and the outburst was unnecessary. The outburst was unnecessary, even to a point that the anchor was trying to caution him.
to be, take
Yeah, I
cognizance
think he
of.
went over the board, though, but I don't
Yeah,
think at this point you have a case in court. You just submitted
yeah,
your petition. I
it
think
was
you should pipe
unnecessary.
low when it comes to the media and let
I mean, I don't
the
even expect them to be junketing from one media to another. You already presented your case. If you don't believe in the judiciary, that's a different ballgame. But if you believe in it, why? I mean, if you don't believe in the judiciary, why tabling your case there then? But you're already, are judging your case on the national television and making some comments that are not necessarily germane to our unity and all that. And it's just no, it was uncalled for. It was uncalled for. For Kiyama being an opposition to make that call, I think it was right because I don't think anybody from Obedient will make the call because they won't see anything wrong with his outburst. Number one. Number two, anyone comes from a neutral ground trying to make that call will be seen as the enemy or an opponent of Obedience. So I think
Hmm.
Yama fit in perfectly. Someone who needed to make that call. However, the arrest is what I don't think is really worth that such measure. But at the same time, calling for questioning and cautioning is the right word I would say you should have
used.
used. Yeah.
Thanks. Well put.
So, question for Adewale.
Pat.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Now, why
Yeah.
do you think arrest is over the board? Because you see a politician
Hmm.
that understands the space of answers, and
Mhm.
to see how some people feel that they are marginalized,
Mhm.
and look at how volatile the country has been for like almost 4 to 5 years,
Yeah.
and now he's trying to ignite fire in that country and making some statement that's capable of creating anarchy.
Mhm.
So what's wrong in someone calling for an arrest of such person, irrespective of whether the person is political or not?
Okay.
So to me, I think, okay, it's a question I asked anyway, not
Okay.
I'm asking.
Thank you, my brother. In my own view, in my own opinion, let's put the shoe on the other side and see how it fits. Can you imagine Wasiri Atiku making that call? I mean, going on national television and saying all those things, or Bola Ahmed Tinubu saying all those things. Would people say arrest Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Or I know Obidi probably will say that because they won't see anything wrong with it. But we're talking about the fact that you're right. Looking at what has been happening in the country for the past 5 years, it's just like a lightning rod. Okay, but at the same time, you don't want to hit the polity more. You don't want to heat it up more because arresting a person of like Obi or Dati would, ignite that fire. You want to apply measure, appropriate measure, not just to heat it up. Yes, it should be cautioned, but arresting him, even though what he was calling for was uh, 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 is against the law. He's not in position and authority to make such call or to make such assertion. So, and at the same time, I don't expect him to, making those calls because he arrogated the authority to himself by saying that Tinubu was not president elect. Even if the court nullify his 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 what do you call it, return certificate, but as of now, by law, he's still the president elect. So I don't know why he can't. He's so impatient to wait till the tribunal or the Supreme Court make their pronouncement. Other than just decided to because whatever he says now, people won't see anything wrong in it. That's the what trouble means the most because people are now clouded by their emotions and what have you. But to me, it's more or less like you want to put more gasoline, in the fire already. And I don't think that the arresting uh, is the best measure for what is going or for what he has said. But at the same time, let's call a spade a spade. What he said was was uncalled for. Was uncalled for. Yes, you may feel cheated. It's possible that you may be cheated, but at the same time, there is a method to the way you can reclaim your mandate. If you don't believe in the system, that's different ballgame. Withdraw your case. But saying that that if Bola Tinubu get inaugurated on May 29, it's going to be a constitutional crisis. By who? You are making such.
Mr. Adewa, is that is that a way of gearing the space up? Because there is a lot even going on in the space right now, the tribal thing and everybody. So is that a way of trying to channel the energy of their supporters, the obedient, into that direction of protest?
To me, what he said was just like a dog whistle. You don't have to openly call for your supporters to occupy the street. But what he was saying is get ready, stand by, and stay down. But it's uncalled for. For crying out loud, this is someone with the potential of becoming the vice president of a country. It's uncalled for. You should be measured in the public. No matter how aggrieved you think you may be, you must be measured. Your temperament must be measured. It was unnecessary. I haven't seen Obi acting that way in the public, but for Dr. Ahmed to be, doing all that, it was just not. No, no. I admire the man, but at the same time, it's unnecessary. It was unnecessary completely. It was unnecessary. Anyway,
Thank you.
I don't think
Yeah.
there's anything we take Kayama seriously anyway, but I think he should be talked to.
Yeah, I think Kayamo coming out is just to just to repel that energy back to them again.
Yeah, but
This politician,
he,
yeah. I don't think he's that serious himself.
he made the call, and I'm glad he did, but arresting Dr. Ahmed is not necessary to me.
Yeah, so partisan Rufai Oseni called to order by Fayose in a warfare breakout on Arise TV. Did you
Yeah,
watch that? Did you see it?
I watched the interview this morning. Incidentally,
What?
I'm from Ekiti.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and we don't take nonsense. Oh well, I may be a little bit slightly different. I don't take nonsense, but at the same time, I'm measured. I try to be
Maybe
civil.
not in a way Fayose went about
Yes,
it.
yes. I mean, trust on Ekiti people, they're always that stubborn. But I think Faraji went there with the mindset that if any stupid question get asked, he will go into
Give it back.
his bombastic uh element. But the thing is this, let's call a spade a spade. I don't know what kind of journalism school Rufai attended. He need to be cautioned. Why I say this? I mean, in the country we've had uh journalists at various stages in Nigeria. The likes of even Dr. Ruben Abati was once a very, journalist at the time who was an editorial board director, and these days that was the highest in the company, right? In terms of news. And then we have the likes of, Inca Craigs and the rest of them. But if I'm interview is different from interrogation. Okay. And that's the reason why I'm asking what kind of journalism school he attended. Where you are interview people, you don't put yourself in the midst of that interview. As a matter of fact, you are not feasible. You are just if you've ever watched Sheol or Kimbaloye at the point, I think it also has to do with the editorial uh board of that
But
company because it seems they have a talking point and everyone must toe that line. There's never a time, even among not just the pundit. I'm talking about the anchors now. Majority of them always have the same talking point. We attack the government of the day. We see nothing good in government of the day, And if you are in support of the government of the day, you are of no good as well. Now, they come from that perspective and they give it to you. But if it belongs to who they support, because it's so apparent that they support Peter Obi, that's fine. These days we see, you know, medias are having their own preference. Even in advanced democracy, they have media that support, you know, that actually give support to a presidential candidate. No big deal. It happens. Okay. And they will have their reason why they are supporting that particular individual. But you see, to now put everyone that is against their preferred candidate in one basket and begins to use that same talking point, that's what I don't like. What happened?
Yeah, and talking about the mindset, you mentioned something about Fayose's mindset. You can tell already he has already envisaged what was going to happen, and I think he has that premonition, like because he actually said on that live TV that I spoke with you before coming here, Doctor Abati, about Rufai. Like and people think they are scared of him. Most of those guys that don't want to go or that, like he called about, they say he's scared of. Why is he scared of him? I don't think he's scared of Rufai.
Scared of
I just
who?
think he doesn't want to have any of those nonsense on live TV. But people will
Yeah.
react differently. Oh, the
I
Fayose
mean,
shouldn't have react like that.
he
Maybe he shouldn't have reacted like that. But
no,
people
but
are different.
yeah,
People are different from each other,
human
and
being
some
will
people will go
react,
there and be
and
able
that
to
I think that's
manage
what
it.
he wanted to derive from him, to get that outburst from him, because it seems he knew that online people like watching him online. People like, I mean, especially we in the
Yeah,
diaspora,
it
we like
brings
to
the
watch
crowd, the
Arise
crowd.
News. Yes, because of what, you know, most likely diaspora are more or less like an obedient anyway. So that's my own assertion. But what happens during that interview, my brother? What he did, I'm glad Abati shut it down. You know why? He was using unsubstantiated reference to corroborate his submission. And you can't do that if it has not been verified. If you are using hearsay, you are opening yourself up for libel. And the company also would not indemnify you. So it is better you don't use cases that are not substantiated, evidences that are not substantiated. You are saying that it was recorded. You see, I was listening to local news to NPR yesterday. No, this morning. And one of the IT engineers, you know, that created this what do you call it, deep stake videos and all the visuals,
Yeah.
and he cloned himself, saying things that he never himself said. But the what do you call it? The AI was saying things on his behalf. Now he could use that and say, "Well, that wasn't me," even though if it was even him. But it has never been proven in any court. That's never been substantiated. Has never been confirmed, and you are using that to buttress your point. Now, that is coming from antagonistic angle. When you are interview person, you don't insert. I'm hearing some noises on the ground.
Yeah, sorry, who is that? Can you mute yourself, please?
If you ever watch, if you listen to Abati very well, Abati usually talk in the form of maybe a third person. Doesn't want to insert himself or even the same ayo. Journalists don't put themselves in the middle of the news. They hide, not like they hide in the plain side, but they remove themselves because they are not the subject matter. Now, Ayo Fayose was invited for national issue. But you are now, because the man called for peace, he called for national healing. But you are saying, well, you yourself at one time, you rigged the election, right? Now, how is Ayo Fayose connected with what is happening now? He's trying to use him to say, you know what, you are one perpetrated this evil in the land, and now you are coming. But that is not
You evil man.
the point of the interview. The point of the interview is at the point he put it. You see, when a journalist begins to tell you, "I put it to you," you are not. You see, if you want to go to law, to
Yeah,
become a
that's
lawyer, go to law
confrontational.
school.
Yeah.
You will never see any other journalist using that phrase saying, "I put it to you." you are wrong. See, you put yourself in the position of judge. You don't. As a journalist, you report it the way you see it, but you remove yourself. You let the reader make that call, make that judgment.
I've not actually done my findings though, but I've actually seen since we started this section, people saying he's not even a trained journalist, that he actually studied animal husbandry or something.
You see?
I'm not sure about that. I'm
You
gonna do
see,
my findings.
probably went to evening school. That's just a joke. But the thing is that I expect. You see, I'm talking like a typical Ekiti man tonight. I expect when you started seeing journalists saying, "I put it to you, you are wrong. I'm right. You are wrong. Let's take the fact." It is not your position to put in fact. Either you're on television or you're on radio, your listener, your viewers will make that call to determine whether the interviewer is lying or it's not lying. But you, as an interviewer, you as a journalist, will devise a way to get the truth out of them. If you remember, at the beginning of their interaction, it was patronizing him, calling him Oshokumale, just to make him feel comfortable. But you don't do that. Even if you're going to do that, watch Abati. Abati is not going to get confrontational with his interviewer or invite. It's not going to. There's no
And
point.
that doesn't mean it doesn't ask serious questions.
Of course he does. He asks it because he knows that, look, we have 30 minutes, right, to ask questions. But if you want to ask people, this guy never get trained. Look, I interview people and I interrogate people and I lock people up as well. But I won't go more into that. Okay. When you are asking questions, if I ask you now, OG, and I say, look, I put it to you. You went to a shop last night, you stole a meat. What are you going to say? You will tell me
I will
you
say
didn't.
no.
Right? In fact, you won't get really, really mad at me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, does that mean I've gotten the truth out of you?
No.
Okay. But if I come at you and I say, well, look, Oji, what kind of meat you like though? I like beef meat. What about you? And I started from that angle. You see, a journalist will always find a way, all right, advice it means, to get the news out from politicians. But you are coming across as if you have a vendetta against them. You don't do that. Even if you have a preferred candidate, even if they give you a talking point and say, look, this is what is going to be, hardly you will see anybody from Arise. At the point, channels was towing that line. I guess they kind of retraced their step back and decided to be in the middle so that they won't look like they're favoring somebody. Sean was making some assertion during some of his shows, but at the point he has to stop. They even blocked their comment section on their YouTube channel, but they open it up towards the election period because they know that it's going to attract traffic and then they will, attract more viewers. But to me, it was uncalled for. And look, this guy think he's the most pious, is the Jesus Christ last born. You can't continue to portray yourself. I know you are trending among the young, the younger people, or people who likes the way you are being, bombastic, but it will get to a point. These people you are castigating, they will set you up. You are a human being, and you will fail. We've seen journalists, celebrated journalists in this country that has failed. I'll give you an example. Dele Mohamodu was once celebrated. Today, if you go to his page, guess what? The same people that will tell him, look, guy, we need, what do you call it? This free money that they usually do to give money out. They will be the same people that will say, look at you, Agbaya, you are still posting all this thing. If you see the way they will be abusing him, but he was once celebrated in that country. He was once seen as being on the side of the truth. But as a journalist, you do not put yourself in the middle. You see the way Abati always come to rescue, always come to rescue. That shows he has not really matured as a journalist. If you ever been to Dr. Damage's show, do you watch the Dr. Damage show?
Yeah, once in a while.
If you see the way he asks questions, it's not going to get confrontational, but he will ask you with a tone that you yourself you will be comfortable answering the even though even some of the people that they invite, he asks them some hard questions that because the way he put it in such a way that at least they don't feel attacked personally.
Yeah.
You
And
want
you are
to
still
have your own,
asking the same question.
yeah. But when you are not beginning to say, I put it to you, you are
Yeah,
wrong.
because
That is not correct.
a lot
DOG,
of people.
DOG, if
Yeah,
you're ready, let me
yeah.
know. When you're ready, let me know.
Is that Tunaja?
It is me, Spinners.
Rational. Oh,
Yeah,
do you
that's
want
me.
do you want to do you want to interject?
I mean, if you're ready for what I talked about, I have all everything here in front of me. So yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's finish this, then I'll come back to that. Yeah. 1 second. So yeah, I was trying to say, a lot of people don't share this view, Adewale. A lot of people feel we need people like Rufai that can question these people. But I put it to them like, fine, I'm not saying Rufai should not ask this question. I just feel it's the manner and way he asks his question and being confrontational, and sometimes is always kind of rude as well. So I it's hard, and a lot of people didn't bend to it.
We like to benchmark our system, our culture with, you know, uh, America, Britain, Canada, but we've forgotten we don't have the same culture. We've forgotten that our way of life is different from their way of life. We've forgotten that even if when you are watching CNN, the cable news, the force, their way of projecting their own news is different from the regular local channel. The local channel will give you the news, unbiased news, even though they sometimes they have their own talking point, especially the Fox News and NBC and all that. They all have their own biases, but they will still give you news that is balanced. But it's the one on the cable that you started seeing, their openness in terms of bias and all that. And when they're asking questions, they're not asking questions to embarrass the person, but they're asking questions. They want you to say what you feel. All right. When they feel being attacked personally, guess what they do? They walk away. Can't hold me down to answer you, right? But then when you invite me to interview, you're not interrogating. Interrogating is for the law enforcement. Interview is for journalists. Interview should be devoid of rancor, attacks, and it should be tete a tete. We're conversing. I don't know the difference between dialogue and conversation. But that was what Abati said today, and I've been trying to get the difference between. I don't know.
I thought I was the only one.
I mean, what is dialogue? What is conversation? But you ask me a question, I answer. You ask me a question and answer. So that is the way it goes in journalism. That is the real, because you can't ask journalists back because journalism is not the subject matter. You are the subject matter. Or the issue is the subject matter, and you are the participant, you are an actor. I'm just asking on behalf of the public. But then I'm not going to come at you and start saying, look, you take your wife to the gynecologist, and I started saying, the gynecologist is telling your wife, look at your wife with a big ass. How are you going to feel? Does that sound professional? Even if your wife has a big ass, does that sound professional? You have to find a way to say what you want to say, maybe in a medical terms, right? And then you'll be seen as a professional. But when you are now beginning to come across as if you have a vendetta against, you don't ask questions that way. But he does ask questions. There are great journalists that ask great questions. Look at Kaderia Ahmed. That woman asked point blank question and get upfront personal with invitee, and then she interviewed IBB. She asked cogent questions, and they answer to their best ability. But she didn't come across as you're a terrible person. She didn't come across like that to them. It's not you are not babysitting, but you are asking pertinent questions. But when you start telling people, there's a particular line that he used to say, and guess who used to say that too? Trump. And so people are saying, who are the people? Who? Put names to those people. Who are those people? The Twitter people? Who are they? And the people are saying, no people, nobody is saying anything. He's the one saying things. He's the one making things up because this is what he assumed or what he has read online. Yes, people are going to praise him because people want to hear that. People don't want to hear the alternatives. People don't want to hear what contradicts their own view. But he needs to be cautioned and they need to be well mentored because the what do you call them? Arise got kicked out from South Africa because of this level of bias, and the authority in South Africa wouldn't take nonsense. They kicked them out. Despite that, they have their money in their pocket. Can't be doing that. Anyway, enough said about that. I'm not just his fan anyway. So it's not because I'm just coming from objective perspective. It's not like I hate his personality. It's just that to me just pit me against him. Like, no, if you do your job, we've seen other candidates. Journalists that are doing their job and they have their own candidate anyway. So you don't have to make it so glaring that you're in support of a particular person. I think you guys were talking about the Tinubu's drug case.
Yeah, Rational Man went to pull out something.
Okay.
If you stay with us, I still want to come back to you with PDP suspending Ayo Fayose and Payosayum and what you think the future of PDP holds. But let's go to Rational Mind.
And this particular subject matter, so I would like to comment on it after you've gone around with the Rational Mind and everybody.
Yeah, I'll come back to you. I just want Rational Mind to
Okay.
Rational Mind.
All right. Yeah. Thanks.
Ola, are you here?
It's Ola still there.
This is not Ola. This is
idea.
No. I'm asking if Ola is there. I know it's not Ola. I'm just asking. Okay. Rational Mind. Oh yeah, Rational Mind. Yeah.
All right. So now I have this. There's a link in the private chat. If anybody wants to look at it, you can take a look at it. Now, let me read this to you. In the deposition by the officer here. Let me read this. It says, just a minute. It says, this is a forfeiture action under U.S. Code 21 U.S. Blah blah blah. Now that's the forfeiture. That is the action taken on that forfeiture. That is the forfeiture of that money was based on that law that was violated. If you look at it, in that link that I put there in the one with more letters, if you click on it, you will see there. It takes you to just a minute. Justice Department, U.S. Justice Department. It takes you to U.S. Justice Department. It's an money laundering law. If you read the whole thing there, it tells you what that law is about. That violation is all about.
So, sorry, Rational Mind. To Niger, you are not new here. You can interject as it flows, and we are heading into the deep hour, so it's free flow. You can interject when necessary.
I just thought I should let them talk. That's why I didn't want to.
No, you can interject. Obviously, you can interject. That you are not new here now. I shouldn't be telling you all this now. That's why I had to ask, are you here too as well? Because I was wondering at some point, because I called you, you're not answering. Rational Mind carrier, so you can interject, my brother.
Now, if you look at the affidavit there, in paragraph 2 there, it says, as in detailed more specifically below, there is a probable cause to believe that funds in certain bank accounts controlled by Bola Tinubu were involved in financial transactions in violation, take note of that word, in violation of...
What page are you?
That's the affidavit. Before we go to...
because I'm trying to find out the exact one you are reading, so I can follow you.
I said in the affidavit.
Yeah, okay.
That's the prayer by the
by the attorney or by the officer, the prosecuting attorney or prosecuting officer. That's I don't know. It's a Kevin Moss. That's his name. Yeah. Now it says, excuse me, as is detailed more specifically below, there is probable cause to believe that funds in certain bank accounts controlled by Bola Tinubu were involved in financial transactions in violation of 18 USC 1956 and 1957, and represent proceeds of drug trafficking. Therefore, these funds are forfeitable to the United States under 18 USC 981 and 21 USC 881 A6. Now, if you understand what I just read to you here, you can go and read it. What it's saying here is that the violation by which what Tinubu and his accounts has violated, the U.S. code law that he has violated, is what I pinned to you in that private comment box. You go to United States Department of Justice, you go to their website, you will see it there. If you just click on that, that's violation of 1956 and 1957 was a money laundering law that the U.S. had in place. And that was what Tinubu violated. And if you look at it, if you read other things, beside other things there, at the end of it, it says this. A conviction for money laundering may result in a much more severe sentence than a conviction based solely upon a mail or wire fraud. Now consult the version of the United States Guidelines Manual for all of this. I have that other page. You see it there. You can read it. In fact, depending on what the court arrived at, but the stipulation is that an imprisonment more than 1 year. You can be imprisoned for it, but not more than 1 year. And then you can forfeit it, or you leave it. That is, you abandon the property, or you go to prison for 1 year.
So Rational Mind, they are giving a drug dealer options, right? A drug dealer.
I'm not the one saying, hold on.
They're giving him an options.
Akim, I'm not the one saying it. That is what I'm reading. That's what I'm saying. Go and read it.
No. I just want to. I'm trying to reason with you here. The drug law is giving an option.
Are you talking about? Does that refer to the drug case?
Up to the judge. I think what it's saying here is that it's up to the judge to apply.
You're talking about what you've been reading is just been pointing money laundering.
Okay.
Not drugs.
What are you talking about?
What you've been reading to us only been pinpointing about the money laundering.
But did you read what I said? Did you read what the agent said?
What did the agent say?
It's their position.
I didn't read his deposition.
Okay, so look at it again. Because if you read it, you see paragraph 1, it says, I've been a special agent with the United States, with the Internal Revenue Service. Mind you, Internal Revenue Service, they have different arms. They have different people, investigators for them. They work with the FBI. They work with DEA. They work with all of that. So you need to
Rational Mind is working with the IRS. So carry on.
That's what I'm saying to you. Within the IRS,
no, because this one you're trying to make it look like it's the FBI.
You don't know. Let me lecture you on that. Within the IRS, they have different departments. They have
it's the IRS. IRS deal with financial issues, money matter. Let's go on.
Would you listen? Would you listen?
No. Let's go on. Rational Mind, let's go on.
I'm telling you because I deal. I've had issue with IRS that I have to settle. So they have investigators, and their investigators are trained. They are in different areas. They know how to investigate matters. If you give them, if you file wrong, they can investigate you. And you don't expect the accountants or the auditors to come and be doing that. They have other departments that does their investigation for them. So let me not bore you with that. I just don't want to go there. So what I'm trying to say is this: he said that is what he said. He has it's an IRS He works with the IRS. Okay. Now, number 2, now it says, as in detailed more specifically below, there is probable cause to believe that the funds in certain bank accounts controlled by Bola Tinubu were involved in financial transactions in violation of 18 USC 1956 and 1957. That was why I referred it to the Justice Department. Go and look at what that is. It says is money laundering. That is what it says. Money laundering. Let me see here. It says, yeah, money laundering. That's what it says here. So, Tinubu's case is money laundering. It is not tax evasion. Money laundering.
What about the drug law? What about the drugs aspect of it?
Okay, hold on. When you read down in his deposition, you understand more as to what he said. He says those proceeds were from narcotics. Now, let's go down here. He says, now look at what it says in paragraph 3 here. It says, my responsibilities include the investigation of tax fraud and other financial crimes. Mind you, tax fraud and other financial crimes, including money laundering.
My investigation.
We say my responsibilities.
Okay.
My responsibilities. That is, he working with the IRS, his department is responsible for investigating tax fraud and other financial crimes, including money. Just trying to give us his pedigree here, what it does. And it goes on, and they say again, I have become familiar with the method. Going on, it says, I have also become familiar with the method commonly used to launder money by persons engaged in narcotics, trafficking through training and experience. He also has that training and experience. Now, that is, let's not get it confused. The issue here is just trying to tell us how he's able to investigate him because of his training and whatever he has, his field of operation within the IRS. But like he said, the money that is being confiscated, forfeited, was in violation, which is a money laundering, which is part of what he investigates too. Now, having said that, now if you read down in that paragraph 2, it says, okay, that's the paragraph 2. Let me read it again. It says, as is detailed more specifically below, there is probable cause to believe that funds in certain bank accounts controlled by Bola Tinubu were involved in financial transactions in violation of that 1956 and 1957 U.S. Code and represent proceeds from drug trafficking. Therefore, these funds are forfeitable to the United States under U.S. That is the judgment that this officer or agent is asking the court to base the judgment on, that this is what he has violated. So therefore, this is the penalty issue imposed on him based on this so law code. Now, if you go to the United States Department of Justice, you will see there that the sentencing can range from, it says a conviction for money laundering may result in much more severe sentence than a conviction based solely upon a mail wire fraud or whatever, which is still under the money laundering. So the point I'm trying to make here is this, that was Tinubu convicted here? According to some law firm there that I'm reading here, I have them in front of me here. Yes, that's a conviction. That's a conviction.
It doesn't seem like
rational
conviction.
mind. It is not about your opinion. It is read what is in the book.
Okay, that is my opinion.
It doesn't. It should not be about your opinion.
You went to pull that out. It can't be your opinion now.
Listen. I have established that Tinubu violated.
No, you cannot establish. You have to follow what is in the book. Well, you went to go and bring the book. If you're going to give us your opinion, what is the point of you bringing it?
My opinion. Are you reading what I'm reading?
Yeah, I read what you I followed what you read. I never heard anywhere where they say fine. I heard forfeiture. I never heard fine. I never heard conviction. I never heard convicted.
Well, you want to do semantics now? We go there. Don't worry. We go there. Don't worry.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go on.
Let's just establish a point here. That in the affidavit on the deposition by the agents, which is 6 from the court. That's what I just read to you. And in the final judgment, you will see there, if you read that document, in that People Gazette that I, excuse me, that I just put up. I'm getting cold here. I don't know. And the final, okay, let's see here. Okay, yeah, I think if you read the other document there, in the final, in the final judgment that was given there on page, let's see here.
I've put the link on the comment section for anybody that wants to check what Rational Mind is doing for us. So, Rational Mind, please, can you take us to where we are going to?
Now, so the point I'm trying to make is that in the final, when the court had to go through the affidavit and everything, they read it and they passed judgment. Okay, this is what we're going to do. The money in the account is going to forfeit 400 and what was that amount again? 400 and something $1,000 were forfeited from that money, which is forfeited. So if you read that US
from how much?
I think it was from is it what point something million?
So why just for something? What does that for something represent?
That was why I said to you, if you read, hold on.
Let me give you a clue.
Hold on.
Wait now.
We found out that this man is a drug lord. He has 1.something million, but we're only going to take 400 and something inside.
That's what I'm saying to you. I want to explain to you what happened.
Wait, you will explain.
Okay.
They say Bola Ahmed Tinubu has not filed tax returns since 1984, as at the time of that.
What page is that? What page is that?
I can't remember the page, but I've told you that I've read up to page 11, right? So it's in between those pages.
Okay.
Now, if someone has not filed tax returns since 1984, and as at the time of this prosecution, they now just took about 460,000 out of 1.something million. So what does that represent?
Thank you. Now, I will still refer you back to what the Justice Department says, the penalty that they have for that. And if you read it, if you now go to I think there's another link here.
No, Rational. The issue is that we are not saying Bola Tinubu was not involved in this money. A point. Now, his case, is it a civil forfeiture or criminal forfeiture?
Now, that's what I'm saying to you, that if you...
No, let me have one. And, all these arguments we're arguing, sometimes, it has no base, because even if you get a judgment in the United States of America, you have to register it with Nigeria judicial system. Don't think because you got judgment in America and immediately it's recognized in Nigeria. So that's why we are saying all these cycle that these people are taking us through.
No, you can say it's a cycle. It's okay. You can say it's up to you to say it's a cycle. But then
no. My own look. My own. My own point of contention here is this: the word conviction, right? So we all live in the West. We understand what conviction is. For you to be convicted, you must be found guilty in the court of law. But all what you've read now, Rational Mind, where did you see that somebody was convicted of any crime?
Can I add something? I think one, this is a civil forfeiture. It's not a criminal.
It's a civil forfeiture, yeah. It is.
It's not a direct this thing from what I can gather. And the forfeiture was successful in the sense that the funds that were being prosecuted against were belonging to. It's like saying something that belongs to you was found to be culpable and you surrendered it. That is a kind of conviction against your own resources. And this is due to the proceeds of traffic. This is drug. Funding. It's not about tax. It has nothing to do with drugs. And they were trying to prosecute some. I've forgotten the guy's name. Akande something that was tied. Those they were trying to try them, and they felt that the funds that they were moving around, and I've seen this case happen in the UK, to where the funds that are moving around, some of them ended up in Tinubu's account. Hence, why it's tied to money laundering. And depending on how you look at it,
let him talk.
One second. Quickly, I want to tell you something here. Like, land this point. I want to quickly say something because I want us to establish one thing. For me, I'm not saying Tinubu did not involve in a drug crime or fraud or money laundering. That is not my ball of contention right now. My ball of contention is that the document we have in front of us
did not say the guy was a convicted criminal. I'm not vouching for him as a person. I don't know him. He could have involved in whatever you are talking about.
No, progressive.
Technically, he's not convicted. He himself.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Technically, the document that I have seen has not given me anything to say that to call him a convicted drug dealer. I can't do that. But can I vouch for him? No, I cannot vouch for any Nigerian.
It's not like he doesn't have to be a convicted drug dealer to be involved in the drug war. That's
progressive. This is it. Even a traffic offense, when you pay your fine, it means you've already accepted the conviction. For him to forfeit this, he has actually been convicted because without conviction, you don't have any legal base to forfeit anything. Now but the issue now is this civil forfeiture or criminal forfeiture?
It's civil forfeiture.
So this guy, Tinubu, was actually convicted. Let's get it right. For you to pay fine, you'll be convicted. The fact that
that's why I said that if your money is convicted.
So now, if someone commits, I'm not a lawyer. If someone committed some traffic fine, I think traffic offense is like a civil offense, right? Now, does that mean because someone commits a traffic offense somewhere and is convicted of traffic offense, so he has no right to do some other things? I think, to the best of my knowledge, civil forfeiture will not stand against you doing some things in the future, except you have criminal conviction. So we can't say Tinubu didn't do. He was not involved. Let's get it right. He was involved in something. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I cannot vouch for any Nigerian to say he was not involved. No, I can't do that. What I'm trying to say is that the document in front of me that I'm looking at, I cannot in good conscience look at that document and try to twist it. No, I won't do that. But on the other side, I cannot tell you that Tinubu is clean. He did not involve. No, I will never do that. That is madness. Any Nigerian that have lived abroad, I will never vouch for anybody. That is the truth.
Exactly. So Tinubu was actually convicted, but what type of conviction? If it is not criminal conviction, so what are you crying about? So now someone that committed traffic offense, okay, it's not qualified to compete, to become the president of the country because it's a civil case. So if you can
personally, I don't even subscribe to the idea that just because somebody committed an offense overseas, then suddenly at home, where they have not been found to be wanting, then they are not allowed to run for office. If I'm not mistaken, in the US, in the US, I'm not even sure you are prevented from running for office.
Can we say, hold on, can we say this guy, former Delta State governor, can now run for president, right?
The Delta State governor committed the crime in Nigeria. Now, what are you talking about?
A criminal conviction. That of Ibori.
Hold on. No, if you go by your logic that is because somebody committed something abroad.
And then, no, Iborio was in Nigeria. The crime he committed the crime in Nigeria.
Hold on. The conviction was when? Where did he go to serve in jail? Where did they convict him and send him to jail?
Yeah, but the crime was committed in Nigeria.
Oh God!
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If he committed a crime,
what court sentenced him to jail that found him convicted?
Rational mind. If he committed a crime in the United States and you register the thing with the judicial system in Nigeria, you understand?
I don't know what register you're talking about. I don't know if there's any process like that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, that's what countries do. You understand? That's
what.
When if you are convicted in a country and if it's not registered in Nigeria, there's no way you can do.
I don't know that. I'm hearing that for the first time from you.
No. Registered means that now as it is now. No, this is what I mean by registered. As it is now, if Tinubu was convicted in the United States of America, if you not brought it before our legal system in Nigeria, it cannot be recognized. So our legal system.
I don't know why we are making a big deal about it. Even the US doesn't even prevent convicts from running for president. Why are we making a big deal out of this?
US doesn't. What are you talking about?
They don't prevent convicts from running for office.
Where are you learning this from?
Check it now. You check it yourself. You want me to check it?
Hold on.
I just confirmed from ChatGPT just now.
Niger, in the US, if some convict that you're not even allowed to vote.
I don't know what people are reading online.
Yeah, but you are not allowed. You are not prevented from running for office. You want me to read it for you?
Where are you reading that from?
Read it out.
Okay, it says that the United States Constitution does not explicitly prohibit individuals with a criminal record from running for president of the United States. However, in Article 1, Clause 5 of the Constitution does establish the qualification for the presidency, which includes a natural born citizen of the United States being at least 35 years old and having been resident in the United States for 14 years. So you see what I mean? Not even anything about conviction. Yeah, that's it. Nothing about conviction. Yeah, from what I can see here, it doesn't. It says it from the top. It doesn't explicitly ban people that have conviction for running for office.
No.
We want to be whiter than white. We are some of the most corrupt people in the world.
But the point is this. Let me put something to you. There are some states you cannot vote if you're a felon. Do you know that? Do you know if you're a felon, if you're a convict, you cannot vote?
It's possible. Some states may prevent you from voting or whatever.
Yeah,
but in terms of
Tunaja could be right. Tunaja could be right because those could be state law that is banning convict from voting. But constitutionally,
hold on. How it works here is that if a state does not prevent you from getting a voter's card, you're not registered, you live in that state, you cannot vote, then you cannot vote. You cannot vote in the primary. You cannot vote in the presidential. You cannot vote in the state.
We've had
but if the Constitution does not bar you from contesting, then you should be able to contest.
But how it's done here is the state level. Everything ballot here is states. The state that takes care of it. It's not the federal. That's why you cannot vote if you're a felon.
Here in the UK, we've had a House of Lords member, like a Senate member, equivalent in Nigeria, go to jail, come back, and go back to go and sit in his bench. This is not. They don't.
You see. We can go on. You're just trying to like.
House of Lords is an appointee position. You don't elect your lords. You appoint them.
Some of them are also some of them are appointed and
not some of them. Not some of them. All the lords are appointed.
Some of them are hereditary.
Guys. Let's not cloud this thing we're talking about. Something is clear. The last time I talked about something, I said it's a matter of moral ground. But the way things are right now, the word fine. But when you talk about the word fine, if you click on a bit, type on law dictionary. The word fine simply means penalty. Penalty. And I like what Ola said. If you violated any city code or city, maybe you leave your car somewhere you're not supposed to leave it, and they tow that car, the city or the municipal tow that car, they tow it to where they put cars, cars that were seized or towed or whatever. Now, if you want to get it back, maybe they give you a ticket and they impound your car, and if you cannot meet up that payment at the time that they stipulate, they can sell your car off. They'll sell it off, which is the penalty there. If you cannot pay the fine that is imposed on you for that violation.
But that is not a conviction.
Hold on. You can say it's not a conviction. You see, let me say something to you. I've been involved in a case here that was investigated here, a rape case. And hold on.
He should be president.
Say that again.
Are you saying that Tinubu is a criminal, so he shouldn't be president because of what the stuff he had in America?
Here we go. Because when we kind of like say things like,
I'm not a supporter of Tinubu, but I think that's ridiculous.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are. But what I'm saying is that you see that position of president, the leader. It's a moral position to be in. You must be, you must be free of any, because it's a matter of national security.
Nigerians that are selling their own currency is immoral. Seriously?
Hold on. I'm talking about the presidency. The president.
Okay, so we're going on the moral side now. We've left that side out now.
You asked a question. That's what I'm answering you.
That he rigged the election.
Hold on. Okay. Now, the question I want to ask you is this: what is the spirit behind when the Nigerian Constitution says that he should not be being sentenced or convicted and fined for anything? Why does the Constitution say that? What's the reason?
Nigerian Constitution always has to be this whiter than white, but in reality they are just as corrupt as hell. What has it prevented?
Dude, you're not answering the question. What is the spirit behind that?
To prevent people that have got conviction from running for office.
Is it just
it may affect a lot of poor people that are rising up in society, because often they get into scripts that they end up in this illegal listing, while the elites can pay their way out and they don't get any track record, and then they end up in high positions. So we have to, some of all these things we think we are doing it to encourage this thing and purity, or a kind of lack of criminal behavior. But in reality, they are using it to halt social mobility, where poorer
What is
people that
social
end up
mobility? What are you talking about? What
when we talk about social mobility, is that when you are from a poorer background, you are more likely to end up in Nigeria's police record and whatever. But you're a rich person's child, or rich people will not end up in that kind of stuff. So, and when they put that kind of stipulation for you to become president, they are preventing a certain class of people from ending up in office.
Well, there you go then.
It's the reason why the US doesn't have that, because they don't want
Rational mind. What is the moral ground that you are trying to give us now? Let us hear that one.
Yeah, so we can
I said
move forward.
This is not even a matter of moral now. I think the case is before the court. The court will decide what is meant by the fine there. Was Tinubu fined? Let's forget this. I know this whole thing, we can argue it anyway. Is a drug lord, it's not a drug lord, it's a drug baron. Was it an accessory? It allowed his account to be used to launder funds, narcotic funds, like that we saw in that deposition and the judgment of the court, and the violation. Now, the point is this, that the issue of the fine, the penalty. What was the penalty? The penalty is that he will be imprisoned or he will forfeit it. And the forfeiture, that there's a place there, he says, I think the highest
rational mind. That is your own conclusion now. You are coming back to your own conclusion.
Will you allow me speak? Will you allow me speak? If I speak, then you can continue. Now, the forfeiture here, he can forfeit it. And now when you forfeit it, that's what I'm saying to you, that we have to wait and see how the Supreme Court or whatever court is going to handle this, the tribunal is going to handle this. Now, the point is that what they are arguing on now, the counsel, the attorneys to lawyers to the Labour Party guy, Obi, is that as Tinubu violated that constitutional part that says he should not have been sentenced. Let's forget about being convicted or sentenced. Let's talk about the fine aspect now. The forfeiture of the almost $500,000, which is $400,000 that he forfeited in the United States, could that be termed as a fine for him not to go to jail, which is the other option, that you can go to jail for that. So is that's what the Justice Department says. You go and read it.
Can I comment, please?
So you will come in. So if the court says, well, it doesn't equate to the level of a fine, well, so be it then. But then it's a penalty.
What do you mean if it equates or it doesn't equate? What are you are trying to manipulate language? Equate or does not equate? You just read the book. Who told you it was a forfeiture? You're saying equate to fine.
Forfeiture is a penalty. Yeah, it's a penalty. That's the meaning of fine. So it's not left.
I would like to move us forward from there. I would like to round up shortly. I would like to go back to Mr. Duale before I go to Niger. Mr. Duale, so I want to take you back to the PDP suspend Fayose and Fayose. Looking at the G5 factor in the PDP right now, what did you see to the future of PDP going forward?
When you mentioned that earlier about the suspension of former president of Senate Anayo Fayose, I laughed. When you suspend these two individuals and also someone, I think they also referred of the autumn to disciplinary action or something like that.
Yeah.
Who would now be left in the party to carry the party to the next level? So the party is done. If they continue with this trend of saying we are going to punish people that actually carried out anti-party during the election, the party will no longer be in existence. All they need to do is to extend olive branch to each other and see where the Atiku is no longer in the picture. They should forget about him. But for those who still think they have political future in that party, it is the high time they come together. Now, like Fayose said, Fayose realized that the future their future or their political future is no longer going to be as the way it used to be because Obi has redefined or reshaped the electoral uh, phase in Nigeria. So everybody will now begin to borrow from that. What do you call it? Sample, right? So it's no longer going to be as usual as they used to do. So now, if they are going to put PDP back in shape, they have to reform it. Things that broke them apart, like jettisoning the party constitution to pick the candidate, will have to be looked
So,
into properly, or else the party will just continue to be a party in the paper, and they will replace.
you just mentioning article just now. It just remind me of one thing I said earlier.
Mm,
In a few months ago on the show.
mm,
I think even likes of them Wiki might even cross carpet because I'm thinking if we say Atiku is going, yes, fine. We have the factor J5 factor. We
mm.
have these guys now, they've sacked them. I want to believe, obviously, for Atiku to get that ticket when it is not meant to get it, there will be
Hmm.
some Atiku fraction. How do you see all this now working together to now come back, all of them to come back as one? I think
It,
it's too messy. I don't know if you get
for the likes
my
of
point.
Dino Melaye is a leech. He can't stand on his own. He has to leech on something. Sorry about my voice. I've been having
Yeah,
issue with
yeah.
my voice on this.
Same here as well. Carry on.
Uh,
We
so
can hear you.
the likes of Dino Melaye has no connection to any government where the funding can be, guaranteed. But that is why they use them for as a bully dog. But the likes of Wiki has already someone imposed on River State, so he has access to funding. Now, as long as the likes of Saraki is still going to be in the picture, PDP is not going to be the same. And where would the Saraki's political future lies? It's still within the PDP. I am of opinion that this governor of your state
Makide.
that defied all logic and survived probably will cross carpets to APC. I mean, this is towards his second time. That's what I'm thinking. But if he chose to remain in PDP and join hands with the likes of Wike, who has a successor, by himself, there's chances that that party can be revived. But unfortunately, that party is completely, deeply, deeply fractured, deeply, deeply wounded. That PDP cannot even a fight, put up a fight in Southwest. Shows that that party is just, I don't know, it's just out of it. But it can still be revived. That is, if they're able to play their game very well. But it has to be redefined in such a way that it will be attractive. And all those old faces that people used to see as a PDP front bearer, they have to be working behind the scene now and put younger people in the front. That is how they can revive and reshape that part. If not, they will go into that extent for life. Now, speaking of Tinubu's case with the United States and the IRS, I will admit this is the first time. You know what I did? I mute everything. I put my computer on mute so that I could read every details, all the complaint. Now I know rational mind has argued this case, and for someone like me, I won't disclose much about myself, but this is what I'll say. Now, Tinubu as a person is not a saint, and he can't claim to be a saint. Do I believe he's a drug lord? Absolutely no. But he knew firsthand that those individuals that he claimed to be his family members are drug peddlers. All right. Now, after knowing this, he willingly continued to transact with them. Now, I'm looking at the complaint. It was never indicted, but it was pure complaint. and complain in the court is more or less like you are making a report. However, there's never a time that he was charged for what he was accused of. Now, going by the incident report of this particular agent, this individual, Assis Moise or whatever, was been under investigation for a very long time. However, Tinubu is the subject matter we are discussing, not Moise, right?
Yep.
Tinubu, at a point, at a particular point in that report, says he was involved in the distribution. But when you go further in the analysis of this agent finding, there's nowhere it was pinpointed that Tinubu actually distributed the substance. However, the disputed fact is the money found in his various accounts, in sums that also connected with a particular person of interest. Now, if you're a person of interest and you happen to have a connection with other individuals, excuse me, law enforcement will widen their investigative net to the point that his employer at that time was questioned, and it was confirmed that he worked for Mobile Nigeria Limited and his salary was 2004. As at 1989 salary 2004, you're already living like a king because 2004 is like where you are earning around 6,000, 7,000 now if you have factor in inflation. Now, living like that in Chicago. Now, as at that time working in mobile, is it possible that these co-defendants are also trying to wash down the money and get it clean? It's possible. However, he was opening accounts in numerous places at the same time using the address of the subject matter or the person of interest. So, of course, they knew each other as a family from home. Now, this is where I differ from every argument that's being put forward. As you are right now, if you are traveling to Nigeria and they stop you by the airport, or you are coming from another country and they stop you by that, they will ask you how much you are bringing, right? If
Yeah.
you don't disclose
To
it, guess what
declare.
will happen? You will forfeit that money. If you cannot tell, I have an incident. Something happens. You know, Nigerians don't like to do things the right way, right? There was this
Mm.
particular brother was coming to United States. They came because his friend wife gave birth. So they're coming in because we organized some uh, little naming ceremony. I don't want to take too much time. However, when this brother was coming, he gave everyone that were coming together like 10,000 each. So he distributed the money among them so that he won't look like he had. But he had a plan to buy Range Rover. I'm talking about 2010 or 11 to
Yeah.
buy Range Rover, and at the same time was also coming to was planning to buy a ship like the one they used to carry oil, crude and all that. So
Vessel. Yeah.
a vessel, thank you. It was also because it's into oil and gas and all those things. Now, because he didn't want to pay taxes, he didn't want to subject himself to question. Guess what he did? He gave
Mm.
those money to everyone that they traveled together with, like four in number. Of course, they are rich big boys. On getting here, the person that will buy the car for him, that will use his dealership or whatever to buy the car for him, happens to be
Mm.
an American, his brother, younger brother. So the money was deposited in his account. And the moment you have multiple deposit in your account, that that is like unusual transaction, it will trigger an alert. The next thing I knew, they didn't call him until when he went to make the first deposit of the cash money order at the dealership and promised to pay the second one back. That was when the bank, no, he paid the money, but the what do you call them, federal agent called him and asked how about the transactions. Now, there's some things you can't get away with. Now, in the course of this investigation of this narcotic issue, he was seen as an accessory, but they are not so sure. Remember, the amount seized in those various accounts was amount almost 1 point something million, right?
Yeah.
Because the AGM make reference to the first 80,000 that was deposited in that account almost the second or third day that the account was open. So the AGM was building that case to show that he has connection with these individuals. But at no time does he say that he was charged for the narcotic distribution. Even as an accessory, he wasn't charged simply because there were numerous accounts that these other individuals that the interest person of interest also has as a joint account with Bola Tinubu. So with that, they widened their investigation. However, the money that was in his account, he couldn't because they went to his employer. Okay, tell us. Then he made a statement and said, well, as at that time, Bola Tinubu was already in Nigeria in 1991. 1992 was when he became senator, if you remember. So
Yeah.
a call was placed to him and asked, and he said, well, I don't have an account. However, there's some other account that he also actually opened as a business account. At the same time, that business account was also involved that person of interest. You see how that case is building up. So there's no way, even though he's a signatory to that account, guess what? The money was seized because this is a person of interest, the center of the investigation, right? Now, at the end of it all, after the warrant was issued to seize every single money that belonged to Tinubu simply because of that connection he has with Dama, who he regarded as a family member. Then they went back to the court, and that was when the IRS now decided they now went to where I think they were sued, according to. Then the federal government now decided to get into what do you call it? I forgot what they call this time. Uh, where people go into a time and say, okay, this is you take this, I'll take this, because no matter what, this money.
Plea bargain.
It's not plea
There's a lot
bargain.
of waffling here,
It's
man.
not plea bargain. Plea
See, one thing
bargain.
you are trying to punish a
It's
child
not plea
here.
bargain. Plea
Seriously,
bargain is when you are
it's going too
guilty.
far now.
When you
You
are
are going too far. I don't know what you are trying to do. Are you trying to make it look like the whole thing is entirely benign? You think they take 500,000 from somebody because it's just benign? That person will fight to the tooth and nail if it's their money.
hold on.
Jesus
The
Christ.
money saved seized was almost 1 point something. It's not plea bargain because plea bargain is when you know you could be found guilty, but the money is already seized.
Nobody cares how it happened. The point is that he forfeited the money
Hold
willingly.
on. Not the entire money. If you look at the last those affidavits at
The one in the Heritage Bank, the one in Citibank was returned back.
they now
But the
enter
Heritage
into an
Bank one was
agreement
held.
to forfeit certain amount of money. No, this is the way it is. When federal see the
Yeah,
number.
I don't know what your point is. What is
Hold
the
on.
point you are heading to?
No.
That he was collecting the money for a church. Is that your point? What is the point you are heading to?
I'm not a court, so I cannot establish how that money got in there. But I'm trying to
And
make
then
that.
what is the point? Because you're spending a lot of time explaining something, but the point is what? That he was collecting it for cherubim and seraphim offering.
One Niger, look, I'm not this type
Oh,
of
come
person
on, man.
that
I don't know what your point is. You are trying to polish something that shouldn't be polished.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Some shady deals.
To Niger, please let Adewale land
I
his
don't make
point.
noise. If you know me very well, I don't make
You're not
noise.
making noise, but you're going on for a long time though.
But if you're
Sometimes
dissatisfied
you
with
just
my
best to make your
explanation,
point.
if you are dissatisfied with my
To Niger,
explanation, you are not.
please. To Niger,
This
to
is what
Niger,
I don't do.
calm down.
If you are dissatisfied with my submission, you can mute yourself or mute your speaker completely so
Why
you
should
don't
I
hear
mute
what I'm
myself?
saying.
You're telling stories for how long
I'm
now?
not. I'm trying to
To
arrive at
Niger,
my
can you
point, and I'm
calm
trying
down,
to build it up. I'm not the type of person that will give you one
please?
point answer and say, "Oh, this is how I arrive at this." I took my time to read this thing.
Mr.
Okay.
Adewale, can you please land your point? To Niger, please.
It's
Let
kind
him
of
land
like
his
trying
point.
to
Sometimes
derail
you
me
have to
from
be
my
careful
thought.
of, otherwise we might as well be more efficient to dig a hole and cover it up and say we are doing something. Because you have to make a point here. You just there's no point. We have a short life in this life.
Yeah, but
And
he's
when we spend a
driving
long
at
time just
something.
killing
Maybe if he land his point, maybe you will
yeah,
get him.
but
Let him land his point.
okay.
you know, we are too quick to jump into a conclusion and say this is the what you feel. If for me to arrive at what I'm concluding, I have to say the way I see it, and I've read it all the document, and I went through it. Now, when you make a forfeiture of amount of money, all right, it's simply because there's no way federal government will release that money to you, because number one, the person of interest is connected with that funding. Now, Tinubu now and his wife now with the federal government now make an agreement that the money will be divided in such a way that he will forfeit this and the rest will be released back to him. And that was what happened in regards to the 460,000 that was forfeited. There's no way. Number one, it was never charged. The complaint, what was filed in the court shows that the proceed, alleged proceed. However, there was no place there was no place in this finding that says Tinubu was involved in that distribution of the substance itself. But the proceed, the amount that connected him and that individual, the subject matter, is what the federal government is not willing to let go. As at the time the money was forfeited, it was already residing in Nigeria. So whether he sue back or he contacted the government back, and they both mutual agreement that this amount will be forfeited while this amount will be released back to him. That was the cause of the matter. Not that he forfeited because he was about to be found guilty. There was never a time the complaint was filed. No charges filed. It was during the course of this investigation that they found out that himself and the subject matters were family member or connected one way or the other.
What do you mean by no charges were filed?
Where is the charges filed?
Hold on. What was before?
Where? Where?
Hold on. Let me make this to you.
Where?
You said the charges were filed. So what was all those things? Hold on now. What was all those things in front of the court that the court had to rule at the end of the day? That okay, the court rules you have to forfeit to $460,000. What was that all about?
Will the federal government just make a decision? The court has to make that pronouncement. When the federal government is about to seize your money or see when you get arrested tonight.
You know the meaning of the word charge?
Would you listen to me, please?
Let me give the name of the case: United States of America versus.
Listen.
That's the case.
So that's the case.
See, a federal agent, U.S. Marshal or DEA cannot prosecute you. They have to go to court. They have a court for every jurisdiction, and the court will now make pronouncement of
the funds. That's what he did. They prosecuted the funds.
I don't want to be arguing with you guys. Listen, listen.
No,
government cannot prosecute. If DEA cannot prosecute you, they have to take you to court.
What do you call this? United States versus funds in accounts.
Yeah,
what do you call that?
A finding was made.
Oh, that is charge. That is a charge. United States. That's
I don't understand how it's in.
What are you talking about?
It's a charge.
Listen.
But is he convicted for that charge?
No. This is not even a charge.
It's the account. Technically, it's the account.
You guys don't know nothing about what you guys are talking about.
He owns the account.
Yeah, listen. That's how civil forfeiture works. They charge the property. Sometimes they can even charge a car.
You know what? You know what? When government make findings, when they investigate, they can't make a pronouncement. The court is the one that will make pronouncement on behalf of the government. This is not a charge. This is not a charge. Even if you find, wait a minute. When you go to the airport, let me give an example. When you go to the airport and they found some amount of money on you, what would they do? They take the money away from you, right? Now, the what do you call them? The custom and immigration at the airport. They have their own court right there at the airport. That they will give you the paper to forfeit the amount that is seized on you. Now you have certain days to lay claim and to present your evidences. That's the reason why I said when somebody is charged criminally, it's different from when you're trying to forfeit money. It's different.
Let me give you an example. Let me just read this for you. Let me just read it.
Let him read now. Let him read, please.
We don't have that time.
It
We don't
says
need
I
to
still
examples,
want
can
to
you
go
let
for
me
last.
just talk
examples
now?
of titles of civil forfeiture charges. I said list example of civil forfeiture charges. It says here are some examples of titles of civil forfeiture charges. United States versus $1 million in US currency. United States versus one 2008 Mercedes. So it just gave a United States versus property. That's exactly what we see in this document versus an account number. That is how civil forfeiture works. And I don't understand. This is not, even if it's a charge, so what? I don't understand what we are explaining this thing as if you are going to end up in a place where you say, this was just offering money that we were giving to church. Tinubu was keeping it here so that he would go and use it to buy candles or something. What is the explanation?
Tunaija, see, Adewale, I believe there were charges. Because when you start having plaintiff and you start having defendants, it's telling us something. Because I don't think
the funniest thing.
I don't think
this is not even criminal charges.
We know it's not criminal. We don't say it's criminal.
The money, the
see, there are charges. This is so glaring from the document.
No. When
no, waiting now. See, even the reference you make at the airport, the fact that they quickly do that, they don't do anything without order of the court. It's either they've got that thing ahead of time. I don't know what lawyers will call it. So because anything you are doing without the law, without the court, it becomes illegal. So what I'm saying, but the only thing that is confusing here is this. Okay, out of that money, you said okay, they must issue a check to be paid to the Federal Reserve, while the remaining one will go to KO Tinubu. So that one is telling us something that if this thing is really a serious criminal case, I don't see why the government of the United States and Tinubu will be sharing money, will be agreeing on how to share the proceeds in the account. So it simply means, because what I can get there to is that many people were depositing money into that account. So that KO Tinubu that will take the remaining money, probably that is money. But as far as this document is concerned, the only conviction for Tinubu was forfeiture.
You know one
Because
thing.
you
Can I
don't
say
even.
something real quick?
Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Okay.
I've been present in the court. I've testified in the court. Okay. This is a fact. When a complaint is filed, the complaint file indicates two things. Not necessarily that the findings was established, but they want to go ahead. Now, when somebody is indicted, indictment means they have a probable cause against that individual. But on this case, it's not criminal. The money that was found that linked Tinubu with that person of interest is what they took to the court. And who owns the account? Tinubu now become a defendant, while the government is trying to establish that this money is connected to this individual and is a proceed of the narcotic. That's why they file a complaint in the court to establish that. But you guys are saying it's charges. The government is trying to forfeit it. However, the defendant has a cause to, either to. That's why they were
That was why we
subjected
asked you
to
a question.
more investigation upon investigation.
You know the meaning of charges you're talking about? You keep saying charges, not the charges. You know what the meaning of the word charges is?
Yes, I
just
do.
give you an example of what charges is.
I do what the charges mean. I do know what charges mean.
I should expect you. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be rude here. I'm just saying that you should understand. Except maybe you're just trying to just don't want to talk about it, or maybe you just want to rationalize it in the case of Tinubu's matter.
It's not even about. I'm not even thinking about Tinubu. I'm looking at the case, the paper that you posted. I'm looking at everything now.
Yeah.
Look. And every time my mind just wants me to say something, but I don't want to say.
No, just go on, please. I mean, I have no problem. You and I, we understand.
See, in the court, you can file information, you can file complaint, and also those two can also result into indictment. And when indictment is established, that particular person, the defendant, is 50-50. Not that they cannot be found or exonerated, but the grand jury already established a probable cause. Now, when a complaint is filed, anybody can, even the arresting officer can file a complaint. Arresting officer can file information. Even information sometimes can also still be used in the court. But when you are talking about criminal charges, that this has been established again, the money that was forfeited, now that the Tinubu was charged for what do you call it?
But nobody said anything about criminal. It's civil forfeiture
Yeah, but
case.
the forfeiture is saying I'm taking this money because we're assuming that it's a proceed of narcotic.
Yes.
Now, the burden is now on Tinubu to say, you know what, it is not. But Ghana government won't let go because they believe it's connected with this subject matter, this person of interest. And at the end of the day, both of them asked to go into an agreement to forfeit certain amount of money and him taking the rest of the money. Chicken, no? But people are saying he
Yeah,
was
but then
charged.
you say they went into an agreement, which means there must have been a plea bargain somewhere
There's
here.
plea bargain.
Yeah, they should. There should have
What
been.
do you mean by plea bargain?
Okay, good. A plea bargain is whereby, okay, I accept that, okay, this money, because for it, if really Tinubu is sure that that money belongs to him, it has nothing to do with criminal activity or whatever, then it would have, because if you read that case very well, it says, there's a part there, it says, not tomorrow you come and be charging us or come and be suing us for, or somebody from your whatever come and be suing us. We don't want that. Just accept it this way, and then everybody goes their way. We take $460,000 and everybody shaking, everybody goes their separate ways. Do not sue us in the future. That is part of the plea bargain.
So national mind, a drug lord, they are begging a drug lord not to sue them in the future, right?
Yeah, they do that. They do that. Yeah, they do that.
It's a kind of liability. It's a liability.
It's a liability.
Nobody
Yeah.
is calling. I don't know why people are calling him a drug
I
lord.
don't
I don't think
let me make one expose. Let me make one expose tonight. I have two people in the federal custody right now. They are into narcotic distribution. You know what this individual does? They will go to Mexico, fly the plane at a low altitude, and start dropping the bags. Two individuals. See, the one we are discussing tonight is not even. I don't know.
It's different.
If this is what will be that, if this is what, hold on, rational mind. If this is what the OB is banking on.
Hold on. Aduale, let me get something. Let's just get something straight. We're not. I'm not saying that Tinubu is, because I don't think anything in that thing suggests that, or I can't say. Let me not say I say about it. But from what I gathered, this is my own opinion that I don't think Tinubu is involved in the distribution, because when this case, all this thing was filed, he was in Nigeria, was already a senator.
But he knows about the money.
He knows. That's the point.
Yeah.
In law, if you're a law enforcement, if you're an agent, you will know that there is no excuse whatsoever. There's no excuse of ignorance in a violation of any law. If you violate the law, you pay. If you do the crime, you do the time. That's what they say here. So there is no ignorance. You can't feign ignorance. You can't claim that I'm ignorant. I didn't know what was going on. No. So, but then as part of plea bargain, that sometimes some powerful drug laws, they can do is they can forfeit money so that they won't be arrested. I don't know whatever.
Come on, stop that now. That is not true.
The money would have been released to him.
Why are you taking it so personal? That is a weak case. I don't think that case is going to stand in any court.
You mean
that part of the case, that part of it is not going to stand in the Nigerian situation.
Are you talking about OB submission?
Yes. That part of it is not going to stand in the Nigerian context.
Forget about that. Look, we're not even discussing
hold on. Tinubu, let's admit that based on the fact that he is coming in contact with funds from those type of funds, he's aware of them. This reminds me of a case here that I saw happen in the UK, where this guy was involved in helping people that go and do some of all this fraudulent thing. I'm not even sure what they do. They get money and whatever they do. But the point is that they came and arrested him. He's an accountant. They came and arrested him because they traced some of the funds to his accounts. And because of that, they arrested him, took his computer. He even got into even bigger trouble from that. So if his own, they didn't have a lot of evidence on him, they would just seize the money or threaten to arrest him. Then he will make a plea deal So what that means is that it doesn't mean he doesn't know about the criminal activity those people are doing. It just means that they don't have enough evidence on him in terms of himself. But in the case of this guy,
listen to this. Listen to this. I want everybody to understand one thing right now. If anybody, including rational mind, you live in the United States, I don't live there, but I want you to understand something. If you have anything to do with drug offense, it is not you and the IRS that will have business. It is you and the police that will have business, not IRS.
What are you talking about? You don't know how things work.
No, if you have anything to do with drug offense, it is you and the FBI or the NYPD or NSPD that will be dealing with each other, not IRS.
Thank you very much. You see, that's the point. That is what you're missing. You don't even understand how it works here. I think Adewale is here to corroborate whatever I said if he wants to. This is how it works here. Every agency has their jurisdiction. The jurisdiction, like Tuna just said, sometimes when a law enforcement agent does not have enough evidence to really nail somebody, like he said, it says a probable. That's what he said. That's in that submission. There's a probable cause that these money are linked to narcotics and all of that, which means they've not caught Tinubu in the acts, but they were able to establish somewhere else in some other deposition that Agbele and the rest of them they were all late. Hold on. They were all late.
No, I want to corroborate what you say. There were accounts that both of them were signatory to, and that was how he established that the possibility that the proceeds of that
they did not catch. Because they must have seen. Because for example, when you are paying into the account, you have to fill up slip and whatever at the bank. They know that this is the person coming in and paying this money. They can see you. So they will have evidence of that, but they cannot link him because they could establish that these other people that were paying into the account, they were drug dealers. But that Tinubu himself was a drug dealer was not established in that deposition. But his account was used for that criminal activity. That was criminal. But that the forfeiture was done under. That's what I'm trying to tell you, that sometimes some agents they mess up cases. You don't know. Sometimes they mess up cases, or maybe based on whatever they want to achieve, they just let go of some things and just let it go.
But to be fair to Tinubu, during that time, if I remember correctly, people were moving money from account to account. That's like people that are involved in drugs would just ask some other person, like, okay, can I use your account to transfer money? And it's a kind of money laundering. So they do that. That's what they used to do those days. I remember, even till today, some Nigerians even do that, where they will say, they will send some money into your account. So it's not necessarily indicative that he's actually into the drug trafficking, but he knows them. That's one thing you cannot be assured, because nobody gives you.
That's what I'm saying. He knows them. He's linked to them. He's linked to them. He knows them, but that is part of the distribution network. That I don't know. That is what the agent did not claim. So just to answer Akim, how the IRS came into the matter was this. This is it. IRS monitors money going in and out of accounts. If you say, okay, you declare to them that, I make $6,000 every month.
No.
Hold on.
If you look at the last, If you look at the last document where he was contacted by the agent while he also was already residing in Nigeria, he was contacted twice. So the second conversation that he had with the agent, the first one, he denied that he had any other further account, but at the end of the day, it was established that he has two other business accounts. So that what he said earlier and the second conversation contradicted each other.
Exactly.
That alone was what actually put the nail in the coffin for that forfeiture completely. So for the fact that he didn't disclose the second one, so that time he was already residing here in Nigeria. So at the end of the day, I guess Tinubu now went back to say, look, my mother is involved, my wife is involved. So they now begins to have an agreement among themselves. And the court now decided, okay, this is the amount, because there's no way. If you have money in your business account and you never filed taxes, there's no way IRS will let you go. And that was where that forfeiture came to be, because that money is meant for business. At the end of the day, you never filed any taxes. So
exactly. That's why I'm saying that it's more of a financial thing here. That was what I'm trying to tell you, that if you declare, if they know that, okay, this amount you're making every month.
Even the subject matter himself, the person of interest, never filed taxes since the
with the IRS.
1987. Yeah, since 1987.
Okay.
So that alone, government is going to calculate back how much you are owing.
That's not that. The forfeiture was that was not why the forfeiture was. Hold on. It's you see, it's part of the what you just said now. It's part of the investigation that made them to establish that there is something shady going on here with this account, with these bank accounts. You said you earn $2,500 monthly, and then look at what you're getting paid into your account. How did you do that? And then do you have other accounts? And then he was lying and all that other things. And then they were able to establish all of that. And
but they were able to establish that he has a business account.
Hold on. Do you know that within the bank, they have fraud section within the bank?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So those fraud section, they work with IRS, they work with the treasury and all of that. Because when you see your money going out and they see you paying a lot of money to a bank account, it raises a high brow. Especially if you're not a business kind of person they know to be doing that. You have a business like that. So you see, the point with Tinubu is this: that I don't think he himself carries the drugs, but he helped them to launder that money. That's why the case was money laundering. The violation was.
But you don't even have to know. You don't even have to know that his money is the proceeds of drugs. You know, Nigeria generally, even a friend of mine has asked me to help him, and I know I wasn't sure, but at the same time, I wasn't comfortable doing it for him. So I don't know. I'm wise enough to know that there's some things you can't do for individual. We're talking about what do you call it? Homeland security. That was 1980 where anything goes.
$500,000 is not, and from such people is not the kind of thing you would.
But at that time, it was already working with the mob. It was already working with the oil and gas.
Yeah, but you see, Nigerians, the money they pay him is not exactly $500,000, is it? So you have to understand that Nigerians do this all the time.
Money was just blowing up with activities. With
that is why they took it out. Nobody forfeits their hard-earned $500,000 for anybody. If he actually earned that money clean and fair.
I'm with you.
As it is right now, you are working. And would you want IRS to take your money? We would do everything to make sure IRS doesn't take our money, right? So you disclose, especially where you have a business account, you disclose whatever you disclose in what you file. That's the fact. So you just pray that
he was working as an employee.
It doesn't matter. He has a business account, even though as an employee.
What is the business? What is the business is doing? They must see it. You see, I'm saying that there's some sort of
something global link or something like that. They mentioned it was mentioned in the affidavit. The nature of the business.
What was the nature of the business? He said that his mom, Alaja, whatever, was into real estate or whatever. Is that what he said?
No, that's not what I read.
What did he say? What did he say? Alaja Mogadi. Mogadi, what did you say Mogadi was doing?
He invested in this thing, what do you call it? Elon Musk, this thing, Tesla, this thing. See, let's not do this, man. Let's not do this.
You see, and then look at what somebody was saying. Listen to what somebody was saying. Somebody was saying in the comment section, Oga. I mean, I don't know why Oga sometimes just talks. Sometimes he just talks crap. He says the issue was not against Tinubu, was against. Oh my goodness, was against the bank account. I mean, is it the bank account that will come in front of? I mean, just imagine the way people just think.
Oh my God! No, technically it's correct that it's against the bank account, but who is the owner of the bank account?
You can say technically it's who owns it. The account just open itself, and then you say, "Oh, bank, open me. I want to be called." I mean,
guys, for sake of time, to Niger.
Why was it being questioned? If it's not against Tinubu, why was he replying to them that, "Oh, my mother, I mean, I don't have other accounts, just that account"? Why? I mean, can the account be speaking for itself like that? Oh, account Tinubu, do you have another name in your name like that? I mean, how do you people reason sometimes? You just come here and just want to sit it. It's against
that is classic, man. Bank open me.
All right. For sake of time, to Niger, I just want to hear your view about the partisan Rufai Oseni ordered by Fayose as the open warfare breakout on Arise Television yesterday. Did you watch it? Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw that video. Fayose seems like that guy has gotten under his skin. Because even admitted that he spoke to the other journalists there about Oseni before he even came out.
Before he came,
Yeah. See, I
what's his
think
name?
what I
Dr.
saw
Abati.
there, I think what I saw there is something that we should be seeing more of in the sense that we should be holding each other accountable. Just like Oseni is calling him out, he called Oseni out regarding his interaction with the police, and we need to be checking each other on these things.
Naija won't say anything bad in what he did.
No, why should I see anything bad in it? He should be calling us. See, there is space. Let me finish my point
you
now.
like to bully people.
No,
So
of
that was
course,
what you are
because
doing.
see
No,
what you don't understand is that
doesn't make you professional. You
oh no,
notice that
actually,
we've
you
met
don't understand now. Let me finish my point. Let me
different
finish the
platforms,
point. Let me
and at
just
the
make
same
a
time,
15
you've
second point
noticed that
before you
I've
can
never
interject.
for once.
15-second point, you're free to interject. See, the point I'm making is that there is space for all kinds of journalism, and the fact is that is
That
how it
was
is
Bolo
around the
Kaja
world.
journalism.
You have a hard talk here in the UK. You have the fire, whatever they call it in America. They have different types of journalism. Some of them are more searching in terms of their questioning, while others are just benign. You know, they have puffy questions. So people like Rufai are the opinionated journalists.
Rufai, where is Rufai?
Oh, is he? And sorry, Rufai. I don't know his name now. Useni. Useni. So he is more opinionated. And to be
he's
fair,
a junk
He's
journalist.
partisan. He's an obedient.
He's a junk journalist.
See, okay, let's say it's partisan. There's still room for that. See, you have to understand that what they are doing there is trying to call out something that is wrong in our communities. And I think, Adewale, you have to be careful. Sometimes just because you want establishment to remain doesn't mean it's a positive thing for the greater good of the community. Because if it's a corrosive, like that man was being called out for something that he did really bad, something that we should be very, very worried about. If you are doing something to undermine democracy itself, you know that was the process that by which
the
we transfer.
allegation that
Hold on now.
was not proven. He will be sued. In fact, he won't be able to pay for the rest of his life.
If it wasn't proven, because from what I gathered, there was evidence, audio evidence. He said, you know what he said? Oh, the audio evidence is not proven. Seriously? Is that where we are now?
It is. That is the statement of fact. Even though if it happens,
oh my God!
This is
the issue I have with your explanation. You make facetious argument, knowing full well that is true. Are you trying to tell me that somebody forged that audio?
To Nigeria, you know, when that time we were talking about it, there was no artificial intelligence at that time, right? Is that what you are trying to say? Even if, let's say he actually said it and it was recorded, there's no code that says this thing has been authenticated, right? But he's using that to buttress his point. He could be sued. And
see, like I said, he can like he has a right to rebut the way he did, and he actually called Oseni out, which is also a good thing because he is the one judging people. But look at the way he behaved towards the police officers. We have to be like I said the other day, I was having a conversation about something like this, and people were saying, "What about you? You two do the same thing." I said, "If I do it, put my head on the block, and I'll put my head down for it. Why? Because I know it's better for the greater good." We as a people, we don't tend to want to subject ourselves to accountability, but why we want to hold other people accountable? In other words, it results in nobody being held accountable. It's not good for society to function like that.
Nothing more. Nothing more.
You see, that's for you now. You see, for me, I see it differently. We need a cultural change where we have people checking each other, and if who is going to check anybody anymore?
To Niger, the thing is, I don't know, I don't get why people are not seeing the other view to this. I understand the fact that we all want Rufai to ask serious questions to grill these guys, but I just think most people complain about this Rufai thing is just the way and manner in which Rufai does it. And most of the time, when you confront people like that with hearsay, it doesn't speak well. Then being a journalist, your professionalism doesn't. Where is the standard of your professionalism? You see what I'm saying? So it's not as if most people don't want you to grill these people. I've seen Shimon Kimbale interview people. He asks them serious questions. Even Dr. Abatin, the same arise. He asks serious questions. But the way and manner you deliver that question and you put that question to that person, it's what matters. And that is where apparently, after the Rufai Fayose drama, Fayose still answer questions from Abati and the other lady. And
Yeah, because
it went to
he doesn't like Oseni. He's already got it in his head that this guy is obnoxious. I don't want to answer his questions. But what he
no, but
asked him
Oseni
was
proved
a
him
basic
right.
question.
Didn't Oseni prove him right even from the start? From the start, the guy was there for something else. But you
No, but
started with him
what was he there for?
asking
He was
him.
there to call him out on a potential hypocrisy, and we can't keep covering for these politicians when they've done something wrong. Then they come out and start talking something that they reinvent their whole image. At this rate, any politician can just come with a new trend and reinvent their image. You have to call them up on their record. If you cannot call people up, is that not what we are doing to Tinubu for something that happened in 1993? You have to call people that, especially people that have done things that is looking to undermine the democracy. Tinubu is something in America. Personally, I'm not so fussed about that. The people that are trying to undermine the democracy in Nigeria, and the one look at Oshomole recently was the same thing happened, but yet he was just walking free. Nobody's holding him accountable. Olumo was doing stuff. Nobody's being held accountable in Nigeria, and the society is decaying because of this corrosive behavior. And when somebody calls somebody out for this type of behavior, we all Nigerians say, be civil, be this, be that. Be civil is going to heal us. Somebody has to be held accountable. We
But
should be
holding people
supporting people that are calling people
accountable,
out.
There's
I think
nothing you will
holding
say
people
that will make
accountable.
you Nigeria change his mind.
No, yeah, it's not only to Nigeria. Even
You
Ajali
shouldn't
Koko.
see.
There are a few people that didn't get the
It's
point.
very
A lot of
important.
people were
I get
trying
the
to
Even
make.
the
point.
guy
I get
doing
the point you're
hardcore
making. That he's partisan.
still
Whatever you
shows
want to say. He's a journalist. You can't just moderate. You can't tell a journalist if you don't like a journalist, don't come to his channel. If you can't tell a journalist
he
how to be
wasn't
a
even
journalist.
invited for because of Oseni.
Yeah, but
About
it's allowed to ask questions. I don't think
yeah,
that we
but
should
when you are
question
asking
journalists.
question, when you are asking question, there's a way you ask the question. But when you are now sounding as if you are the one with the moral compass, look,
He
I'm
was
glad
called that, wasn't he?
it wasn't. See, what was Fayose said? Fayose said there must be a change in the way we do things. Number one, he wasn't trying to absolve himself of any of those wrongdoing. What he was saying is that what you see in leaders, you also see the equal measure in with the followers.
But
That
he
the
could have
follow.
said that without getting all triggered.
No,
He got
when he
very, very
said,
He
defensive.
see,
didn't. He went defensive after Oseni.
because
Yeah,
number
because
one,
that's how people ask questions. People are allowed to ask you question in a tough way. Say, oh, you were involved in so and so this. We saw the video, and now you are coming to say this. Then you say,
He didn't
yes,
say a video. He hear a audio.
okay, audio. So yeah, you say
So and it can be anybody's voice, the doctored voice. So
okay,
you will
fine.
say so for a journalist, and this is what this is the point people are trying to drive at. Like for a journalist, you see that you use that word allege, but you don't put it like it's something you've confirmed. And the guy was trying
substantiated.
to say so, yeah, and the guy was still trying to explain to you. You can see that Fayose was trying to avoid that drama, and because knowing the kind of person Fayose too is, and being an Ikiti man that has Agidi, you get. So he was pushed to that corner for him to now acted the way he acted, and people started complaining
You see what
about him.
we see what we are missing here. We are missing the most important aspect, that this man may have been involved in a very, very serious level of election malpractice, and we are missing that because we don't like manners and all this, and this is what leads to our decay. You see, that's why I believe what you should be looking out for is that the man was called out, and he also called this Rufai out, and the Oseni out. The fact that he called him out, I actually like that, because it also gives people it also makes him look like, oh, he's a hypocrite. Now he's calling somebody out, but he too does the same thing. And
That wouldn't
these
have been
Nigerians see.
necessary if he had make his point without personal attack.
So, but it's
The
but,
bus,
but it's important. Oh my God, how about the
what?
viewers? What do you think the viewer is seeing?
What are you talking about, viewer? See, what is his name? Rufai make himself, he inject himself in that interview. When you are calling someone out, Fauci was invited
Oh
to talk
goodness,
about the
process
election.
again. How about the viewer? Let me tell you what the viewer will be seeing. The viewer will be seeing that we are all in this together.
You make your own conclusion and you expect people to buy it. You see, you have to look
No, but
at
you're
the
not
context.
letting me finish my point. You've spent how many hours talking about this point already? The point I'm trying to make is that the viewers that are viewing it, when they look at both of them, they say, "Oh yeah, Rufai, we saw you did that, and you, this position, you did that." Maybe the viewer too will ask himself or herself, "Oh, am I also involved in this culture that we like to hate?" This is kind of sometimes epiphany that arises when people are actually calling each other out. But instead of us to focus on that aspect, that we are all hypocrites in some ways, we start learning the wrong lesson. Instead of let's cover it up, let's pretend as if it never happened.
Nobody say cover anything up. See, there's a way you ask questions.
In other words, that's what you are saying. There's a way. There's no way.
No. There's no way.
The only way to ask a question is to ask a question. It could be polite, it may not be polite.
If your child come to you now and say, "Dad, will you give me that thing now?" What would you say?
I'll say you should ask me in a better way. I'm not going to start triggering and say, you know when I used to wipe your bum and all the rest of it. That's not what you start going on about.
You can call your child, you can draw your child attention to what you just said now because you know it's wrong. A child shouldn't say that to his father or ask questions in such manner.
I get your point. It's a sliding scale.
Every trained journalist.
He didn't cross the line.
You're a professional in your own field, right? You are trained. Every person in their field are already trained. There's a way you go about things. When you now make it personal, that is where I have problem with you. As a journalist, you do a good job. You ask questions. But when you start inserting yourself as if you are the what do they call it? Jesus Christ last born. That is where I don't like because you are not the.
It's personal though.
It's not.
It is him that was on the audio. If he was on the audio, you have to ask him, okay, this election stuff that he did, let's say Shomole that we saw talking about intimidation, and somebody wants to ask him, he say, "Oh no, you shouldn't have brought that up because it's personal." What do you want them to do? Just shut up? You have to ask questions, and everybody has to be able to be questioned too, just like Oseni was questioned, and so that we start seeing these things. I believe that should lead to a cultural change. We need a cultural change of accountability, not being polite to people that are actually corrupt
a cultural change where someone like when Omokari went to Chicago State University, videoed while he was in front, video while he was walking into the offices to confirm if Tinubu actually schooled there, confirmed Tinubu schooled there, came on, post the video on social media, came on Arise TV, told Rufai, "Oh, I'm one person that don't like Tinubu, but for a fact, I went to Chicago State University. This man schooled in this place." Rufai was still arguing with Omokari that they almost start a fight, just like this Rufai and just like this Fayose situation exactly.
It was asking who signed it? Who signed the paper?
So
as if it's only one person in that department.
So when you come across like that, I know most of this, everybody are human beings.
On that issue, Rufai actually called Reno's brother to threaten
him. To threaten Reno, yeah, exactly.
To threaten Reno. That was how personal this guy take things.
I don't know of that case. I've not seen it, so I cannot.
Yeah, so this is what.
Then see, he too has questions to answer. Like I said, even in this interview that we saw, he was called out, and when I saw him, the way he was treating the police officers, I wasn't very happy because this is kind of stuff we Nigerians do. "Oh, do you know me? Jesus Christ, who is going to obey the law if everybody keeps saying, 'Do you know me?'"
He even went as far as say, "I will call the governor," which is
exactly
now.
Very
Sanwo-Olu now is the killer in Lagos. That
the same that is killing people in Lagos.
Exactly. We are hypocrites. Nigerians, we are very, very.
You know what he said on his Instagram today? He said he's going to profile the Supreme Court judges. He said he's going to take his time to profile them. In my head, I was like, is this guy stupid? I'm sorry to use that word. That is not journalist. That is just journalistic talking. It's just bad that rubbish.
Well, somebody has to.
I had that too.
What are you mean you're going to profile? These people have been in judiciary for a very long time, even before
he said something. He said,
so what do you think profiling means? To get their record?
look at their
That's
record
what it
and say they are
means.
going to be biased. Give me a break.
You have to know what is behind what they are. How seriously are we arguing that people should not do their due diligence anymore?
Which due diligence are we talking about?
This is what Americans do. This is what everybody else does.
Yeah, right. They're profiling judges simply because
I don't
they
know,
have
man.
a
You
case
guys
in
sit
their
in the
front.
you sit in countries that have all these things getting done. If anything, even when you want to apply for some job, they will do security checks and all the rest of it. And then when they come do that, then a journalist wants to profile judges. I say no, it's too much.
Let me tell you one thing. I'm about to round up, but let me say one thing. We've just stated an instance of in between him and Raymond Nakari. We've stated some other instance which you don't even know about. And I'm telling you, my brother, there are several situations like that with different people. Once they are opposition party, that is it. And that is why people have this problem. And even not like people have that problem in the question. It's not the question that is the problem. It's the way Amana does it. And on live TV, you see him moving, chuckling, rigging on his
So
stage.
intimidate the person. I
You
know more
know,
than
and it just puts you off. Like I've seen several.
We get too caught up. I get what you mean, but we get too caught up in those this thing. For me, what I'm looking at is for accountability. See, in the context of Nigeria, we see a lot of
to Nigeria. You can get that without being how do I use this word now? Without being condescending. You can get those facts.
If you remember, if you watch that interview with Fayose, Fayose was still answering question where Rufai started to say, okay. Just let the man finish. Which one is okay. Let the man. Sometimes if he wants to come for you, he won't even allow you to talk, to finish what you're saying. Rufai, for me,
to be fair, in that interview, though,
Rufai,
the politician was more aggressive than Rufai was. The politician was far more aggressive than Rufai
cannot be called a journalist. Okay, for me, that is not journalism. You cannot call yourself a journalist.
I've seen TVC program where the women were calling. They call Emefiele a terrorist, and this thing. Buhari, you see the kind of name they call people, and some of all those people, even on those channels on Monday here, just after the governorship election. Yeah, I'm telling you, on this thing, TVC News, those women's The View, they call him a terrorist. You can't believe it. He said this is like terrorist, that he's like a terrorist because of the Naira note change. And secondly, this in what they call it on Monday after that election, they were there saying that Nigeria is a tribal state, that we can't do this thing. We have to be. This is not today. We are not going to get out of this tribal this thing. This kind of stuff that Nigerians do.
Listen, that show you're talking about is a talk show. Those people are not journalists. Rufai is claiming to be a journalist.
That's different. Thank you.
They have a 2-hour segment. So
that
those are not journalists.
It's a talk show.
It's different.
That show is a talk show.
It's not human beings. It's not human beings calling fellow.
They're not claiming to be journalists.
Hold on, now. They're probably more influential than Rufai's segment.
Rufai is not a talk show, right?
Rufai is claiming to be a journalist.
He's a journalist. Those people are not journalists.
The CBN head a terrorist and the government a terrorist, but it's not okay for somebody to.
You can't call somebody that does a podcast.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying that is a talk show. It's
a talk show.
Rufai.
They just people even calling. You can even call in on that show.
So if somebody that was on it, they bring politicians to ask questions all the time. So if somebody
people can call in as well. People can call in as well because it's a talk show. But you won't have them Rufai entertaining phone calls on their own show. It's different. It's two different things. You see one thing to Niger. I want you to just do one thing. I can see you've not really experienced this Rufai thing. Most people have seen it because for you not to even know the Reno Mokari one, that means you've not seen it at all. So I would just want you to try and search it when you have free time, maybe during the weekend. Just look at Rufai interview with most of the APC or opposition party member interviews and see how he attacked them. and see, then maybe you will get the picture of what we are saying.
I guess he
You see,
was
for
looking
me,
for a position. I don't know.
yeah, for me, I'm not saying
You
don't
can
ask
question.
questions.
Look, you can be very hard on people. You can question people, but don't take it personal. That is not what you're supposed to do.
I didn't see any personal. I didn't see him taking it personal there.
Okay,
It was the
somebody came.
governor that
Somebody.
really went
Okay,
out of
okay.
his way to take it
Hold
personal.
on. Tunaja, hold on.
For the
Fayose came
opposition,
in.
I mean.
Fayose came in for interview, right? Okay, it discussed about the election, this very election cycle, and how we need to move forward, come together as a country. So Rufai went straight away. His first contribution. Oh, this is Fayose now. You was involved in election rigging issues. So is that the direction you want us to continue to go? Well, that is personal.
Well, the man himself
What?
already said
That is
nobody is
personal.
guilty.
Okay, so if somebody tells you that, you know what, I'm not a born again, and so I want everybody now to start worshiping Christ as the
No,
Lord and personal Savior.
stop making
So
those
hold
examples.
on
Those are
now.
not
Let
good
me give you
examples.
it's a simple example. Then you don't
No, it
want
is
the
not.
person that that wants to ask them a question, say, you know what, but just last week you were running a strip club. You don't want them to ask that question at all.
No, Tunaja, you and
That's
I, we are
personal,
not
but
journalists. We
that's
are talking
personal,
about
but it's a relevant,
professional
critical
ethics.
question to ask.
Tunaja, we're talking about professional ethics in place of work. He is a journalist.
I don't see
Doing his
how he
job.
broke the ethics rules in
So
just by asking that question.
you cannot have a guest in front of you. You want to discuss certain issue, and then you are going straight at that person. You could have said, okay, you know what, Fayose, with all the issues that we have in this election, are you still saying this is the right way for us to go forward or to move forward in? He could have phrased his question like that. Why does he have to go?
You
You
see
was
how you're
involved in
bending
rigging.
over backward. You are bending
You
over
was
backward to
involved in
make
rigging.
excuse for a grown man sitting there and started jumping at this in a
You see, this
journalist,
is
and he
the
actually
problem.
admitted. Hold on, now he also actually admitted that even before the meeting, that he complained in the background about the this in Oseni. So you know that he came there already prepared to be the way he was. And if you notice it, Oseni just asked the question once and he shut him down. He completely just started having argument with Oseni. He didn't allow Oseni to talk.
Rufai was personal with his question, and Fayose gave it back to him personal as well. Because
I know the type of person
and
Fayose is as well.
he said to
You know
him
the
straight
kind of
away,
person he is.
and he said to him straight away, he who must come to equity must come with clean hands. You were so violating the laws of the land. You were threatening the police that you were going to call the governor. And then you come to the studio holding everybody accountable. You have to
That
practice
is
what you
good.
preach.
That I like. You see, this is what
Exactly so.
Wike did to when Wike was calling out other governors. You want these people to be holding each other out so that we also start seeing the truth. Because if everybody starts being polite and covering for each other, believe you me, we'll be in bigger trouble.
It is not covering for it. Tunaja, you still don't understand what I'm trying to say. If
you are saying
if I want to
think
interview you
anybody
now,
that is on that part will
if I
ever
want
understand.
to interview you, Tunaja, if I want to interview you on a subject matter, right? Our conversation will be based on that subject matter, not you, Tunaja. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying now. Our conversation is going to be based on that subject matter.
But the
Not
question he was
you.
asking was relevant to the subject matter.
No, it did. It was not relevant to the subject
Tell me
matter.
what he came to discuss so that I will tell you how
So,
that question was
so
relevant.
You know the first line, the first thing that Fayose said when he was being interviewed by Rabati, he said that the followers and the leaders, they are the leaders. I mean, the followers are the example of followers. That both followers and leaders has to change their attitude. That nothing has changed so far, and he was already making reference to what has been happening in the past. People putting election, rigging election, and all that. At the end of the day, he said nothing changes. He's already depreciating himself. Is this depreciation or what which word should I use?
Deprecating.
No, not even past. Not yes, deprecating exactly. But you now came around and he said, "Look, I'm going to pinpoint what's being said about you, whether it's true or false, and you assume it is true." Now you can't do that because number one, the man wasn't invited to talk about his own personal matters. was invited to talk about a national issue, but now you are personalizing the look. Even you yourself, you are coming, you are not clean. But the man said, look, we need to change. He was even praises on Obi by saying Obi changed everything. That we politicians we think we are smart, but we are not. Look at what happened. At the end of the day, you still went past it. To me, it's just uncalled for. It was unnecessary.
Yeah, but the viewers need to. I didn't know that.
Which viewers?
So no, think about it. As someone like me, I didn't know that man before, and I came on TV
You don't
and
know.
he starts telling
But
me,
come on, you don't know your Fayose.
I don't know him. I'm telling you. See, if I came on TV and I was listening to him, I
See,
wouldn't
you
know him
have
from
to.
How can
Adam.
you say? How can you say you don't know Fire? Come on, man. Stop
Because
this.
I didn't follow Nigerian politics that's closely till around 4 or 5 months ago.
Even if you
So
don't know Fayose, there's a way you ask questions. Even your viewers,
And
but
aside that, the viewers you are talking about didn't request Fayose to come. They invited Fayose to come for a
exactly.
particular
so
topic. So when you get there, okay, I've invited you to my TV show, and I want to question you, talking about a situation probably around us where we are, and I've invited you. But when you came, because I know you are in the other party, I now started attacking you with your past,
He
and
said
I've
that.
invited you for something else.
You
And
know what
it
happened
now
was
think
just
of
yesterday?
one question, not repeated, just one question, and he went off the rails. He just asked him one question about his past because it's tied to the topic they're about to talk about. Like I said, if it is not relevant, let's say they just came and talk about school kids, and then he brought that issue up, that would be completely irrelevant. But if they
but
are talking about
You are
accountability in
missing.
this
Naija,
You are missing
election,
the
you
point.
can
You
see
are
why.
missing the point.
won't you have started with the topic,
Fayose is not there to be prosecuted. He's
Abi?
there to lend his voice to discussion on how to build Nigeria. But you are now calling him out and say, look, let's dig at your past. So Fayose now said, look, let's dig at your past too, because I'm here not to dig at my past. You see how
Okay, look at
that
someone like
the
me, how
dynamic
I
of
would
that
treat that.
conversation.
Let's say I did something like what they said Fauci did, and I've changed my ways, and I wanted to, look forward. And Rufai brought that topic up. I would say yes, that was then I had this
So he should go
issue.
ahead and admit that
Hold
he
on
read
now,
your
or
lips.
I could say there is no evidence of what you are saying. There's no confirmation of it. However, I came here to talk about so and so and so, and I believe that this is more important given the issue we are facing right now. So
Yeah,
you
but
can just do that.
go and watch that interview. That was exactly what Fayose did.
And you
Because
didn't know Fayose.
what Rufai did was to say, oh, you was heard on a tape, because there was a recording of a tape where was it Fayose and Wike having a conversation where they were talking about how election was rigged or
No,
something.
that was
So
even many years back. It's
okay,
not
that
about this
was a different
election.
tape. So
2014, I
so
think.
so Fayose
Mm-hmm.
was not saying yes. Somebody could have recorded my conversation, but there was nowhere where it was shown that I actually carried out such action, right? So if you want to go in that direction, okay, fine. Let's look into your own behavior as well. That was what Fayose said. Exactly what you said now.
Oh,
That was
yeah,
what he
or he
said.
could. I like that he called him out, but he could have just answered it and say, you know what, there's no evidence that I
No,
did
you
anything
know
like that.
why you
Even if
said that. You know
it
why you
was an
said what
error
you
of
said.
judgment that we were having that
True
conversation. Move on.
Naija, you know why you said what you said? Because you said you don't know Fayose. Now I agree that you don't know Fayose. If you know Fayose, he's not that person that is that calm. Maybe
No,
if
it's
it's
not that
somebody
calm.
like he's not that
Yeah,
calm.
but
Maybe
it
somebody
doesn't
like,
mean
or
that
if
we should
somebody like
excuse him.
Oshibanjo, for example, goes to arise and Oseni started questioning about Buhari government, maybe somebody like Oshibanjo will find a way of caressing the question and trying to answer in a but Fayose is not that kind of person. He someone he won't take it. So Rufai shouldn't have triggered him, knowing for the fact that we invited this guy for a particular topic, and what you are even relating to his own personal stuff. You could have even brought that in the middle of the whole thing rather than start with it. That was why he
Yeah,
went straight.
okay. Now this is an editorial issue again. See, like I said, there is space for all kinds of journalists, and what he did actually informed me more because I didn't know anything about that guy. So, and what he did, what the guy did too. See, you have to remember the consumers are the beneficiaries of such conversations because we need deeper information. Like Fayose. Not every Nigerian care about Fayose, but when they saw that interview, they say, oh, so he was also doing that kind of stuff where they are looking to rig election. We need to be knowing this. And tomorrow now, Oshomole will show up on TV channel and talking as if he's a convert and everything else. But if somebody calls him out for what he did this circle, then he starts saying, "Oh, how dare you bring it up? Annoying me." That is not appropriate. We need to be able to call people out for what they've done, and if they say they are advocating something more positive, they have a right to say, you know what? Yes, that was then. This is now. I'm talking about this issue right now, based on what we are dealing with, which is more important to your viewers. It has to always be about the Nigerian people and how we will benefit from whatever they are contributing, not about whether this guy is rude to me and this guy is not rude to me. And I believe that, from me anyway, from looking at that interview, I learned more, because I like the fact that he called Oseni out, and I like that Oseni called him out.
So guys,
I think part of it is that we don't like Oseni, so we just say it's good.
No, nobody hates Oseni. Nobody hates
No. You have to call a spade a spade. That guy does not do his job professionally. Let's be honest with ourselves. It's not whether you like somebody or you don't like. This is the problem we have.
Tunaja doesn't really watch his video.
This is the problem we have. This is the problem we have as a country.
You are in a country with Sean Hannity, O'Reilly. A lot of crazies out there.
Listen, those are talk show hosts. Look at Fox News.
A lot of crazies out there. You're worried about Oseni. Oseni is like a child's play compared to those guys.
Listen, those are talk show hosts. Talk show hosts are different from newscasters or people who actually does investigative journalism. You cannot go to somebody and say you want to do an interview. Look, if you see the way them Sean Hannity is, how many Democrats do you see go on their show? They don't go because they know what they're going to get. But if you want to create an environment where you say, "Oh, you're not biased," you want everybody to come on the show. So you cannot create that impression.
I sympathize with what you are saying. I've heard Oseni talk, and sometimes it comes across as if he's whiter than white and stuff like that. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, and I can see why.
When you go to O'Reilly, you go to Sean Hannity, if you're a Democrat, you know what you're going to get. That one, they don't hide it. They tell you see openly where they belong to. They don't hide it. But Rufai is trying to hide his affiliation. At the same time, trying to claim his.
I don't think he has affiliation. I actually don't think he has.
He obviously does.
I think the way he sounds is all about the way he judges things. The way he sounds. That's why people don't like him. I don't think he has affiliation. I don't think anybody will want to be affiliated with him because he might bond them too. So that's why people don't like him.
I'm going to ask you a question, right? Rufai brought David Ndei to his studio twice on this same drug issue. When Atiku ROSVP, was ROVPS or whatever that issue came up before the election, right? How many times did they bring anybody to their studio to come and interview that person regarding that Atiku's issues?
I don't think so. To be fair, I don't monitor them, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Guys, we'll talk later. I have to go now.
Yeah, okay, guys. I think we should leave it here. Do anybody have something to chip in before we go?
The capital issue, the federal capital requirement issue may stick. It may stick more than people think it could stick, especially because now it is happening based on a presidential election. So this issue will be resolved one way or the other this time, not like when it's happening on a lower scale and all the rest. And there is also the accusation from the Labour Party that they got more votes and they have evidence for it. So the key is if they are able to prove it. If they are able to prove it, I think the election will either be cancelled or will have to be the values will have to be reallocated, because by proving it, it means that some people got votes that they were not supposed to have. Then they will have to reallocate the election. That said, what?
Tunaja, can I quickly come in, please?
Go ahead.
Okay, on that federal capital territory one, there's an additional clause in that constitution. Is it 299, right? Where it states that on this particular matter, Federal Capital Territory Abuja will be treated as another state. So my own interpretation, because this is already in court now. So whatever they will make, they will
which particular matter?
On that issue of Abuja, not them not scoring 25% in Abuja. So I want to put my
how
own.
Is it that Obidati doesn't know about that part of the constitution? I would have thought all the sounds with him knows about it. So
the
it
one
probably
that was
doesn't exist. Are you
interpreting
sure
the
it does
constitution
exist?
on national television.
No. Are you sure that section exists? Because the Sans will be aware of it by
Of course,
now.
it's there to Nigeria. No, it's not about this. You type Nigeria Constitution and type those sections. They will come out. There's a section 299 that says regarding that in that situation, federal capital territory will be regarded as a state. So what that constitution is telling you, is that
there's no president there, my brother. It's just see, they will chop one entire.
What that constitution is telling you is this: those voters in Abuja should not be marginalized. They should be given the same equal right as other citizens of other states.
Where are you getting this from?
Hold on now, rational. Let me explain something to you. So I just said to you that was my own interpretation.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So let me explain something to you. The way I interpret it, I say it is subject to court now. So they will make their own interpretation. This is my own interpretation. So if you contest an election now,
I can try and round it up quick.
I'm gonna do this quickly now. So say if you get 25% in 23 states, and you get the majority of the vote. So the constitution is trying to say that if you then have 25% in Abuja, that will qualifies you as the overall winner of that election. Because that is why they add and Abuja. The constitution went further in that 299, section 299, to say in this regard, Abuja will be seen to be a state. So just imagine if you get 25% in 23 states and you win the election, and then you get 25% in Abuja, and then the constitution turn around and say, okay, no, we can only use states. It means that those people who voted in Abuja, their vote is wasted vote. Do you understand my own interpretation now?
Yeah, I'm trying to see where he says anything about election. That's where you treat the Federal Capital Territory as a state. That's what I'm trying to find out.
29 or 39 is there.
I'm looking at section 229, isn't it? 299, I mean.
299, yeah.
299. It says, okay, let me read that. It says, the provisions of this constitution shall apply to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, as if it were one of the states of the Federation. And accordingly, exactly, that's my point. Accordingly, all the legislative powers, the executive powers, and the judicial powers vested in the House of Assembly, the governor of a state, and in the courts of a state shall respectively vest in the National Assembly, the president of the Federation, and in the courts, which by virtue of the foregoing provisions are courts established for the Federal Capital Territory. All the powers, okay, this is B now. All the powers referred to paragraph A of this section shall be exercised in accordance with the provision of the Constitution, and C, the provisions of this Constitution pertaining to the matters aforesaid shall be read with such modifications and adaptations as may be reasonably necessary to bring them into conformity with the provisions of this section. So it's not very clear that it says anything about election here.
But
it doesn't say anything about election because the election rule is different
to Federal Capital Territory
for specific things. For specific things that are ascribed here, but not for election purposes.
Tunaja, hold on. You see, when you started, it said in this provision, right? The federal capital will be treated as if it was one of the state. So it's a follow-up from the previous provisions coming down. Do you understand?
It went on to clarify. It went on to clarify these provisions.
Okay, listen, this is what I said just now, that this is my own interpretation. This case is in court. Let the judges bring out their own interpretation.
But it says all the electoral powers. Because he clarifies this provision. It says all the legislative powers.
Electoral powers. It's about, look. Abuja in our constitution, in every other matter, is not seen to be a state. It's a federal capital territory. That's why it does not have a governor. It does not have local government chairman. Abuja is almost run by the National House of Assembly. So, but this version of the constitution
That's why
now,
in the constitution it specifies it separately. That's my point. You
yeah,
could have just said 17 states. You could have just said
no,
17
the
states. But the
constitution
truth
is
to
not
say
trying to make Abuja a
I
state
mean
on its own.
25
So
states, I mean.
to Niger, I think what Akim is trying to explain there is the situation where circumstance will warrant Abuja being
a state.
A state, or rather not counted as a state, depending on what circumstance comes up. So in this circumstance, I think that is where our FCT now falls in the way they've now counted FCT. So that's why he said his own interpretation, and I think I agree with him.
So,
that's why I
what
said
I'm trying to say to you now.
The top of this section clearly states that it is
hold
describing the
on.
provisions that
Tunaja,
Abuja
hold
will
on
be
1
described
second.
as a
Let me
state,
quickly
and it doesn't
make an
include
example to you.
elections.
Tunaja, hold on, please. Say if you
Akim,
run an election, if you conduct an election now, if you conduct an election now, right, and then you have 25% in 23 states and Abuja, should you be declared the president? Because you don't forget, you don't have 24 states now, but you have 23 states and Abuja.
No. Yeah, you wouldn't be. No, technically, you shouldn't be technically
No, you will be declared. You will be declared as the president, because the constitution says in that provision, Abuja is now regarded as a state. So it means that makes it 24 states.
See, hold on. You see, this is where the confusion lies, except both of us are interpreting it differently. Or maybe I'm missing a phrase there. It says these are the only provisions that the Federal Capital Territory can be regarded as a state. And when I read it, it doesn't include for election purposes. You see what I mean? It says for these specific things. If you read it again, does it say
This
for
is electoral law.
election purposes? I don't think it's electoral law. It's the constitution.
Yeah, but it was derived from the law of the constitution.
It was for the electoral, yeah.
No. Actually, has nothing to do with election at all. This is in the constitution. It's saying this is the areas that the Federal Capital Territory can be treated as a state. And when he named those things, I don't see anything that ties to election, except I'm misinterpreting it. You see my point? This is what it's called. This is where people are disagreeing. And if this is your evidence, it's not very clear to me. As much as I wish he said something about election, then I would just say, oh, yeah, clearly Abuja is a state. Forget about it. He didn't say that.
Guys, thank you, everyone. To Niger, thank you. Adewale, Rational Mind. I think Akim has left us. We got in the comment section, everyone in the comment section.
All right, good night.
BJ, yeah, we leave it here, then we catch up with one man later in the data section. Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Thank you. Well done.
Yeah.